Lane 3 Skibbereen, Lane 4 Ban, Lane 5 Commercial, and Lane 6 Neptune A. And with the qualifiers through the time trial, they get the faster of the crews get the centre lanes. So out of those crews in the first heat, we know that it's Skibbereen and Ban have two of the two centre lanes. So it looks like that perfect chevron of rowing opened up for Skibbereen. So Skibbereen. And beside them, the crew from Ban. They're the 1 and 2 heats of 6 with 3 to qualify from each. So at the moment, Skibbereen and Ban, the informed crews, and faster out of the time trials, leading it out and looking good for Waterford here. But there's a Tralee crew right beside them, and it is easy to get back into it. There's a little bit of an overlap between those two crews for that third qualifying spot, and that further back nearest the enclosure, the crews from Commercial and Neptune a lot.
Of Faye Green and Lila Hull. Holding that second spot. Now the Ban crew, they were 20, nearly almost 26 seconds slower than the Skibbereen crew. Waterford A crew, there might be a battle for third, or 12 seconds ahead of their nearest competitors in the time trial. So as they hit the line, comfortable qualification from Skibbereen. We'll see if we get the white flag on this, with Ban in second place, and Waterford look like they're going to hold on by about a length for third spot. So provisionally, they're the 3 boats that will go through. We'll just wait.
Back to the action with the second heat of the women's junior 18 double. Just waiting for the official result to come in, and will be updated on screen. And just checking that there now. And four, it's the Fermoy crew, containing the single champion from the race yesterday, Nagel, in that boat as well. And in second place, it looks like the crew in lane 2, maybe at Lone, Carrick in the mix there as well. So they're well on the way down to us here. And similar to the previous race, where we're seeing them start to stretch out now and see who's leading it out. Double. So at the moment, it's Fermoy in lane 4. Doing all the running. Nearest to them, we think, is the crew beside them, Methodist. So they're the 1 and 2. A little bit further back then, and when the drone catches up, maybe we'll see. There, I can see it there now. So we've 1, 2, 3 in lane 2. It's the crew from Athlone at the moment. So we have Fermoy, Methodist, and Athlone in lanes 4, 3 and 2. They're the 3 crews looking to good to qualify so far. A little bit further back, and maybe surprising to see the crews off the pace there. The Carrick and Shannon and Cork crew. Much tighter times coming through the time trial. But here, Alan, we're seeing a bit surprising in both of these heats. They're quite stretched out, and not much challenge coming from the top 3.
Well, you have to credit these guys on the time trial. They could have emptied the tank, and there's certainly a level of fatigue, but well in control of this is that Fermoy crew. But yes, very well spread out, and spread out probably more than the time trial times at the finish line. But again, there's tactics involved in side-by-side racing, especially 6-boat racing, and we're seeing it come to the fore here. And that Fermoy crew are well in control now, as they're under no real pressure from Methodist College or Athlone. And those 3 boats are comfortably ahead and can ease their way. Look, they're just fighting for lane position at this stage in the final, but really well in control and rowing really well as that Fermoy crew. As we just look, oh yes, beautiful sculling, so well in control. And again, if you're up on the crew, if you're up on your competitors, it just gives you that extra bit of confidence, that extra drive and power, and you can bring the rate right down, and it's just so much easier to row when you're in front. And Clifford and Nagel there really showing strong power, and they will put it up to Skibbereen. By the looks of the time trial time, Skibbereen will be the crew to beat, so it'll be a good battle there. That's coming up, race 215, which will be 10:55, so not a huge amount of time to go before they have to race again, so they'll have to get in off the water, rest, stay in the shade, and recoup and get out there again and see who can take home the pot. But as they come towards the line, it's that Fermoy crew, very, very comfortable ahead of second place. And we just see the Fermoy crew wind down, and again, at Lone out there, putting a bit of a charge on, under a little bit of pressure from as the rest of the boats come down and cross the line. So teed up for a pretty special final now, with the two winners, Skibbereen and Fermoy. Will they hold on to that form? Certainly there'll be no easy strokes to be taken come final time at 10:55. So true to form, Fermoy actually finished third in the heats, in the time trial. So they were Methodist were 2 seconds ahead of them, but certainly Fermoy controlled that race all the way down, with Methodist, well, still in control and under no pressure. So interesting to see what that final will bring. So we'll wait for the official results, and then we'll be straight down for the men's intermediate scull, Heat 1, coming up soon.
I just took a look there as well at the time trial times, and the top 6 crews are the 6 that we've got in the final. So I'm sure they're thinking, why did you make me go out and race a heat there? Just take my time and put us in. But with such high entries, it is the time trial to heats to final that we go once we're over a certain number of entries. So it's going with form, 6 of those crews through, which is great to see. And we're back already. Now, the next crews that went through the time trial and into the men's intermediate heats we go. And in lane 1 we've Commercial McKnight, lane 2 Muckross Leslie, lane 3 University of Galway McGrath, lane 4 University of Galway O'Sullivan, lane 5 Commercial Flynn, and lane 6 Ring O'Sullivan. So again, tough conditions here for the scullers, out this morning first thing to qualify, and now back out here racing in the heats. Similar to the women's junior 18 double, there's 3 to qualify from each of the heats here. And we're just riding side by side with the crews. We're right up beside Commercial McKnight in lane 1. And right beside him we have Muckross Leslie, you can see, but leading it out at the moment in lane 3. It is University of Galway McGrath, and right beside him the other University of Galway sculler, O'Sullivan. These are the 2 that are top of your screen there. Look like they've a little bit of clear water back to the chasing pack, and the 2 scullers that we saw that were riding closest with, Commercial and Muckross, definitely in the mix here, and side by side, stroke for stroke, very little between them for their 3rd qualifying spot. Off the pace a little bit, Commercial Flynn and Ring O'Sullivan, which are bottom of your screen in lanes 5 and 6, but all the action there, centre lanes going with the 2 of the faster crews coming through the earlier time trials. It is the 2 University of Galway crews, and then a real tight battle here between the 2 crews for the 3rd qualifying spot at the moment, Muckross and Commercial in lanes 2 and 1.
Yeah, 21 set out on the time trial with 12 qualifying, and just to this is the one we said before, Ring or Sullivan from Ring, squeezing out Foley from Sligo by 0.4 of a second, and we see the 2 Galway boats, which McGrath, who was top of the pops in the time trial with 7:26, and 5 seconds slower O'Sullivan in from Galway as well as 7:31, but those 2 are the ones doing all the running, and they're neck and neck now. Whether they're controlling the field, men's intersculls, they're well clued in, they've done a lot of racing, but there's 4 boats there for 3 spots, and that's between the 2 Galway boats, McGrath, O'Sullivan, and then you've further back to Leslie of Muckross, and further back to McKnight. But there is a battle for that 3rd spot now, the 2 Galway boats neck and neck. What a great drone shot there we have covering the field. They'd make any kind of rowing look good, but this is some special scenes we're getting here. McGrath from University Galway just squeezing out. You can see just that little bit of effort he's putting in. Those 2 Galway rowers, O'Sullivan and McGrath, controlling that race. I see there McGrath, you can see from the side by side, he's just looking left and looking right, and if anything, O'Sullivan in lane 4 has taken half-length lead over that. Now, tactics involved here, of course. They're just going to squeeze their way into those top 3, but the battle for that 3rd spot can bring on Muckross and Commercial, and they can easily close the gap. All the focus can be on trying to stay ahead, but as you see, McGrath from University of Galway now feeling a bit of pressure. He's looking left and looking right, and he is up that race as they approach the finish. Richie, three from these 4 is going to be a battle for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a battle between Commercial and Muckross. They were side by side, but a solid 500 metres from Leslie of Muckross sees him moving in to just about a length lead. Up at the front, the two University Scholars not letting the gas off as they come in towards the finish. McGrath won the recent Cork Regatta, and they're just coming into the line. It might be a photo finish. They're having a real hop off each other here, and just crossing the line. That's definitely a photo finish between the two Scholars. McGrath and O'Sullivan there from USRA Galway. So we wait for the official results to come in for there. McGrath was the faster of all the crews racing to the time trial, and it did look like it was Muckross getting through there. So we'll wait for the photo finish to tell us how we got on there with University of Galway. Commercial back in 4th place, it looks like, ahead then of the second Commercial Scholar Flynn and Ring O'Sullivan. Ring O'Sullivan in 5th. Commercial Flynn in 6th, so waiting for the official result there, but a real exciting finish there. The guys not willing to let their clubmate get in and take the first qualifying spot, so we'll see how that fares out in the men's intermediate. I'll check the results here just in case. I'm sure it'll take a while for the results to come in, so I'll give that to you as soon as we get the details coming.
Yeah, impossible not to race your, especially your own teammate and clubmate in the single sculls. Hopefully they didn't cost themselves too much energy, but just it's rowers by their nature just want to cross that line first, irrespective of who you're up against. So interesting to see how those two lads with McGrath and O'Sullivan will do in the final. Leslie from Muckross provisionally getting that 3rd spot. Now we'll wait for confirmation on that, but. The next heat is underway as we look at it here, and that is from left to right. We have lane number 1, Muckross, Toy Cunningham from UL, Sheridan from St. Michael's, O'Connor from Neptune, Brennan from Commercial, and Begley from Cork, and that's the second heat of the men's intermediate single scull.
Fairly stretched out, similar to what we saw in the previous heat, and all the action, the centre lanes there, it looks like lanes 3 and 4, and there's just confirming that with the drone footage there. It's lane 4 leading it out at the moment, and in lane 4 we have Neptune O'Connor leading at the moment. Ahead, right beside him then, it is St. Michael's Sheridan. In second fastest qualifying time for St. Michael's, but he's sitting good in 2nd place there, ahead of Muckross Tot in 3rd place. These are the 1, 2 and 3, and fairly well stretched out between them. The nearest challengers then in lanes 2 and 5, it is UL Cunningham, Commercial Brennan are the two that are looking to try get back on track with Muckross for the 3rd qualifying spot, but I think they're going to run into issues with just coming in towards the finish here in the run-in. In full control, impressive stuff here from Neptune O'Connor, centre course in the black boat. He's leading it out, and then we have Sheridan of St. Michael's in 2nd place, and just top of the screen we saw there briefly the Muckross Sculler. They look like the 1, 2 and 3. These Scholars that are up on screen at the moment, they're the 3 that are leading it out, well in control, and looking to see who's going to join the guys there. Overall, St. Michael's Sheridan was the 2nd fastest through the time trials, faster than Neptune O'Connor, but they've reversed that here. Neptune O'Connor, and looking at him, he is paddling in here in control. Nothing too strenuous. He's done it all in the first half of the race here, so he's known that 1 qualifying spot is his. St. Michael's looking good for the 2nd spot, and I have to say it is Muckross not coming under too much pressure from the chasing pack there, so it looks like these 3 looking well comfortable now to see who is going to advance on to the final, but looking good the last few strokes for the crews.
Yeah, and Muckross Tot, who actually was only 10th fastest, if you consider that it's a 6-boat final. Muckross Tot coming in that 3rd spot, so we'll see if once the results are confirmed, if he has bucked that trend, because his main pressure there was coming from UL Cunningham in lane 2, who finished actually 6th in the a full 4.5 seconds ahead of Tot in the time trials. So a bit of a turn around there. Finished 10th into the final in the top 6 for Muckross Tot. So a great result there as we pan back down to the start, and we can see the women's junior 16 doubles are getting on the stake boats, but as you can see, a beautiful view of the course there, and I believe this first heat is already underway, so Richie, you might give us a quick lineup of the crews, please.
Well, indeed, and just to jump back to that men's intermediate single, it was a photo finish, and they've been given the same time, but McGrath of UCG has been given the win. He's won, and then O'Sullivan, University of Galway, is two. So hopefully we'll get that photo finish out on social media. The two University of Galway scullers not giving each other literally an inch over the line. Next up is the women's junior 16. Again, through the time trials, we're down to our fastest 12. Actually, we're down to our fastest 13, because in this race we have 7 crews racing, and I'll explain when we get to the last lane why that is. In lane 1 we have Neptune A, lane 2 Skibbereen C, lane 3 Lee, lane 4 Enniskillen, lane 5 Commercial, lane 6 Athlone, and lane 7 Waterford. And the reason Waterford are in there is they got the exact same time as Athlone in the time trials. So it's a 7 boat race here, because they couldn't distinguish between the two times. So that's why we have, for the first time this weekend, 7 boats racing instead of 6. The centre crews, as always, lanes 3 and 4 are the ones that are the fastest, so we would expect them to be leading it out. And it is in lane 3, the crew from Lee. Really impressive yesterday in the quad, and now here in the junior 16 double. They're leading it out just ahead of the crew. Inside of them, Skibbereen. They look like the 1 and 2, and really absolutely nothing separating the chasing pack. Then we've got Neptune in lane 1 on the right hand side of the screen, and then over on the far side looks like we have Commercial and Athlone and Waterford in the mix, as well as Enniskillen a little bit further back off the pace. But the drone footage showing all 7 crews coming down towards us there, and being led out in style by the Lee crew in lane 3. Just having a look at the times, they were the fastest, the only crew to go under 8 minutes in the women's junior 16 double this morning in the time trial, and it's going with form here. They're leading it out, and they're taking with them the Skibbereen C crew, who finished in 5th overall, now up in 2nd, looking good. And again, 3 crews to qualify out of the 7.
Yeah, just to make life even tougher for us with 7 crews, but really looking well in the middle of the course there. That Lee crew under no real pressure from the crews off to their right hand side. Skibbereen C and Neptune would look like they are the top 3, but and then further over we have Enniskillen, Commercial, Athlone and Waterford. So well in control in this is that Lee crew with the Skibbereen C crew just on the right hand side, and they have a lead over that Neptune crew. Great view there from the side, so the Neptune stroke just looking over her left shoulder, just gauging where the competition is, really driving on. So about looking the same now. They can get a bit obsessed and throw themselves off. They have to row their own race, but moving really well through the water is that Neptune crew. Great views here from the side of the lake, and they're seeing about a length back to the charging on crews, Commercial, Athlone, Waterford and Enniskillen. But those 3 crews, bit of an overlap now between Neptune and that Skibbereen C crew, but Lee have controlled this race. They seem to be well out in front. They've had clear water now for quite a while, and beautiful rowing conditions, as you can see there, flat as a pancake. So those 3 crews now are well in control of this race. The Neptune crew just probably focusing a bit on strength and maybe starting to leave their lane there. Just they'll need to just slightly power down on the right hand side and move back into the lane. Of course, the fastest way between 2 points is a straight line, and as you can see there, the Neptune crew moving back into their lane. It'll cost them a few meters, but it may not have much of an effect. 3 to go through here, and that Lee crew well in control of this now. Clear water over those battling crews for 2nd and 3rd spot, Skibbereen C and Neptune A, as they approach the finish. And we have some great views from the water. These Neptune girls really focused on the Skibbereen and Lee crews to their left hand side. The benefits, I suppose, of being in the centre lane is that a quick glance, eyeballs left and right. You don't have to turn your head, you don't have to throw off. Ooh, a little bit of a difficult stroke there from the Neptune. They're hitting the boys again. They just need to, I suppose, to calm down. I suppose they're still racing this. They're looking for positioning in the final, and that extra push has brought them into 2nd place over Skibbereen now, where the Skibbereen just realised that there's 3 to qualify, and they're taking it easy, but they have a lead over the field as they approach the finish. Richie, you take this one home.
Yeah, some steering issues from Skibbereen as well. They're just starting to move out their lane from there. So Neptune and Skibbereen will need to tighten up on their course if they make it through here to the final. Looking through the Lee crew, they came third in the Junior 16 quad yesterday. We were really impressed with them. They're technically a really solid crew, and I'm sure this is 2 out of that quad that raced yesterday, placing third, and they're opening up that Clearwater lead ahead of the 2 crews. So it's Neptune now powering on that rocky bit that Neptune had with the boys. They've steadied the ship, and they're coming in. They've taken the better of Skibbereen in the run into the finish. But the 3 of these crews well clear then of the chasing pack that's behind them. Not going to move in. It's the crew from Enniskillen, Commercial at Lone, Waterford, not advancing on. So all the action in lanes 1, 2 and 3 in the run into the finish between Lee, Skibbereen and Neptune. Solid rowing from Neptune just to pass out Skibbereen the last 200 metres, and these look like the 3 that will advance on into the final, but they need to keep an eye on their steering, and the boys especially. The last thing you want to do in the last few strokes when you've worked so hard through a time trial and through the heat to get into the final is clip a boy and turn over. So hopefully all going well here in the run into the finish, but impressive stuff from Lee to power on. We're riding here just with that Neptune crew. They're certainly not holding back as they run in towards the finish, and the Lee crew centre lane in lane 3. Well in control here, ahead then of Skibbereen in 3rd place. That's the Lee crew there. You can just see Skibbereen just ahead of them, or overhead them, sorry, on screen as they come in and crossing the line in full control. That's the crew there from Lee. And I mentioned that some of them would have raced in the quad yesterday, but Maeve Russell and Ciara Guiney of Lee crossing the line. And again, I think they'll feature highly in the final once they get through, if not into the mix for the medals as well. So last few strokes for them, and solid stuff from Neptune, taking 2nd place after that little speed bump that they hit about 500 metres out, but they recovered well. And the Skibbereen crew doing enough of what needs to be done just to get that 3rd spot to close out Heat 1 of the Women's Junior 16 double.
It's a very nice rowing there from Lee, well in control the whole race, and Neptune approached the line, just hit it there, and they probably have a better length over that Skibbereen crew now, and they lead the field over Enniskillen Commercial at Lone and Waterford in that 7-boat heat. So great to see some these girls. A little disappointed there in the Commercial bow, but 2 very hard 2Ks done already this morning, and it's not even 10 a.m. So all credit to the effort from those athletes out there on the water this morning. But very much in control. Lee, Skibbereen and Neptune charge on to the final later on this morning. But the next heat of the Women's Junior 16 double scull will see Cork B in lane 1, Clostignod A in lane 2, Clonmel in lane 3, Ban in lane 4, New Ross in lane 5, and Shannon in lane 6. So again, the centre lanes of lane 3 and 4, Ban and Clonmel, will have been the fastest qualifiers, some of the fastest qualifiers, along with Enniskillen and Lee. So it'll allow them, as we saw in the last race, the Neptune crew looking over to their left. It's way easier to be in control of the race in the once you're in the centre lanes, you know what's around you. So there is that advantage, but conditions are still pretty good out there. Sun still shining, relatively small breeze, but nothing too hectic. So the best of rowing should be out there. Next race is underway as we cut straight to the water, and it will be New Ross, I think, are showing. Sorry, and Ban. I just get my bearings. I think it's Ban and Clonmel. It's in the centre lanes that are showing first on that, with Clostignod also in the mix, and they're coming in. Actually, they're very close to the finish. That must have started quite quickly after that. So from the looks of this, it is Ban and Clonmel. Clonmel holding off Clostignod as well, and it's those 3 spots we're just trying to pan out, and if we get to see who else is in the mix. But Clonmel, Ban and Clostignod seem to be the ones at the races here. on this Clonmel in the centre of your picture there now. Bow looking left and right, just knowing where they are. So that is coming quite close to the finish. But Clonmel look really in control actually. As you see, the very strong looking stroke there in the ban. The other crews are encroaching all right on their territory, and ban is going to come up, but blanket finish between lanes 2, 3 and 4 there, but Clonmel take that, but under pressure from ban and Closhignaw, and that bears very well for the final, Richie. I think we're going to have a humdinger. Those three boats now look very well matched, and very much in control of the field.
Yeah, the Clonmel crew with the second fastest crew overall. So definitely it's going to be between them now and the Lee crew from the Peavis. They're the fastest that came down in the heats there. So officially it was Lee and Neptune and Skibbereen from the previous heat. That heat came down very quick. We only caught the closing end of that race there. And just checking, it is Clonmel ahead. It was Closhignaw who came in second. Just looking at the official results there, and the band crew in third. So they're the 1, 2 and 3, joining Lee, Skibbereen and Neptune into the final of the women's junior 16 double shortly in a little while. Again, third race of the day for the crews to come down, but hopefully all went well in that race there. We're back to the action. Before a short break, we now have the heats of the women's intermediate pair. These are not crews that went through time trial. These are heats where we have 4 crews in 2 heats with just 1 crew to be dropped. So there's 3 to qualify from each. And we had some of those races yesterday as well. 4 boats racing and only 1 crew going to get dropped. Here in heat 1 in lane 2, we have Trinity B. In lane 3, we have UCC. In lane 4, Neptune, and lane 5, UCD crew that are there. And lane 2 at the moment, it's UCC leading it out. Winners of the 8 yesterday. They look like they are leading it out ahead of Neptune. They're the 1 and 2. And UCD look like they have the better of Trinity here at the moment. Trinity off the pace, so we're seeing 3 crews push on. And again, tactics here, 3 to qualify. When you have clear water, are they just going to head down? Look at the UCC crew here, Alan. They're just taking the rate right down. They know they're in full control.
Yeah, well experienced here in the women's intermediate pair, so they know what they're about. They just have to cross the line. As you can see, I think they're battling themselves as to who can balance the boat with the lowest rate, because they're all well in control. So I don't think times or finishing positions could mean anything here. They're so in control now, just holding that lead over that Trinity Ladies B crew, who are off in lane 2 and just slightly off the pace. I feel that the other 3 crews are probably going to have a reaction if Trinity did decide that they were going to empty it and put a bit of pressure on UCD. I think UCD could react, but by the looks of this, it's steady and controlled from UCC, Neptune and UCD, so not giving us any inkling as to how the final might play out if these 3 boats go through, because they're so well in control over the trailing Trinity crew, who have now upped the rate. Everyone has kind of reacted a little bit now to that big push from the Trinity crew, but it's just too much of a gap as they approach the last couple of 100 metres. These 3 crews, as you can see from that fantastic drone shot, UCC just tapping away their beautiful balance. Again, Neptune have closed the gap on it, but it really doesn't give any indication of the final, because all 3 of those crews are overlapping, but there's clear water back to the Trinity crew. And as they approach the line, you're going to see that it'll be UCC, it'll be Neptune, and it'll be UCD, but really not giving us any hints as to how the final will go. Richie, let's see, is the next heat a little more of a battle?
Yeah, a little handshake there between the UCC crews. Just Maeve O'Connell in the bow seat and Sheehan in full control to take the rate right the way down there. The Neptune crew then of Zena Jordan and Nell Allison in second place. Ahead then of UCD, Elise O'Sullivan and Eve Campbell. They're the 1, 2, 3. And then it was the Trinity crew a little bit off the pace back in fourth. So they're wait for the official results, but it looks like we have our first 3 qualifiers for the women's intermediate pair. And the second heat is already underway, and again 4 boats racing for 3 spots here. The only crew similar to Neptune in the first race, the only non-university crew, we have Cork racing in lane 2. UCCB in lane 3, UCCC in lane 4, and Trinity A in lane 5. So I'm sure the UCC crews will be looking to see if they can get 2 into the final here, if not 3. And leading it out lane 1, the Cork crew. So it's Cork leading it out ahead of UCCB at the moment. They're the 1 and 2. Trinity in that third qualifying spot, but the second UCC crew in this race, UCC are a bit of a tongue twister there. They're not too far off the third place Trinity crew. It is a little bit of clear water for them back in fourth, but as they come into the second half of the race here, they might come back into the mix and try to get that qualifying spot to see who's going to advance on into the final. But in full control, the Cork crew, the bottom right hand side of the screen in lane 1, and again similar to the crew from UCC we saw in the last race, the rate is low. They're in control here. Their power is getting them down, and in second place inside them the crew from UCC, and then it's going to be eyes on the left hand side. I'll see some steering issues there that might be affecting that second UCC crew, and it will affect them, and see will they be able to get back and challenge into get up beside the Trinity crew, who at the moment are looking good in third. I can see the umpire right behind that UCC crew giving them some instruction to get them back in lane.
Yeah, that UCCC crew being warned, and they're costing themselves some valuable meters, because had they just been able to hold that in the straight line, they'd be overlapping, they'd be certainly overlapping and putting a push on that Trinity crew. But there they go again. I'm not sure if they have just steering issues from experience or steering issues with the boat, but that boat does seem to be all over the place, and there's plenty of power in that boat as well, because they haven't let Trinity move, and UCC have now moved, or UCC, that C crew, have now moved into Trinity's lane, and now they're on the way back. So I think they could have cost themselves now a place in the final with this steering. I'm not sure, as I said, if it's an issue with the boat, or it can be difficult to get carried away, because these pairs, Richie, are very prone, I suppose, to a little bit too much force, a little bit too much pressure. If you don't hold your balance, it really is kind of the ultimate teamwork boat, because you have no room for error on when it comes to pairs, especially when you're putting the power down.
Yeah, absolutely. They're the most sensitive of the boats, so any bit of change in the power on the left or right hand side can affect the steering. So I'm wondering, has the UCC Sculler run into issues there, or the UCC pair, sorry. They seem to have recovered back. They had a difficult couple of strokes, but they're going to run out of water here coming in. But impressive stuff here from Cork. Claudia and Isabel Neff go out on a limb and say they're sisters from Cork. They are the crew in bow and stroke, coming in full control, similar to what we saw with UCC. Right down, they're just paddling in over the water. The narrowest of clear water then back to the crew from UCC. In second place, that was the B crew of Aoife Connolly and Chloe O'Flynn. And then in third place, the Trinity crew, the Trinity A crew of Ava Carmody and Elisa Barrett Cotter. And unlucky there for UCCC, they ran into those issues. Maria Kidney and Elsie Simmons running into issues. They look like they were going to come up and maybe challenge Trinity, but push back into fourth place. So they're the crew that are not advancing on to the final. So Ken, it feels like 2 o'clock in the morning, because we've been here since before 7 with racing. All those time trials that went through this morning, and the crews back on the water racing for those heats has been quite a start to day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. We have a very short break now before we come back with the finals for this morning's session. We're going to have the men's novice quad straight final kicking things off. Then we have the women's senior 4, the women's novice quad, and then we go into those races that we saw the qualifiers for: women's junior 18 double, men's junior 18 quad, the men's inter single, women's junior 16 double, the men's senior pair, the women's inter pair, and rounding things off just before 12 o'clock with the men's junior 16 8 straight final, 6 boats. What a great way to finish off this morning's session. But now it's time to get rehydrated, put back on the Sun Factor 50. Those of you that are tuning in from home, get out of your pajamas, get dressed. It's a Saturday morning. You can listen to us and you can watch us online as well. Hopefully you're enjoying, and we do want to hear from you. So remember to tag Rowing Ireland, and hashtag We Are Rowing Ireland for anyone supporting from home. We'd love to see and hear where everyone is tuning in from. And we'll be back in just over 15 minutes to kick off the final session for this morning, kicking things off with the men's novice cock squad.
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back for the first finals of day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. We have, let me have a look, we have about 10 finals lined up for you in the next hour and a half or so here in the morning session of day 2 here in Enniscarra, County Cork. And thank you very much for joining us here on the live stream. We hope we can bring you a flavour of the racing that we have in store here for you over the next hour and a half or so. Okay, first up, we have race 212 on your programmes, the final of the men's novice coxed quads. This is a 5-boat race. In lane 1 at University of Galway, lane 2 Queen's University Belfast A, lane 2 University Galway, lane 3 Queen's University Belfast A, lane 4 Queen's University Belfast B, lane 5 University College Dublin, and in lane 6 Dublin University Boat Club. So they are well and truly off the stake boats in this 5-boat race in the final of the men's novice coxed quads. Who won this event last year? That's a very, very good question. It was Queen's University Belfast. They're sitting in lane 3. They actually have 2 entries in this event, one in lane 3 and one in lane 4. Will we see them make headway in this event in the next couple of moments? We're going to have to wait and see. I'm looking at them as our boat out in the water begins to catch up with them. Who am I looking at? I'm looking at the crew who looks to be from Queen's University Belfast A and also University College Dublin sitting in lane 5. I'm going to give University College Dublin about a length, just about a length up on Queen's University Belfast A. Novice rowing, it's going to be in their first or second year rowing here, whether it be at the Irish Rowing Championships or in general. It's going to be they're very, very new to this sport, and this could be one of their first races down the 2-kilometre course. So, Alan, as they go through here, it's looking at University College Dublin and Queen's University Belfast.
Yeah, it's all about putting the power down, Ella. So Queen's on the charge back, under a bit of pressure from University of Galway. We have a great view there, and we can see back that UCD are just holding that lead. So the cock's in the bow, looking ahead. So the advantage there at the moment with UCD. So UCD over Queen's and further back to University of Galway. They're the top 3 as we look at it here, and some really good rowing, really good novice sculling. Of course, sculling, as Luke said earlier on in the feed, it's the gateway you master sculling. Then sweep is an easy next step. Everything's relative, but UCD certainly putting the power down. UCD seem to be a little higher on the rate and a little more power, a little less finesse compared to the Queen's University crew who are holding that second spot. Now, how will that play out over the next 1,500 metres? We'll see, but Queen's looking the tidier crew, and they've taken a little bit more of a squeeze out of that University of Galway, and that's further back to the Queen's B crew and further back to the Trinity crew out there in lane 6. So holding the lead now as they push through the 1,000 metres. It's that crew of UCD still holding that lead over Queen's University. I'd say the battle is between those two crews. Queen's University again just looking a little tidier than that UCD crew. Ella, how do you feel on this one? How this one will play out?
I'm liking the look of UCD sitting in lane 5 at the minute, but as we have seen time and time again, this is a novice event. Anything can happen in this kind of event. Now, these are quads and they are Cox quads, so as you can see there in a couple of moments' time, you're going to see a shot University of Galway. The Cox is right in, she's tucked up under the canvas, she's sitting in the bow. She is well in view of the University College Dublin crew in lane 5 and Queen's University Belfast in lane 3, so she's keeping an eye on them. I'm still liking the look of UCD though, Alan. And one of quite low, and sometimes this can be the key to success in a novice crew. It gives you time to think about the stroke, it gives you time to be clean, it gives you time to be efficient. There's no point trying to rate 35-40 strokes a minute if you're not going to be clean and efficient. This University College Dublin crew, they're looking clean, but they're starting to come under pressure from Queen's University Belfast. From where I'm looking, Alan, it's looking like UCD have about 3/4 of a length over Queen's University Belfast.
They might have even pushed out to clear water, Ella, because the UCD crew certainly keeping that rate low, but there's a lot more power through the water than maybe the sharper, tidier looking crew of Queen's University, but power counts for a lot, and there's some big guys in the middle of that UCD boat as they get those 8 oars together, and they're holding clear water, I think, as they come in a push for the finish for this men's novice Cox quad title. They've held that lead all the way out, but Queen's are going to have to react, and when quads, especially at novice level, react, anything can happen, because there's Not a huge amount of experience, but a lot of technique needed. They need to close that gap. Queen's University have a lot to do now, and they're running out of water. That third spot still held by University of Galway, ahead then of the other Queen's crew, and Trinity then some distance back. But this UCD crew have held that lead, and it looks as though they're not going to relinquish it, because as they push towards the finish with the last couple of 100 metres, Queen's just haven't been able to close that gap. That gap has gone to just that small bit of clear water, and it's kind of maintained for the last 500 metres. I don't see this changing. UCD are looking strong and looking good for this as they take it home.
Yes, Alan, UCD looking very, very strong. As I mentioned, the Cox is not going to be fully aware of where that Queen's crew is, and when I say that, she can't quite see them, but I'm sure the person in the bow of that University College Dublin crew is keeping her well informed. I'm going to say Queen's University Belfast is starting to gain a little bit on UCD. What can UCD do to hold on to this? They can keep cool, calm and collected. Listen to the experienced voice of their Cox sitting in the bow. Keep the head going straight down the boat, but it's looking good for University College Dublin. The crowd starts to build here as they come down towards the regatta enclosure. Queen's University Belfast sitting in second, University of Galway sitting in third, and slightly further back to Trinity and Queen's University Belfast B crew. As I mentioned, lovely low rates of striking for most of these novice quads. This is a common theme with them, and it seems to be working certainly for University College Dublin, who are sitting in lane 5. They've opened out to clear water over Queen's University Belfast. They've responded to the answers, the calls of their Cox sitting in the bow. Nessa Stagg, what a response from them. Queen's University Belfast desperately trying to get back in contention. You can see the heads of the Coxes perking up out of the bow, just up from under the canvas. But University College Dublin, what a strong, dominant display of rowing with Nessa Stagg in the cockpit seat. She's guided her crew the whole way down the course. She's kept them clean, and now they're going to take the win in the men's novice Cox quad by clear water over Queen's University Belfast. Celebrations all around from the University College Dublin crew. Pats on the back. The Cox sits up out of the Cox's seat, turns around to her crew and says, "Well done, lads. That was a very, very successful race." So Nessa Stagg in the Cox's seat. Let's give a run through of the crew. In the bow seat, Joshua Hansen. In 2, Jan Mizak. In the 3 seat, Luke Duffy. And in the stroke seat, Connell Irvine. That was an impressive row. Head in his hands in the 2 seat of Jan Mizak. What a race they have just had. University College Dublin have just taken the win in the men's novice Cox quad. Queen's University Belfast were the 2025 winners, but they're going to have to settle for second in 2026 because the men's novice Cox squad is going back to the home of University College Dublin.
Yeah, and really in no doubt, I suppose we were expecting a comeback from that Queen's crew, but they just couldn't close that clear water gap. UCD, such a big, strong crew rowing, not as tidy as I said with as Queen's, but I mean power counts for a lot, especially at novice level with that rate as low. They just drove that boat home, and they kept that clear water and ended up winning it by about 2 lengths. So they were under no pressure at all on that. Now, say that to them, I'm sure there's 5 pretty tired people in that UCD boat, indeed in every boat. But a great race there to round out the first final of the morning for the Saturday day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. That was the men's novice Cox quad, and the champions this year, UCD Boat Club. As we cut straight to the start for the women's senior coxless quad. In lane 2 we have Lee Skibbereen. In lane 3 UCC. In lane 4 we have Commercial. So just a 3-boat race for the women's senior quad title. Of course, these quad boats are coxless, so they'll be steered from the bow or the 3 seat most likely. So communication is key, and huge experience in these 3 boats, and we'll see how this one plays out. They'll be off to start in the next 2 minutes.
And we're underway in the final of the women's senior coxless quad. Race number 213 on your programme, as Alan mentioned, a 3-boat race. In lane 2, the Lee Skibbereen Composite. Lane 3, University College Cork. And in lane 4, Commercial. What a race this is shaping up to be. The 2025 defending champions, University College Cork, who are sitting in lane 3. Are they going to claim this? We don't know. And as we look up the course now, look at this 4A shot. It looks to me like the Lee Skibbereen crew are leading this one out. Let me give you a name check of the athletes sitting in those 4 seats, because this is a serious pedigree. In the bow seat, Aisling Hayes. In the 2 seat, Emily Hegarty. In the 3 seat, Aoife Casey. And in the stroke seat, Mags Kremen. For anyone who isn't familiar about any of those things, Mags Kremen won gold in the World Championships in 2025 in the mixed double. Aoife Casey won was at the Paris Olympics along with Mags Kremen, and they placed 5th in the women's lightweight double. Emily Hegarty, fresh off the back of a Henley Royal Regatta win in the Bridge Challenge Plate with University of London. And Aisling Hayes, sitting in the stroke seat, had previously won a Henley Royal Regatta title in the Student 8 with Oxford Brooks. That is the calibre of athletes we are seeing racing down at us here on the live stream. What a high standard we're witnessing here at the Irish Rowing Championship. So Alan, look at this. It looks to be the composite of Lee Skibbereen leading UCC, leading Commercial.
Yeah, and of all the days that Commercial needed things to go right, I see straight off the bat they had some steering issues, and that's put them well out of the race. I mean, you're up against the Marvel superheroes here in lane 2 in that Lee Skibbereen crew, and to be honest, they are just dominating this. Probably about 7:50 gone, and they have 2 lengths over that UCC crew. They could be toying with them now for the next 4 or 5 minutes. And just staying in front, UCC doing their best to try and claw back that now probably 3-4 length deficit that we're seeing here. But as Ella listed out, the talent in that Skibbereen Lee boat is just phenomenal. They so much experience. And with that experience comes power, comes knowing how to race. The racecraft involved in this now, whether they need it or not, they need it in the first 500 metres. But a bit splashy there from UCC in the centre of that drone shot. Commercial just slipping out of view at the minute. But so much in control and so much power coming from that Lee Skibbereen crew. Great, beautiful side by side on view, and you can just get a handle on the length, strength and power through the water. And these women are under no pressure. Just the togetherness of that blade work, just reaching out, absolutely fantastic. So as we see this here, this looks like a cakewalk, but dominating the UCC crew and further back there to Commercial. But class is telling here with that Lee Skibbereen crew in lane 2 as they push through the 1,000 metres and head for home in this women's senior coxswain squad.
Yes, the Lee Skibbereen Composite are well and truly in control of this race, and they're looking good to take the Heather and Mike Thomas Memorial Trophy for the women's quad sculls. As you mentioned, Alan, the calibre of athletes on display here in the final of the women's senior quad. If you're watching this on the live stream at home, whether you're waiting to come down for your race later on or you're at home and you can't quite make it to the championships, come in and watch this race. This is the highest possible standard of Irish rowing. We saw Jake and Finton McCarthy racing yesterday. Now we're seeing Aoife Casey, Mags Kremen, Emily Hegarty and Aisling Hayes. The stern pair in this boat of Aoife Casey and Mags Kremen. They went to the Olympics in 2024. Am I correct? Yes, I am. 2024 at the Tokyo and Paris Olympics. They placed 5th in the lightweight women's double scull. This is some of the best rowing you're going to see on offer today. And have a look at their blades. They are so in sync. You can tell they have spent hours and hours of training together. Her with the 3 Skibbereen ladies. So yes, Skibbereen and Lee looking very comfortable to take this win, but this is a very dominant display of rowing from the composite crew. UCC, they're sitting slightly further back. Is this still a strong crew? Yes, it is. You have Lauren O'Brien sitting in stroke, Cleena Nolan in 3, Kate Reedy in 2 and Avian Horn in bow. That's still an exceptional crew from UCC, but we mentioned earlier that we saw some splashing about 500, maybe 600 metres into the race, so not quite as clean and tidy as the Lee Skibbereen Composite. Commercial then slightly further back in the field, and as we mentioned, they just slightly not a great start coming off the stake boats, but still still competing and hopefully rowing very, very well in this race. But where there are absolutely no questions, it is with this Lee Skibbereen composite. They bright yellow end packer. We've the kaleidoscope of colours here. We've a lot of red going on. Got a yellow end packer with the red and black of the Lee one piece and the red and white of the Skibbereen crew and Lee composite, making their way down towards the enclosure. They're not rating overly high, Alan. They look to be still in control of this and rowing nice and cleanly.
Yeah, well, that's where experience comes through. UCC have upped the rate, but it's just it's not enough. And I think even on the best day, Commercial again having slight steering problems, as you can see further back. But even on their best day, I don't think UCC can match just the power experience of this crew. So they're a pleasure to watch. Probably not a pleasure to race against, unfortunately, but well deserved. They didn't get it handed to them. It's many hours, many years of hard work has got them to this position here. So crossing that line first at the Irish Rowing Championships, it's always a well-deserved win. There's nothing that comes easy from it, but they're making it look easy, but that's down just to the talent that's in that boat. So as they approach the finish with about 20 strokes or even less to go, with Lee Skibbereen in lane 2 are going to have a dominant win in this women's senior coxless quad. UCC still rowing brilliantly, but just an inch every stroke is going to see that Lee Skibbereen crew pull away from them. So UCC a valiant second, with Commercial back in third, just out of picture now. But as they approach the finish, it is going to be Lee Skibbereen to take this women's senior coxless quad.
Yes, look at this. Like we can hear them as they start to approach us here down at the National Rowing Centre. As I'm looking at the crew lineup here, looks to be Max Kremen sitting in stroke, Emily Hegarty in 3, Aisling Hayes in 2, and Aoife Casey in bow. What a strong unit sitting in the middle pair of Emily Hegarty, who, as I mentioned, had a win out of the Henley Royal Regatta only last week. She was sitting in stroke of the University of London crew, and she came back home with a win. But that's the Lee Skibbereen composite safely home and across the line. They're going to take home the Championship of Ireland in the women's senior coxless quad, the Heather and Mike Thomas Memorial Trophy, going back to the home of Lee and Skibbereen. Alan, thoughts on this exceptional Lee and Skibbereen crew?
Well, there's very little you can say, to be honest. They dominated from the off, a good start to a small Lana Hibra, as they say. So, and they certainly had half the job done at about 250 metres, because the other crews just needed the perfect race even to challenge them, but they just didn't have it. Commercial, unfortunately, had some steering issues with UCC. It looked a little splashy about the 500 metre mark, so they needed everything to go right just to be in the mix. And when it doesn't, it doesn't. But I mean, sheer class. Even on their best day, it's hard to put any boat up against those 4 women and come out on top, because Lee Skibbereen dominated that race from the off, and a very well deserved Irish championship for them. So next up, we barely paused for breath. 3 minutes to go, and we have the women's novice coxed quad. So a great race we had in the men's novice coxed quad earlier, and this is a full house. So you're talking about DULBC A crew in lane 1, Queen's University in lane 2, Skibbereen in lane 3, the second Trinity B crew in lane 4, UCD in lane 5, and University of Galway in lane 6. So they're on the stake boats, as you can see there from the live feed, and we'll be back as soon as this race kicks off.
And sitting under stake boats, just getting under starter's order, as Alan mentioned, is the final of the women's novice coxed quad, race number 214 on your programme. This is a 6-boat race. In lane 1, DULBC A, lane 2, Queen's University Ladies Boat Club, Lane 3, Skibbereen. Lane 4, DULBC-B. Lane 4, University College Dublin. And in Lane 6, University of Galway Boat Club. Now, as you can see up on screen, the crews are just getting straight up on the stake boat. So to explain to anyone at home who isn't quite familiar with the setup up at the start, what happens is there's a start tower just sitting exactly where this camera is. And there's a big, large floating pontoon, which is what the crews are attaching to. So they row the boat backwards and get their stern attached onto the person who is just sitting on the edge of the pontoon to hold them in place. And then the starter will call them forward. They'll square their blades in the water and they'll be under starter's orders. And the starter will then say 2 minutes, attention, and row. So that is exactly what's happening now. It looks to me like the Skibbereen crew just getting them straight. We might see in a couple of moments' time a close-up of the Queen's University Ladies Boat Club. That's them sitting under starters' orders. They're ready to go. Their cox has their bow straight, look over the shoulder, and they are off. We're underway in the final of the Women's Novice Cox Quads. The Ailish Sheehan Memorial Trophy. Queen's University Belfast are the defending champions for 2025. Can they do it again? Last year they took the win in the men's and women's novice quads. This year, the home of the men's novice quads we just saw a few moments ago went to UCD. What are we going to see in the women as they lead away the stake boats with about 100 metres in? I'm looking at the crew out in lane 5, University College Dublin. They seem to have made an early lead. Who won a Cork regatta 3 short weeks ago? University College Dublin. Are they going to be one to watch? Yes, I think they are. Steering issues going on in lane 3 from Skibbereen, but they look to have straightened up again. I'm keeping a very close eye on University College Dublin out in lane 5. They seem to have snuck out into an early lead, but let's not forget these are novice quads. Anything can happen at any stage in the race. Keeping a very close eye on Queen's University Ladies Boat Club. They're the defending champions from 2025. Are they going to make inroads here in 2026? Look at this as they head away from the stake boats. I'm looking at University College Dublin. I'm looking at Queen's University Ladies Boat Club, and then to me, I'm looking like the crew from Skibbereen and also University of Galway out on the far side. That's your 1 to 4 as they head away from this point in the race. Alan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I noticed a bit of steering issue from Skibbereen, but they've managed just to moving back slightly now, and they're the third boat over from the right-hand side. They're getting back in the centre of their lane. But UCD, a great start from UCD, and that has got them out to a nice bit of a half length over Queen's. As we look at it now from the finish tower, from the start, we can see it's those 3 boats are starting to put a bit of distance, but University of Galway there over in lane 6 are not out of it yet. The 2 boats slightly off the pace would be Trinity A crew and the Trinity B crew are just not really at the races at the minute. Now we'll see how this one plays out, but UCD stretching out now with the Queen's University Boat Club putting up as their nearest challenger. So that as they come towards us here in that great drone shot, a little bit of a headwind, but I see a little more steering issues there from Skibbereen. As you can see, third boat over from the right hand side, you can see them trying to correcting, and every correction is costing meters. So the ideal is just to sit in the centre of your lane. It's the quickest way between 2 points, but that is costing Skibbereen valuable meters as they try and catch up on that Queen's University crew. But UCD still controlling this race now. As you can see, beautiful weather conditions, very warm out there, slight bit of a headwind, as I said, picking up over the next few hours, so we'll see how that affects the racing. But if anything now, I would say Queen's University are putting the challenge back on UCD. So these 2 stalwarts now of this category are really going up against each other.
Yes, let's keep an eye out on Queen's University Ladies Boat Club because they're really putting on a surge against UCD. Queens have history in this event. They won the event in 2025. They know what it feels like. Their coaches have done this before. UCD coming under serious pressure from Queen's as we speak here. Queen's University Boat Club on the right of your screen. University College Dublin on the left. I'm actually going to call them dead level as they go past this point in the race. What a strong display of rowing. This is exactly the type of rowing you want to get under your belt in a novice category. Now, what can easily happen here is if the coxes don't keep these crews in a cool, calm and collected manner, things might start happening. But look, they've all of these crews are coxes. Both crews that we're seeing up on screen here now are cocks from the bow. Their cocks is tucked in under the canvas of the boat and their head just picking up. This is Queen's University Boat Club just closer to the camera. University College Dublin on the far side of the picture. Slight steering from University College Dublin. Their cocks use that tiller as little as they can because essentially the tiller acts as a brake on the boat. I'm going to give University College Dublin I'm going to give them about a bow ball over Queen's University Ladies Boat Club. And as they go past this point in the race, this is some excellent racing for novice rowing. Now, one thing worth noting, Queen's on the right of your screen are in lane 2, University College Dublin on the left are in lane 5. So there is 2 lanes in between them. They're not exactly rowing side by side. University College Dublin will be used to this from having rowing up on the Liffey. They'll be used to rowing side exactly very, very close. Anyone who's been on Island Bridge can be a testament to that. I'm going to say I'm going to say that the crew from Queen's are starting to edge out over University College Dublin. I'm going to give Queen's about half a canvas over UCD. This is definitely a push coming from the cocks of the Queen's crew, who is Michelle Caitlin Taylor. She's definitely made a call in that boat. She's looking across. She knows they're dead level with UCD. They are locked together. And now, let's see, do University College Dublin have a response for the surge just put on by Queen's University Ladies Boat Club? This could be an interesting one. Are we going to see course records today? I think it's unlikely due to the headwind Alan mentioned earlier. But look at this point in the race, Alan. This is very, very good racing for novice quads between Queen's University Ladies Boat Club and University College Dublin.
Really exciting racing. You're right, Ella. I think that University College Dublin cost themselves a few metres there at about 300 metres ago. They're steering. They veered off to the right hand side of their lane, and I think that's cost them a few metres because Queen's University have come right back at them and now have, I would say, half a length over their UCD competitors there. Queen's University have stayed dominant now for the last couple of hundred metres. You just cannot panic in this novice quads. You just have to stay relaxed, stay strong, keep your rowing in the zone, because as they approach the finish, obviously exciting first, because Queen's University now have overturned that deficit for about 1,200 metres and now have roughly half a length on UCD. Now, whether the UCD can put a push on for a big finish, I think actually UCD are kind of slightly closing the gap again. Difficult to tell from these drone shots. Fantastic shots though from the river are showing up now, but we'll get that overhead again, and it really shows the battle that's going on between Queen's University out there on the right hand side and University of Dublin in the centre of that picture. So we'll see who plays out this now. Queens again have that push, and again looks like half a length they have over UCD, but I don't think UCD are out of it yet. UCD, there will be a strong push towards the finish, and we're going to see how this one plays out. They push towards the finish line with only a couple of strokes left. Ella.
This is going to be a test of composure, if nothing else, from these novice quads. The experience these novice athletes, particularly from University College Dublin and Queen's University Boat Club, is next to none. University College Dublin coming on a surge here from Queen's. The surge we saw from them a minute ago. University College Dublin responding. Queen's on the right of your screen, still looking like I'm going to give them about a bow ball. And as I'm saying that, University College Dublin are really going for a surge. The cocks of the UCD crew. Ava McCann is really putting on a surge for her crew. She knows, she's aware where the finish line is. She can see the National Rowing Centre in her vision. The crowd's starting to come alive behind me as the novice crews come down towards the enclosure. This is the stuff you think of in novice rowing. Whoever wins this race, this is going to be a huge part of their college experience. But what a surge coming from Queen's University on the far side of the course. They're at the top of your screen. University College Dublin at the bottom. Do UCD have a response? I don't know if they're going to. Alan, look at this. Queen's University Ladies Boat Club. They're leading this one by about a canvas from University College Dublin at the bottom of your screen, coming down towards the line. The crowds are going mad behind me. What do UCD have to say about Queen's University Boat Club on the top of your screen? Can they keep their composure? Are their coxes getting them the exact right thing? Yes, they definitely, most certainly are. Look at this for composure. UCD certainly upping the rate at the bottom of your screen. Queen's still holding on by about, I'm going to say, about half a canvas, coming down towards the line. Queen's University Ladies Boat Club at the top of your screen. University College Dublin at the bottom of your screen. Here come UCD. What do Queen's have to say about this? What an excellent race in the final of the women's novice coxed quads. Coming down to the line, Queen's University on the far side, steering from University College Dublin. Is this going to cost them a championship here in the women's novice coxed quads? Queen's University Ladies Boat Club, University College Dublin coming down to the line. Alan, I'm not calling that one.
Wow, what a finish. What a finish. And it's too close to call official, and we wait for the official result. But if Queen's University win that, and I think they have it from looking at that screen, UCD are going to rue that little detour they took. Probably cost them a metre at about 600-700 metres to go, because that was an incredible finish. It was a two-boat race all the way down. The other crews now finishing. They made a race of it. Trinity, Skibbereen, and University of Galway. But what a race and what a finish for novice level. The commitment, the passion there to get over the line. But I don't think anybody left anything out there. God's attention as we await for the finish. I know that certainly from the reaction of the Queen's crew, they feel they got it. But if they did, that UCD crew, that little detour, all they needed was half a metre. I mean, if that was 2001 metres, I would have given it to UCD. But unfortunately, the tail of the tape never lies, and we'll get the official result. But certainly the Queen's crew, who were down for most of that, just down slightly for most of that race, I feel came through at the end and finished strong. But what a fantastic race. Again, we're being treated to some amazing finals here on day 2 with that women's novice cock squad. We'll wait the official result, but in the meantime, coming up next in the next few minutes and just about to go off the start, and they have gone off the start, is the women's junior 18 double scull. Again, these ladies have been through 2 rounds already, so third race, and we'll see Skibbereen and Fermoy in the centre too. They're the fastest qualifiers and the winners of the heats. But Ella, will you give us the lowdown, please, on the crews for the women's junior double scull?
Yes, indeed. Race number 215 on your programme, the final of the Women's Junior 18 Double Scull. In lane 1, Waterford A. Lane 2, Methodist. Lane 3, Skibbereen. Lane 4, Fermoy, and in lane 5, Ban, followed by lane 6, Athlone. What a race this is shaping up to be. As you mentioned, Alan, these girls have gone through time trials this morning at about 7:30. They then went into the heats earlier on, shortly after we had a quick break. Now we are down to the final 6 that are in to the final of the Women's Junior 18 double. As the drone shots pop up here on my screen, I'm looking at the crew sitting in lane 3. Skibbereen, look at this. We're starting to see the chevron shape appear. This is nearly ideal for this final of the Women's Junior 18 double scull. What a race this is shaping up to be. I'm looking at Skibbereen sitting in lane 3. Then I'm looking at Methodist in lane 2 and Fermoy in lane 3. That's their 1 to 3. Then where am I looking? Then I'm looking to the outside lanes of Ban, Athlone and Waterford as they lead away from this. But this Skibbereen crew, they're making a statement here, Alan, in the first 500 metres.
Yes, themselves and Fermoy have really taken it out hard. And again, you'd have to say that these were the form crews in the time trials, and they're looking really, really good now. They're trying to distance the field in the first 500 metres, which will make it a two-boat shootout now, but for the who'll end up top of the pile. But Skibbereen, both very similar rates now as we look at these excellent drone shots from upshot. They're really providing some fantastic shots from the lake today. But better length in it Fermoy versus Skibbereen at present. Skibbereen holding that lead. As I say that, Fermoy has probably brought it back to 3/4. But those two, I would say, in 500 metres are going to have distanced the field. It's further back to Methodist College, further back to Waterford A, who had good qualifiers. And then on the enclosure side, you've got Ban and Athlone on the left-hand side of the screen, as you previously looked at it. But as they go through there past the boat out on the water, we have about 1.25 lengths to Skibbereen. Skibbereen over Fermoy, so moving really, really well. But those two boats, as I said, it's going to be a two-horse shootout now for the title of Women's Junior 18 double sculls. So again, they're putting more and more distance in the field through the field, but they're moving both really well, kind of matching each other stroke for stroke. So it's going to be power and technique once the stroke rate stays the same. They probably have a strategy in relation to what stage they will each individually make a push. Now, I suppose a junior 18 racecraft can come into it, but probably not as much. They'll do what the coach has told them. At 1,000 metres, you go for a push, 20 strokes, and that can put a distance between them. But I'd say Fermoy are going to react to any move from Skibbereen, and this all-Munster affair is going to see some them put some distance between themselves and Methodist College. Although I say that, and Methodist College are moving very, very well from that shot. The Methodist girls about just overlooking over her left shoulder, trying to gauge exactly where they are, and she's going to probably call a push because they need to close that gap on the top two boats. They're through 1,000 metres now, and it's still those two boats now putting, of Skibbereen and Fermoy, putting more and more distance between themselves and the field. Ella, it looks like class will out because these two crews are looking to charge towards the finish.
Like you said, Alan, I think this is going to end up in a bit of a two-boat race. Skibbereen sitting in lane 3, just to the right of your picture. Fermoy sitting in lane 4. Fermoy really putting on a push there, about I'm going to say about a third of a canvas down on Skibbereen. The Skibbereen crew, plenty of international experience. Abigail Fowler sitting in the stroke. Stephen Holly O'Flynn sitting in the bow. They're sitting in lane 3 at the minute. They are the favoured ones for this race. Why? Because they've lane 3. They would have won one of their semi-finals earlier on. But now let's not forget about the Fermoy crew. Aoife Clifford sitting in the bow, and Gabriella Nagel sitting in stroke, having won the junior scull yesterday. You really wouldn't think any of these athletes already have multiple 2-kilometre races under their belt today. This is their third 2-kilometre race, and look at this. Skibbereen and Fermoy are locked together. Fermoy are on a surge. Do Skibbereen have anything to say about that? Defending champions for 2025, Methodist College Boat Club, and as you mentioned a couple of minutes ago, Methodist sitting in third. The Methodist crew of, as I look for my notes here, Methodist College of Freya Thornton and Rebecca Nugent, they're sitting back in third. They're in a comfortable third, but they're nothing near the dogfight that's going on between Skibbereen and Fermoy as we speak. Fermoy made a decision there about 400 metres ago. They were down about half a length on Skibbereen, and they made that decision, and they're still moving on Skibbereen. Skibbereen have not had anything to say about that yet, because Fermoy are now coming out to about half a canvas lead over Skibbereen. Do Skibbereen have anything to say? If they're going to respond, they need to, because they can't let Fermoy get too far away from them. This is some of the best rowing that Irish juniors, especially the women, have to offer, Alan.
Yeah, they Fermoy have really overturned that lead from Skibbereen. They've put a push on. I don't know if Skibbereen are working to their own plan, or they haven't been able to react to that strong Fermoy push in the middle of the course, because Skibbereen led this one out. They led it for about 1,000 metres. Fermoy just sneaking up on them. But Fermoy did put a push there, and they have dominated now, and they have got themselves out, as you said, Ella, to a canvas of a lead. So can they hold that now? Every one of these crews that are out in the water at the minute will have a big finish. They know after almost 6,000 metres of absolutely empty the tank, and as I say that, Skibbereen are putting a push on, and that canvas is down to probably half a canvas now as they start to approach the finish. Both crews rowing really well. They've distanced the field back to Methodist, back to Waterford, and so on, back further to the other crews. But Fermoy and Skibbereen, as the Skibbereen bow just looks across and gauges where they are, this one is going to go down to the line again. The NRC is in sight, and so is the finish line, and so is glory for this women's junior 18 double scull. And Fermoy have pushed that out to just a canvas, maybe half a length. Again, very small on these small boats, difficult to tell, but there has to be a reaction from that Skibbereen crew. They push towards the finish. Fermoy still holding that lead. Ella, take it home.
I'm still waiting for a response from Skibbereen, and I have not seen it yet. Alan, Fermoy inching out to, I'm going to say, about half a length's lead. The banks of the National Rowing Centre are coming alive as I speak to you. The banks are full of people. There's people down on the beach. There's people up at the enclosure. There's people on the balcony. There's people everywhere, because this is the race you want to see here at the Irish Rowing Championship. Skibbereen Rowing Club on the right of your screen. Fermoy Rowing Club on the left of your screen. Here is the response coming from Skibbereen that I talked about. We have seen this sprint time and time again from this boat club, Alan. We're coming down to the line. It's Skibbereen in the red boat. Fermoy closest to the camera. Do Skibbereen have a response as they come down to the line? I think Fermoy, I'm going to call that for a win for Fermoy. Yes, the girls in that boat definitely agree with me. Fermoy crossing the line. Delight on the faces of the two girls sitting in that boat, of Aoife Clifford and Gabriella Nagel, sitting in the seat of the Fermoy crew. They've taken the win in the women's junior double scull, the Pat Irwin Shield. Alan, thoughts on a fantastic race from Fermoy and Skibbereen?
Wow, Nagel and Clifford, they're well deserved, because Skibbereen were always going to put a push on, and they were always going to have to react to that. They held it to about half a canvas on the line. Oh, Skibbereen heartbroken, the girls there. You could just see in the last 300 or 400 metres, Skibbereen, the bow and Skibbereen just glancing across, knowing that they were so close and that a push could do it. And I really thought that Skibbereen were going to have a dominating push, but incredible retaliation, I suppose, from Fermoy, just just to hold them off and power through to that victory. Wow, what a treat we had there in the women's junior double scull. Two fantastic neck and neck races there in the last two races, and just to confirm from that previous race in the women's novice cock squad, it was a win for Queens. Again, they did take it by 0.3 of a second, so every inch counts in this. What you think, it doesn't matter at 250 meters, matters a hell of a lot on the line. So no time to rest on our laurels here as we go straight down to the start of the men's junior 18 Cox's quads. Again, these absolutely relentless boats. These guys are absolutely bulletproof. Once you get into J18 rowing, guys have a few years experience, including the girls. They have a few years experience and they are willing to put their bodies on the line. So it's absolutely, these things are rocket propelled. I cannot wait for this race. It's Muckers A in lane 1, it's Enniskillen in lane 2, it's Methodist A in lane 3, Skibbereen lane 4, Lee Valley lane 5 and Closhtignod lane 6. Looks like they're under starters orders and they're away, and that's the Skibbereen crew in lane 4. Have a rocket of a start, although just looking down again, these guys are steering themselves, so someone is responsible both for putting down the power and for steering. Methodist College there in lane 3 seem to have a rocket of a start, and they've held a canvas over their nearest neighbour Skibbereen in lane 4. Out there in lane Zach Closhtignod in lane 6 as well, doing quite well at it. So what do you make of this one?
This is one of the races I have been looking forward to all day, Alan. I'm looking at Methodist sitting in lane 3. I'm looking at Skibbereen in lane 4. Let me give you a name check of the athletes we're about to see race towards us here at the National Rowing Centre. Sitting in lane 3, we have Methodist A. Sitting in bow, Jensen Miller. In the 2 seat, Felix O'Gorman. In the 3 seat, Daniel Crozier. And in stroke, Harry McCartney. International experience galore is what we're witnessing here at the Irish Rowing Championships. Let me give you a run through of Skibbereen, who are sitting in lane 4. In the bow seat, Desmond Keane. In the 2 seat, Sam Wheeler O'Brien. 3, Matthias Coggan. And in lane 4, Alton Carney. This is going to be a battle and a half, Alan. On my part, I'm thinking the final of the men's junior 18 coxless quads. We look here, I'm looking at lane 3. I'm going to give Methodist about a third of a canvas over Skibbereen as a lead away from this point in the race. Now, let's not forget about the race going on for the minor places. You could throw a blanket across Muckers A, Enniskillen, Lee Valley and Closhtignod. What a close race we have going on here. The centre lanes fighting for first and second, the outside lanes fighting for the remaining places, and you could throw a blanket across all of these crews. I'm looking at Methodist A. I'm still giving them, I'm going to reduce it, I'm going to give Methodist A about a bow ball over Skibbereen. This is some of the top class junior sculling. If I am correct in saying the world record for the men's, we'll take example for the men's 8s and the men's quads, there's only a matter of seconds between them. The quad is one of the fastest boats you will witness. The symmetry, the precision that is happening in this boat coming down this course at us now is next to none, as Methodist A move out to about, I'm going to say, half a canvas over Skibbereen. As you mentioned a couple of minutes ago, Alan, these boats are steering themselves. There's some person sitting in all of these crews with a tiller attached to their foot, and they're making the calls, as we saw a couple of moments ago in both the novice quads and the junior 18 double. What happens at 250 metres can make a lot of a difference when we get down to 2,000 metres. Boat crews back level now with Methodist on the left of your screen, Skibbereen on the right. They're dead level, Alan. They're locked together.
And look at them sitting right in the centre of their lanes. That is a talent in itself, is just keeping that boat, especially under so much power, under so much speed. But those two boats out in front, Methodist College and Skibbereen, really working well against each other, and they're going to drive each other on, and they're clear of the field now at this stage. And from this shot here now, we can see that Methodist A have probably stole about half a length on Skibbereen. Higher rate from Methodist A. Now, sorry, we get back to the overhead shot, and I can see they're neck and neck. But a Methodist A crew, tidier than the Skibbereen crew. Skibbereen physically bigger, all right, but both matching each other stroke for stroke. Further back we have Muckers, Enniskillen, Lee Valley and Closhtignod, but they're in the battles for that third spot, because out in front and knocking lumps out of each other, Methodist A versus Skibbereen. Wow, two amazing crews here, and they're moving so well together. Definitely the Methodist crew with a higher rate, lighter, maybe tidier in the water, but huge power coming from that Skibbereen boat, because they are some big junior 18s, and that has given them half a canvas of a lead over the Methodist crew. As you can see, still sitting right in the middle of their lanes, not a peep out of the steering. No issues with that. These are well experienced, even though they're J18s, probably rowing from 12, 13 years old, and blade work immaculate. But as we look there, I would say it's pushing out to definitely a canvas for Skibbereen, and maybe even a small bit more from that overhead shot that we just saw as they approach probably 500 metres left. They're still that maybe half a length in the lead, and that is Skibbereen holding that over Methodist College. They've distanced the field in the battle for third is between Enniskillen and Lee Valley, but pushing out into the last 500 there as we get a close-up of that Muckers crew and that Enniskillen crew. Still beautiful rowing from the boats further back, but there's just such a distance between them and the top two boats of Methodist and Skibbereen, and I think Methodist College will have a big finish here. Will they be enough to close half a length, or can Skibbereen hold them off? Ella?
Whether you're watching this in your kitchen at home or you're on the car on the way down to the waters here in Inniscarra, please have a look at this race. This is some of the best junior men's sculling the island of Ireland has on offer. It's Skibbereen in the boat in the overhead shot with the red canvas. It's Methodist on the right of your screen there in lane 3. And to be honest, I think Skibbereen have put on a bit of a charge. Do Methodist have anything to say about this? I'm not sure they do. Skibbereen renowned for their sprint when they come in towards the finish. We saw it only a couple of moments ago in the junior women's double, but let's fix our attention on the junior men's coxless squad. Skibbereen edging out now to 3/4 of a length lead. I took a look out onto the regatta enclosure here a couple of moments ago, and let me tell you, it is packed. There are people everywhere, eyes glued to the big screen here in the enclosure. Soon eyes will change from the big screen out over onto the water as these boats come past us here at the National Rowing Centre. As you can see there, look at that, the banks of Inniscarra absolutely packed as Skibbereen come down to the line. Desmond Keane in the bow, Sam Wheeler O'Brien in 2, Matthias Coggan in 3, and Alton Carney sitting in the stroke seat leading his crew down the course. Can Methodist have anything to say about Skibbereen? A look over the left shoulder from Harry McCartney sitting in the stroke seat. He's trying desperately, he's jacking the rate way up, but Skibbereen have well over 3/4 of a length at this stage. It's nearly, they're edging out closer now to a length if anything else. It's Skibbereen on the left of your screen, Methodist on the right. Here comes Methodist. I'm going to put that down now to about half a length. Harry McCartney jacking the rate. Oh, there goes some splashing. Can they stay clean and tidy? Does the sprint of Skibbereen have anything to say about Methodist? They're charging back. The sprint of Skibbereen starting to come into place as they come down towards the finish line. Skibbereen need to watch their steering. Coming down towards the finish line here in the men's junior quads. Skibbereen, it's Methodist coming down. Here we go. They have 2 strokes to go. Skibbereen look set. There's the celebrations from the bowman. Desmond Keane looking over the right shoulder. They're not sure. I'm going to wait for the official result, but from where I was sitting, it looked like Skibbereen taking the wing in the men's junior coxless squad. Of course, all official results available on the website, but look at like I have to say, what a race, Alan. Skibbereen, Methodist, some of the best display of sculling I think we're going to see here all weekend.
Oh, Methodist really closed that gap towards the end, but they just ran out of water. You do wonder, had they started 10 metres earlier, would that have been a different story? But a canvas win by the looks of it from our angle here. We wait for the official result, but that Skibbereen crew again, bigger, physically stronger than that Methodist crew, but a huge push from Methodist College there at the end, and they ate up about 3/4 of boat length, but just ran out of water at the end. And another fascinating finish there in day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships in the men's junior coxless quad. We go straight down, as I can see, as the celebrations continue there for Skibbereen. I see that the men's intermediate single scull final, again, these guys would have gone through a few rounds this morning. That final is being lined up at the minute, and the boats are on the stake boats. As you can see there, lane 1 to 6, we will go with Muckers in lane 1. That's Leslie from Muckers. Sheridan from St. Michael's in lane 2. McGrath from University of Galway in lane 3. O'Connor from Neptune and McGrath from University of Galway in those prime lanes of 3 and 4. Lane 5 sees O'Sullivan from University of Galway, and Tosh, who had finished 10th in the time trial, made the top 6, and he is out in lane 6 for Muckers. So based on form, you could keep an eye on lane 3 and lane 4 for this one. That's McGrath, University of Galway, and O'Connor from Neptune. And how did those times play out?
Yeah, I'm just looking up here at the timetable. The official result just coming up on stream. Confirmation, it was a win for Skibbereen in the men's junior 18 cocktail squad. And if I do the quick maths on this, it's looking like 0.7 of a junior men's rowing. Both clubs, both Skibbereen and Methodist, a real stronghold in this event, and a credit to all 8 of those, indeed all 6 of those boats. What a race that went on for the minor placings as well. Skibbereen coming across in first, Methodist in second, and Muckers A grabbing the 3rd place finish. As Alan mentioned a couple of minutes ago, as you can see up on screen, we're getting ready to get the men's intermediate single final underway. I was commentating on these time trials earlier on today as Eugene McGrath comes up on screen. This is going to be a close race. Again, I know I keep saying this, but this is some of the best sculling we have on offer here on the island of Ireland. University of Galway McGrath was a sculler that appeared on your screen a couple of minutes ago. I'm keeping an eye on St. Michael Sheridan in lane 2, slightly to the left of your screen. He's a very, very quick start. As they pull away from the stake boats here, what a shot. You can see the umpire getting in line, get behind all 6 of these crews, shepherd them down the course, and some people would argue the umpire has the best seat in the house, following all 6 of these scullers down the course as our drone legs it back up the course to get back up in line with these scullers. As Alan mentioned a couple of minutes ago, these crews have went through time trials. We had a large entry in this event. They went through the semi-finals earlier today, and now here we are in the final. Many boats out on the water at the minute. We'll be getting ready for the rest of the finals. We'll have 4 more finals to go once we get this men's intermediate single scull down the course. Look at this for a shot. Our drone is en route. It's trying to catch up with these seriously fast men's intermediate single sculls. I'm keeping an eye on the middle lanes of University of Galway McGrath and Neptune O'Connor. That's who I'm not going to say concerned about, but I'm going to say I'm keeping an eye on them. This could be a very, very close race. I'm also keeping an eye on University of Galway O'Sullivan on the left hand side of your screen. Looking to me, University of Galway O'Sullivan, Neptune O'Connor, University of Galway McGrath. That's who I'm watching as our drone just gets up level with them now. Look at that for a fabulous shot. Inniscarra Bridge in the background, and all 6 boats making their way down the course. Now, let's get a look at what is going on here. I'm looking at the sculler sitting in lane 2, St. Michael's Sheridan. Let's look at him. Where is he going out in lane 2? He's leading this by about a length, and I'm looking at University of Galway McGrath and Neptune O'Connor slightly further back then to University of Galway O'Sullivan, Muckers Tot and Muckers Leslie, but Thomas Sheridan of St. Michael's was leading that for a brief moment. Now I'm looking at, here comes Neptune O'Connor. This is what I was expecting. Neptune O'Connor leading by about half a length, then back to University of Galway McGrath, who is locked in with St. Michael's Sheridan. That's your 1 to 3 as they lead away from me. Alan, what are you seeing here?
Yeah, certainly the rocket off the start with Sheridan from St. Michael's now. It's come back together slightly, and no one's really out of it just yet. Muckers, Todd from Muckers and Leslie from Muckers are a little off the pace, but it's the middle 4 boats as the chevron starts to take shape. It's the middle 4 boats based on the qualifying heat that seem to be showing the best, with O'Connor in lane 4 for Neptune in that black boat, but it's very slightly back to McGrath and very slightly then back to Sheridan again. As I said, he led them out. He's holding that 3rd position, and a small bit back there to O'Sullivan out in lane 5, but Neptune O'Connor holding about 3/4 of a length over McGrath from University of Galway. But really there's 4 boats, I would say, still in it, because anything can happen. Again, single scull, plenty of experience in this intermediate, but 1 bad stroke is all you need over 200 plus, and that can get you in a world of trouble. So these 3 boats of Neptune, Galway and St. Michael's starting to put a push, and O'Sullivan, University of Galway, needs to react to try and stay in the mix, because there's a psychological effect here as well, that if the boats go out of view, if you look over to your left shoulder and look over your right shoulder and you can't see anybody, there's a demoralizing effect. So if you can see them just in your peripheral vision, that's going to drive you on a little more. Just get little extra bit out of it. So Neptune O'Connor holding half a length over Galway, McGrath holding a full length over Sheridan, who had that rocket start, and then it's further back to O'Sullivan, and then you're back to Tosh and Leslie from Muckers, who are slightly out of it now at this stage, but it's about half a length between Neptune and the McGrath in that lane 3 and lane 4. It's where all the action is at the minute, and I'd say it's going to be between McGrath, O'Connor and Sheridan for the top spot of this podium. But as we speak there, as they push through 1,000 metres, it's O'Connor from Neptune still holding that 3/4 of a length lead, but McGrath certainly hasn't let him go.
Yeah, McGrath won this event at Cork Regatta only 3 short weeks ago. Can he put that experience to the test? I think yes, he certainly can. Neptune O'Connor looking like he's still holding about 3/4 of a length lead at this stage in the race. As you mentioned a few moments ago, St. Michael's Sheridan drifting slightly back had a serious start, and it was in all his efforts to get up there at the front of the pack, which he did. But now O'Connor and McGrath starting to push the field out a bit, still keeping an eye on University of Galway O'Sullivan, who seems to be putting St. Michael's Sheridan under pressure for that third place. Then slightly further back then to Muckers Todd and Muckers Leslie. It's still a credit to Muckers to have 2 scullers in the final of the men's intermediate single, but where all the action and the business end of the field is up with Neptune O'Connor and University of Galway McGrath. Neptune O'Connor pushing out to about 3/4 of a length, maybe even a full length over University of Galway McGrath. You can see it's nearly hard to see that Neptune sculler. Looks to me like he's rowing in a black boat. He's nearly blending into the water, but you can see some serious, long, strong strokes. He's pushing walls of water away from his scull, and he's propelling himself down the river. I'm keeping an eye on University of Galway McGrath, originally hailed from Cappoquin, but here he is putting in some serious efforts in the men's intermediate single scull. As I mentioned, he won a Cork Regatta only a few short weeks ago. The 2025 defending champion, hailing from University of Galway, Mr. Zach Megan. Let's see, can University of Galway take this title here again? At the minute, it's looking very good. To heading back over to the east is looking good for Neptune O'Connor at this point in the race. He's leading out. Has he broken the elastic band on his stern against University of Galway McGrath's bow? I think he's edging closer to breaking it. Now let's keep I'm still keeping an eye on Sheridan of St. Michael's, just slightly to the stroke side of McGrath. He's getting up, he's challenging him for that second place. If he can push him on, can they make inroads into Neptune O'Connor between University of Galway and St. Michael's? I think there might be a chance of that happening, but I think the elastic brand has been broken. Neptune O'Connor is leading this. He's in full control of this field. If McGrath or Sheridan tries to make a move on him, he's going to be able to respond. He hopefully will be able to see it coming. A lovely shot there off the back of the Neptune sculler, the green with the black stripe across his back, representing Neptune Rowing Club all the way from Island Bridge in Dublin. I'm sure they spent countless hours out in Blessington training for this moment, pacing the rest of the scullers from Neptune. Look, a fantastic race going on between McGrath and Sheridan for the second and third place finish. They look to be locked together, but Neptune O'Connor is leading this out without a shadow of a doubt. He even looks like he's dropped the rate nearly slightly, but look, the final of the men's intermediate single, Alan, and Neptune O'Connor looking very well.
He has dropped the rate, but the power through the water from the green and black attack there of O'Connor from Neptune, he has broken that elastic band, and if anything, McGrath has faded, and Sheridan from St. Michael's is coming through. Sheridan, who had that great push, he's on a huge push, and I'd say O'Connor just needs to keep an eye over to the right hand side, because Sheridan is on a charge for his big finish, but O'Connor has held this. It took him about 1,500 metres just to crack McGrath, but huge push now from Sheridan, it's been reacted to. Certainly there's a huge difference in the rate between the two rowers, but will Sheridan run out of water? Can O'Connor hold on to this? O'Connor has picked up the pace, and he's going to approach the line. Massive win for Neptune there as they cross the line. It's O'Connor, but he raises his hand aloft. Huge comeback there from Sheridan, and again a great start. O'Connor delighted with that win, as you can well imagine, in the men's intermediate single scull. It took him about 500 metres to get back into that race from that massive start from Sheridan into St. Michael's in lane 2, and the Mickey O'Brien trophy looks like it is going to O'Connor from Neptune, men's intermediate singles goal. Great race. Took a long time to break the elastic, because McGrath from University of Galway in lane 3 was holding on and would not let O'Connor go. But when O'Connor snapped, he was well in control up until about 1,800 metres when Sheridan from St. Michael's decided it was time for his push. Sheridan closed down the water but just ran out in the end. Phil O'Connor was probably not on the absolute limit, well in control of that race, and he's going to take home the Mickey O'Brien trophy there for men's intermediate single scull. A win for Neptune O'Connor.
And as the men's intermediate singles start to return to the slip, catch their breath, and I'm sure will no doubt return to the slip to many of their clubmates coming in to congratulate on them on what was a serious race. We're turning our attention back to the women's junior 16 double scull. Race number 218 on your programme, just getting on the stake boats as we speak, due off the start in the next couple of seconds. Let's give you a rundown of who is due down the course. In lane 1, Skibbereen C. Lane 2, Ban. Lane 3, Lee. Lane 4, Clonmel. Lane 5, Neptune A. And in lane 6, Colostig Nodge A. All of these boats have been through time trials at the very, very early time of 7:30 this morning. Then they went on to race the heats at about 9:45, and now a select 6 are back to race the final at 11:25. As I mentioned, you off the stake boats in the next couple of seconds. Junior 16, it's promised to be some of the closest racing we're going to see today, and they are away off the stake boats. The umpire following them down the course to ensure fair racing, and arguably has one of the best seats in the house. Women's junior 16 doubles. This is the third 2-kilometre race of this morning for all 12 of these athletes. Who are we expecting to see lead as our drone catches up? I'm expecting Lee from lane 3. I'm expecting Clonmel from lane 4. But look at this, the Lee crew. They're sitting in lane 3 from the right. As you look at that screen a couple of moments ago, they're leading this one out. But where are Colostig Nodge A going? They're sitting out in lane 6, and they're really putting it up to Lee in the first couple of strokes of this race. Slight steering going on between Neptune and Clonmel in the centre of the course. But look at this, Lee. I'm looking at Lee in lane 3. I'm looking at Colostig Nodge in lane 6. What a race so far. We're only in the first couple of 100 metres. What's going on up at the start at the minute? It's not going to be as loud as where the coxes are there. There's only 12 athletes and they're sculling, but all athletes having 2 oars each. The launch coming down exactly the centre of the course. Colostig Nodge moving out over Lee. I'm going to give Colostig Nodge about half a length over Lee at this very, very early the stage. Then where am I looking? I'm looking at Ban for third. I'm also looking at Clonmel, looking like they're locked in third and fourth. And then I'm going back to Skibbereen and Neptune for the minor placings. But for me, Alan, look at this. Colostig Nodge from an outside lane leading in the first couple of 100.
Yeah, and they would have finished with somewhere between, somewhere like a third in their heat to be out in that lane, and they're putting up a stalwart of a fight up against that Lee crew. So Lee and Colostig Nodge looking very, very good. We saw some steering issues from Clonmel, who were encroaching on the Neptune lane. Again, I suppose there is these guys are steering with their oars, and I can see then Colostig Nodge slightly dropping back. The Lee crew starting to get a bit of domination on this field, but it's certainly still all together. But again, having gone through 3 rounds, this being the third round of racing, this level is going to be very, very high. I can see a slight issue there with Neptune and their steering, as you can see from the trails behind the boat, but Lee crew keeping that bang on in the middle of their lane, and right beside them the Clonmel crew are slightly coming back into it now. I'd say they're neck and neck with Colostig Nodge. So those 3 crews starting to do their best to distance the remaining crews that are out there. On the far side, Skibbereen, Ban beside them, and Lee holding that lead. But Colostig Nodge, certainly they maybe we expected them to fade with their position out in lane 6, but they certainly haven't yet, and they're gone through 500 metres now, and they're still up in the mix. So the 2, maybe 3 crews pushing out would be Clonmel, Lee, and that Colostig Nodge crew, and slightly further back then there's just a little bit of clear water back to the other 3 boats of Neptune, Ban and Skibbereen C. So Colostig Nodge, in fact, probably pushing up into the lead at this stage. Ella, they're holding a bit of a lead over Lee. Well, I suppose 2 boats out of 3 there for the top position.
Yes, and I'm just looking at the crew names here. Who's in this Colostig Nodge boat? Sophie Ryder sitting in the bow and Grace Faherty sitting in the stroke seat. That is why they have had such an explosive start. Those 2 athletes are little powerhouses in the Colostig Nodge crew over on the Corrib in Galway. Then where am I looking? Let's have a look at the Lee crew. Maeve Russell sitting in the bow and Ciara Guinea sitting in the stroke seat. I'm keeping an eye on Ban also in lane 2 there. in the Olympics only a few short months ago. But yes, let's look at this. I'm having Kalosh Dignodge on the bottom of your screen. I'm looking at Lee sitting in lane 3, slightly nearer the top. I'm going to give Lee about a bow ball over Kalosh Dignodge. If anything, this is a long race down the track. This is their third one of the morning. This is just as much a test of endurance as it is of anything else. This is Ban. They're coming up just at the top of your screen. They're sitting in third, and you could nearly throw a blanket across Lee, Clonmel and Neptune for the minor placings. But look at this, Kalosh Dignodge from an outside lane, sitting in lane 6. They're right up at the business end with Lee, who are in lane 3. Now, one of the things that is worth noting is that both of these crews, they're on opposite ends of the course. There's 2 empty lanes in between them. Will they be aware of each other? Yes, of course they will, but it's important to keep one eye on the other crew on the opposing side of the course. They were just riding up with Skibbereen there a couple of moments ago. They're slightly further back in the field, but where all the business is happening, it's at Lee sitting in lane 3 and and Kalosh Dignodge sitting in lane 6. Lee really coming out. They're starting to put on a little bit of a surge there. They're having a response to what Kalosh Dignodge had to say a couple of 100 metres ago. I'm going to give Lee about half a length over Kalosh Dignodge as they wind it up towards the finish line. These are junior 16 events. Their families will be here. Again, Kalosh Dignodge, a school in Galway. They were out early in the mornings in the car before school and indeed back down after school for a gym session. And here they are. This is the pinnacle of their season in the women's junior 16 double scull. It's Kalosh Dignodge just at the top of your screen there where our camera is zooming in on them. This is the crew who is putting it up to Lee Rowing Club, who are sitting in lane 3. Ciara Guinea sitting in the stroke seat and Maeve Russell sitting in the bow for Lee Rowing Club, who are currently leading the final of the women's junior 16 double scull. All the effort they've been putting in during the year, Alan, this is what has come down to their third 2K of the morning.
And we shouldn't be too surprised, I suppose, with Kalosh Dignodge. I just recall now their heat was a really tough finish, a really tough race, and maybe that tough race has served them well because they've come straight out of the blocks and they still haven't let it go between themselves and Ban and Lee. But Lee holding that and maybe starting to dominate a slight bit now as we get that overhead shot. You see Kalosh Dignodge on the right hand side, Lee in the centre, and Ban just to the left hand side of them. But beautiful sun reflecting off the lake here, but Lee starting to get in control now, starting to be a bit more dominant over that Ban crew, as you can see them. These junior 16 girls rowing really, really well, really strong, and you can see now from that picture Lee are have clear water now. But Kalosh Dignodge, what a crew, what a race from lane 6. They're really putting it up to Ban in that centre lane, but Lee seem to have this one in control now. Anything can change, one stroke, one bad stroke, and you can watch your dreams go up in smoke. But this Lee crew, fatigue will have to set in at some stage, but it's setting in for everybody, unfortunately. But the Lee crew, once you start to hear those cheers from the enclosure and know that you're within the last 250 metres, there's just that extra invisible force that pushes you towards the finish once you're in the lead. But really, really good rowing from that Lee crew. They have to be getting tired at this stage. They must be, but then every one of their competitors is feeling the same. Ban are starting to put a little bit of a push on to try and close that gap. Kalosh Dignodge have faded slightly, and then it's further back to the other crews of Neptune, Clonmel and Skibbereen Sea, but rowing really, really well. As you see that view there from the boat is, they've got clear water now and they're well in control and well on their way to this big finish. Ella.
Watch these names for when they move up to junior 16. Maeve Russell in the bow and Lee Guinea in the stroke seat for this Lee Rowing Club crew. They have clear water over the rest of the field. Ban making inroads into Kalosh Dignodge, leading them by about 3/4 of a length. But the boat of the moment as they make their way down towards the finish line here at the National Rowing Centre. It is Lee Rowing Club. They row in the marina in Cork, and here they are out at the National Rowing Centre rowing on the waters of Inniscarra. They have a commanding lead over the rest of the field in the final of the women's junior 16 double as they come down to the line with about 10 strokes to go. Lee Rowing Club from lane 3. The Kalosh Dignodge put it up to them a couple of moments ago, but they made a decisive decision only a couple of 100 metres ago. They came out with clear water, splashes in the water, arms in the air, handshakes. Girls, you have just won the junior 16 double scull here at the Irish Rowing Championships. Maeve Russell in the bow, Ciara Guinea in the stroke seat. Serious surge came from Ban there to take second position, followed by Clontarf settling for the minor placings. Lee Rowing Club, Ban were the 2025 defending champions, but it's coming back to Cork, back to Lee Rowing Club. The Junior 16 Women's Double Scull, a win for Lee Rowing Club. Alan, thoughts on the serious race that we've just witnessed there?
Yeah, Lee commanded it all the way. I suppose it certainly wasn't easy. Clontarf with that rocket start, they came out of the blocks in lane 6, and I think surprised everybody because all the focus was on the centre lanes. But again, fatigue and recovery played a huge part in this. With this, every one of those 12 athletes out there have rode 6K this morning, which is something I wouldn't fancy on my best day. So and raced it hard as well. So fair play to Lee. They broke the attack there from Clontarf and from Ban, and ended up crossing that line first. A great title there for the women's Junior 16 Double Scull. Next race up, we have, and it's already off the stake boats, we have the men's senior pair, Cork A in lane 2, Commercial B in lane 3, Commercial A in lane 4, and UCD. So a 4-boat race for this men's senior pair racing for the title of Irish Championship. For the men's senior pair, so just to see who is showing early, it looks as though one of the Commercial crews now has got off to a great start. I think that's in lane 4. That's the Commercial A crew. We'll see how this one plays out. Commercial B have an issue with steering, as you see just behind the umpire's launch. They veered off to the right, then steered back to the left. Cork A, they're out in lane 2, seem to be holding a nice steady line. Again, it's a huge part of pairs rowing, is keeping it dead straight in the centre of your lane. There's plenty of room, but too much power on the left or right side, too much push for one stroke or two, and all of a sudden you find yourself 2 or 3 metres to the left or right and costing yourself. We saw in that UCD novice quad earlier on, they can cost yourself on the line. So as they come towards us, they're about 250 metres gone, and I would say it's the crew from from UCD and Commercial, the Island Bridge battle that's out on the right hand side of your screen. The umpire veers over to there, which is kind of an indication of where all the action is. The umpire will be bound to stay with most of the time with the leaders, just to make sure that it's a fair race. As you see there on the left hand side, the UCD, the blue of UCD, just slightly visible. So UCD and Commercial, this Island Bridge affair seems to be unfolding here with about 400 metres gone. The drone rushes down now to get us the best pictures, but all the action is on that left hand side. I would say UCD maybe have a slight lead. We'll get a better idea now once that drone shot goes overhead, and we can let you know where all the action is. But beautiful view now as they look from the start tower all the way down the course. As the drone catches up now, and we can see that it is the Commercial A crew that hold the lead over that UCD boat by about a length, and the Cork A crew in lane 2 are also in the mix. So slightly off the pace would be the Commercial B crew, but it looks like a real battle here actually, because those 3 boats are still in the mix. Commercial A having about a length over the rest of the field.
I think you could be right, Alan. This could be an Island Bridge affair, but let's not forget about Cork Boat Club thrown out in lane 2 as well. Cork Boat Club making the clean sweep in the men's senior event in 2024. They won the 4 yesterday. Can they make inroads in the pair? And we'll have to wait for the 8 later on. But look at this: the Commercial A crew, consisting of Niall Beggan in the bow and Thomas Stevens in the stroke seat, they're creeping out to about 3/4 of a length lead over University College Dublin to their bow side. But Cork Boat Club are pretty much locked at level. UCD again on opposing sides of the course, but Commercial A seem to have crept out to a bit of a lead. Now, Alan, you mentioned a couple of moments ago about the launch coming into that lane. That's because these crews, they are steered with their foot. There's no cocks in the crew, and because it's sweeping, they're only rowing with one oar each. They can't just get straight and sort out their steering with pressure through there's some person either in the bow or the stern with the tiller connected to their foot. Umpires often kept busy in pairs races, whether it be at the Irish Rowing Championships or at Henley Royal Regatta. But let's keep our attention fixed firmly here in Cork with Commercial A sitting in lane 4. Now, I think University College Dublin have something to say about that. Not forgetting about Cork Boat Club either at the top of your screen. Commercial A definitely have had the lead for the last couple of 100 metres, but University College Dublin are coming up with a response. I'm sure University College Dublin of Owen McGrath and Michael Campion are no stranger to the Commercial A crew of Niall Beggan and Thomas Stevens. They've rowed they've rowed against each other multiple times, but look at this. University College Dublin definitely have something to say to Commercial. They've drawn up dead level with them. Cork Boat Club still sitting about half a length back. University College Dublin at the bottom of your screen, Commercial in the middle, Cork at the top. Cork also drawing level with Commercial and UCD. We're getting very close to having 3 boats all in a line. I'm going to give University College Dublin about half a canvas over Commercial A, who are, I'm going to say, dead level with Cork A. What a race this is shaping up to be. Cork Regatta, Cork B won this event, but look at this. We have a serious move coming on from University College Dublin. Commercial A slipping back desperately. Commercial A have come to a stop. Something has obviously happened with that crew, but let's keep our attention to where boats are moving. University College Dublin at the bottom of your screen, Cork A at the top of your screen. Commercial A have had an issue and they look to have dropped out of the race as we speak. University College Dublin, I'm going to give them about half a canvas over Cork A at the top of your screen. University College Dublin of Owen McGrath and Michael Campion, and Cork A of Fionn Toolan and Barry O'Flynn. I saw this crew coming down the course training on Thursday evening, and let me tell you, they were looking strong. They looked hopeful and they looked up for it, but that's not to say that this University College Dublin crew are not looking just as up for it. Disaster for the Commercial crew a couple of moments ago, but Alan, look at this race as University College Dublin looking very, very good.
1400 metres is all Commercial could last there, and they have come to a complete stop, but that anything can happen in any level of rowing, because UCD were rowing through them, and that Cork crew have not let this one go either. But it was UCD Commercial affair. Cork steady and came back. So now with Commercial dropping out, we are down to a 2-boat race, and this thing is going to go to the line, because we have Cork on the right hand side as you look at it now, and we have UCD both rowing really strong, really together. I'm just trying to see, is there much of a difference in rate? We're into the last 200 metres now at this stage, and both crews are going to up this, and this thing, would say, if anything, Cork on the right hand side of your screen are starting their push a little early, and it is dominating, and their rate has come right up, and I would say they have now taken half a length on UCD much lower rate. Now can Cork on the far side hold this? This one is going to go all the way to the line. Huge excitement here at the National Rowing Centre. This one is going to go Cork on the top of the screen, UCD on the bottom of the screen. UCD are coming back slightly. UCD are inching back on them. We're going to go to the line picture. This one is going to go all the way. Cork are up at this stage, and we're just trying to get an idea of the line. Amazing finish here. UCD have really ramped up that rate. But is it just too little too late? Because Cork, I think Cork have dominated that just at the finish.
Yes, Alan, what a race from the Cork Boat Club crew. As I mentioned, I saw them out training on Thursday evening, and let me tell you, they were looking clean, and what a sprint they had there. They timed it to perfection. The John Hall Cup, the men's senior pair 2025 defending champions, Cork Boat Club 2026 champions, Cork Boat Club. As I mentioned yesterday, they won the senior 4. They're after winning the senior pair. The question still stands, can they do the clean sweep like 2024 and win the senior 8? The answer to that question will be answered tomorrow evening. That's one of the races I am very, very much looking forward to, but I'm keeping our attention on the men's senior pair who have all just safely crossed the finish line. The John Hall Cup going back to the south. It's going back to Cork Boat Club for the second year in a row, Alan.
Certainly for 1400 metres it was going to be Commercials. They dominated that race. They had a great start themselves, and UCD were battling out. I don't exactly know what happened at about 1400 metres. The bow seemed to just ease off rowing. I not exactly sure if it was an issue with the boat or just fatiguing the athlete, but anyway, they dropped out of it. So as I said, anything can happen. UCD then took over, and if anything, UCD were well in command of that race. They had about a length over that Cork crew, but the Cork crew raised the rate towards the finish, and just UCD ran out of water. They just couldn't reply or respond to the big charge from Cork. As I said, these senior pairs, so much experience in every one of those boats. There was nobody who didn't know what they were at, but the power and the precision of the blade work of that Cork crew just took them over the line, and they have taken home the men's senior pair. 2 races left before our lunch break, and 2 minutes to go to the women's intermediate pairs. So another great race and a full house here. 6-boat racing. We have in lane 1 UCD, in lane 2 UCC B crew, in lane 3 UCC A crew, Cork in lane 4 with Neptune in lane 5, and the Trinity crew in lane 6. So this will be the next race up. It'll be the women's intermediate pairs.
Right, the final of the women's intermediate pair, race number 220. Alan went through the roll call with you a couple of moments ago. They're on the stake boats. They are due off to start at 11:45. My clock is saying 11:44. So at the stroke of 11:45, and there it is. These boats will be away, and look at that for timing. I'm keeping an eye on the boat. UCC in lane 5. Little bit of steering there slightly, but look at this. Right, they're off the stake boats. They're going through their start sequence. What can we expect to see here? Similar to the men's senior pairs we saw a couple of moments ago, there's one person in this boat steering with their foot, and I'm keeping an eye on UCCB. They need to watch their steering. They're going slightly veering over onto stroke side. I'm looking at the centre lanes. University College Cork A in lane 3, Cork in lane 4. Cork looking like they're drifting back by about half a length. Steering issue seriously going on from UCCB out in lane 2. The umpire tending to that. Coming out to a bit of a lead here in the first couple of 100 metres. It looks to be like the crew from lane 3, University College Cork, coming out to a lead as they tear away from the stake boats. They won at Cork Regatta 3 short weeks ago, proving they are informed. They are up for this. What are they going to have to say as they make their way through the first couple of 100 metres? Maeve O'Connell in the bow and Sheehan in the stern. What a commanding lead they already have, only a couple of 100 metres into the race. Then I'm looking at Cork B, who had steering issues at the start. I'm looking at Cork B, I'm looking at Cork Boat Club, then in lane 4, also looking at UCD out on the outside of the course and slightly further back to Neptune and Trinity. But Alan, the boat in the centre of the course doing all the running, University College Cork.
They had a huge start. O'Connell and Sheehan really they got a jump of about 5 metres on everybody off the start. I mean, an absolute rocket of a start, and it is serving them well now as they go through 250, 300 metres. Serious steering issues from the UCC B crew, as you can see there, just with the tail that's swerving around the place. And I think the Neptune crew seems to have come to a full stop there, and I think they are they're in some trouble there. I think they'll need to get going again. But the umpire, in fact, they could be in the water. The umpire has stopped and gone to the Neptune crew there out in lane 5. Sorry, so I think they might have collapsed into the water now. The umpire is back in the race, so he's got the thumbs up that everybody's okay, and the rescue boat will get out to them as soon as possible. So disaster for Neptune, but where all the action is seems to be up there with that UCC crew. So they've got a great start, but they certainly the UCD boat out in lane 1 hasn't left them off, because between themselves and UCC, and then beside them the Cork crew in lane 4, they seem to be the 3 at the races at the minute. Slightly stepped back then to the other crew then beside them. So it's the UCC A crew who are showing very well in lane 3 now at the moment, and they have clear water over the field.
Yes, Alan, you made a very, very good point. As soon as these boats left the stake boat, you pointed UCCA lane 3. They've had a serious start. And that is exactly what has happened. Look at them here. I'm going to say we're coming up to the 1K mark nearly at this point, and they have a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Where am I looking after UCC? I'm looking at UCD on the right of your screen in lane 1. I'm also looking at the crew just next to UCC, Cork Boat Club in lane 4. That's your 1 to 3. Cork Boat Club and UCD locked together for the 2nd and 3rd place, and slightly further back then to the rest of the crews in the VLB. University College Cork in lane 3. What a commanding lead, and Sheehan setting a serious rhythm up for Maeve O'Connell in the bow, who is backing her up every stroke of the way. We mentioned a couple of moments ago there's a slight headwind on the course at the minute. I was looking up at some of the flags here in the NRC. They're certainly blowing in the wind. I'm not going to say they're sitting still, because they most certainly aren't. Is the water choppy? Not necessarily. It's not like glass, but it's not rough. These pairs will have absolutely no problems coming down this course at intermediate level. But Cork extending their lead over the rest of the field University College Cork extending their lead over the rest of the field, with Cork Boat Club and UCD trailing behind for 2nd and 3rd place. University College Cork, we mentioned their fast start, and here they are, the crowd starting to get going here behind me. This is going to be a key moment in some of these athletes' university lives, if they are indeed still in college. Here we are in the women's intermediate pair, the final of this event. University College Cork took the win at Cork Regatta only 3 short weeks ago. This is racing now for the Atlunkert Cup at the Irish Rowing Championships. Trinity sitting out in lane 6 don't really seem to be at the business end of this race at the minute. They're the defending champions from 2025. But who is doing all the running and racing? It is University College Cork. Cork Boat Club and University College Dublin still locked together for the minor placings, but pulling away from the rest of the field, Alan. It is Maeve O'Connell and Anne Sheehan in the UCC boat.
Yeah, what a way to dominate a race from the very, very start. And once you get that start, if you can hold on to it, and they seem to just be in so much control now. The other 2 boats of UCD and Cork Boat Club are going to have to react. They're going to have to do all the racing, because it's 90% that UCC will take this. But absolute dominance now from the boat there in lane 3 of O'Connell and Sheehan from UCC. They're so much in control. They've dropped the rate, and you can see that clear water from the drone shot that they have over the UCD boat over in lane 1 and in lane 4 beside them, Cork. So the battle for 2nd place is the only real battle that is going on. But as the Neptune boat showed, unfortunately, one bad stroke can end up in the drink. So they just need to stay focused. But as they come in towards the line, they're really, really in control, rowing really well. I would say they've certainly lowered the rate, and they can enjoy this finish, because they've put in 1,500 hard meters. So the last 500 is a lap of honour, because this one is going to UCC. Beautiful rowing, staying dead centre in their lane. If you compare that to off on the left hand side, the Cork boat swerving slightly, but again, that's they're going to have to put the power down. There's a bit of power, a bit of panic, and all of a sudden these pairs will go from left to right pretty quickly. So well in control and looking to dominate in the women's intermediate pair. It's going to be that A crew from UCC. They're closing in on the line, and the Atlunkert Cup looks like it is heading to UCC.
Yeah, we mentioned the fast start that this crew had, and they haven't really looked back since, have they? I mean, still a very interesting race going on slightly further back between Cork Boat Club and University College Dublin for the minor placings. I'm going to give the edge to University College Dublin on the far side of the course there on the right hand side over Cork Boat Club, but there are no questions being asked of UCC. No one has really challenged them since they've left the stake boats. They decided on the stake boats, do you know what, we're going to take this by the scruff of the neck, and we're going to give it our everything, and let's see what comes out of that. And what a result that has come for them. The crowd starting to go mad here behind me for the University College Cork A crew of Maeve O'Connell and Anne Sheehan as they come down to the line. In the women's intermediate pair, here come half of UCC, have to be cheering for this crew, as well as University College Dublin and Cork Boat Club for the minor placings, giving Cork Boat Club a slight edge over University College Dublin. But no questions have been asked of this UCC crew. Maeve O'Connell in the bow, Anne Sheehan in the stroke seat. They took this by the scruff of the neck, Alan, and what a race from this UCC crew coming down.
Absolutely, yes. They risked it all maybe for a massive start, and they said, death or glory, and it is glory for UCC because they will hit the line and they will have a comfortable win. I always wondered what it was like to dominate that last 500 metres. Just know you're going to win. You can really enjoy it and maybe even produce some of your best rowing. All the pressure's off getting to that line, and they're rowing. They haven't changed their rowing style. They barely changed their rowing rate, and UCC are going to come across the line here. Real battle for second place. But it is only a battle for second place, and it could even be a photo on the line between the Cork crew and that UCD crew. They didn't give up until the very end, but a huge dominating win for that UCC A crew of O'Connell and Sheehan, and richly deserved title of the Irish Championship for the women's intermediate pair.
And getting on to the stake boats as we speak is the last final of our morning session. It is the final of the men's junior 16-8, race number 221 on your programme. Let's do a quick roll call before we get underway. In lane 1, Cork Boat Club. Lane 2, St Joseph's B. Lane 3, Castleconnell. Lane 4, Closh Knowledge. Lane 5, St Joseph's A. And in lane 6, Enniskillen. Now let's take a look at what the past couple of months, I should say, has been like in this event. The 2025 defending champions, Enniskillen Royal Boat Club. Cork Regatta saw St Joseph's take the win, with Enniskillen taking the win at the schools regatta held in O'Brien's Bridge back in April. Now, one thing I've been keeping an eye on is the junior 16-8 is basically a bit of a preview into what the next 2 years are going to be like when we start looking at these athletes in the men's junior 18 category. Our drone is up on the water, heading up to the start as we speak. Alan, what are you feeling as we prepare for this men's junior 16-8s final?
Well, these J16s are absolutely fearless. They'll put their neck on the line. As you said, from the previous season, from the last couple of months, we've seen Enniskillen and St Joseph showing with kind of a little bit of a disjointed rowing season that we had with cancellations due to weather, but Enniskillen and St Joseph's you would call out as the favourites for this, but we'll see what happens because there's some big names there. Cork, St Joseph's, Castleconnell, Closh Enniskillen as well, 2 crews from St Joseph's, and we're just getting the overhead shot now as they the boats just attempt to get on the stake boats. So
look at Alan, as you're mentioning there, the crews are just getting on the stake boats. Talk us through. So the crews have paddled up to the start. They've gone through the arch on the bridge there on the left-hand side. They've done their warm-up around the loop. When they're coming back through the bridge on the right-hand side, talk us through what they're going to be doing and what's happening right now.
Well, the cocks will ask them to square blade and slow down, and then they will back themselves on to the stake boats, I suppose. In theory, a simple process, but 8s are big boats. J16s can be relatively inexperienced. It's much easier to go one way than the other, so precision work isn't necessarily their strong point. So sometimes we do see some starters get a little frustrated with the junior rowers, but everybody has to learn somewhere. So there's a little bit of experience in it, but again, having a cox that knows their stuff is key to all of this.
Yeah, we can just see what you were talking about there with the crews squaring their blades and checking it back onto the stake, but that's exactly what St Joseph's A are doing in lane 5, just a second from the left there in the centre of your screen. And I would imagine they'll be off the start pretty much as soon as St Joseph's are attached. They look to be attached right now. However, I'm looking at the crew, the other St Joseph's crew in lane 2, just seem to have detached from the stake boats there. So they're just going to check it back out, or row it back out, I should say, get straight, and then check it back onto the stake boat. As we mentioned a couple of moments ago, there seems to be a bit of a headwind on the course this can be challenging, especially if it's a little bit of a cross headwind, so it could be blowing the crews on one particular direction. And look at, as you mentioned, Alan, the importance of having an experienced cox, especially in a young junior crew. It can really be integral to, but I suppose getting up to the start, this can be for a cox, and from a cox's perspective, I would have done a bit of it. Like, sometimes this can nearly be the hardest job as a cox, is getting them up to the start, getting them on the stake boats, and getting the warm-up complete.
Yeah, stress and pressure is unfortunately part of this, and this can actually be the toughest part, and it can throw a crew off their vibe there after having a real good warm-up, done a few practice starts, and then, you know, there's a bit of hassle at the start getting on the stake boats, and that can really throw things off. Now, by the looks of it, everyone has come forward to row, and they are away. So we are away for the last race of the first morning finals, the men's junior 16 eights, and showing straight off the bat is that St. Joseph's A crew out on the left hand side as you watch it here with Enniskillen. So those two boats now seem to have a very slight lead over Closhtignaw there in the centre lane, where beside them Castle Connell slightly off the pace, St. Joseph's B, and still up there is Cork out in lane 1. That's on the right hand side of your screen. Ella, this one is fantastic. These three big boats now on the left hand side seem to be doing all the running.
Yes, I see this as a preview of what we might be talking about in 2 years' time for the Junior 18-8s, and potentially a preview into what we could be talking about tomorrow for the 2025 Junior 8s. But let's keep our attention fixed firmly on the Junior 16-8s, the final race 221 on your programme. All the action seeming to be on the left-hand side of your screen. I'm looking at St. Joseph's A in lane 5. I'm looking at Enniskillen in lane 6 and Closhtignaw in lane 4. Closhtignaw slowly starting to drift back, slightly going level with Cork Boat Club for the 3rd and 4th place, and slightly further back is St. Joseph's B and Castle Connell. St. Joseph's and Enniskillen, a powerhouse in junior men's and women's sweep rowing. All too often we're commentating on the Junior 8s here at the Irish Rowing Championships, and the main names we're talking about is St. Joseph's for the men and the women, or excuse me, St. Joseph's for the men and Enniskillen for both the men and the women. And look at strong display of rowing from this young St. Joseph's crew. Again, we mentioned the coxes a couple of moments ago. Now this would have been noisy coming off the stake boats. You have 6 coxes, you have whatever 8 times 6 is. I'm not going to do the maths here while I'm trying to talk, but you have a lot of boats, you have a lot of oars, you have a lot of people, and you have a lot of coxes as well, of course, as our different launches and umpires out on the water. But look at this, St. Joseph's A stretching out to, I'm going to say a 1/3 of a length's lead over the crew in the outside lane of Enniskillen. That's your 1 and 2. Then I'm looking at Closhtignaw sitting pretty comfortably in 3rd, Cork Boat Club looking like 5th, and St. Joseph's being Castle Connell there slightly further back for the minor placings. Have St. Joseph shaken off Enniskillen? By absolutely no means. Enniskillen are well and truly alive and kicking, and St. Joseph's are desperately taking this race by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, Closhtignaw still not out of it on that on the centre lane there, in lane number 4, but those 3 boats are really starting to distance the field. Cork still on the right hand side trying to put a bit of a push in, but there's clear water now between themselves and Closhtignaw in the centre of the screen. But St. Joseph's now starting to pull half a length out of Enniskillen at this stage. Now we're maybe about 1,000 metres in at this stage, but half a length, it's nothing with a big finish, because Enniskillen are known for their clean blade work and their big finishes, as we've seen earlier this morning. But St. Joseph's really great start on that, and they've held that lead. Now they haven't broken Enniskillen yet. They haven't even broken Closhtignaw. Cork in 4th place have slipped back slightly, and then it's further back to St. Joseph's B and Castle Connell, who are in a battle there for the minor places. Closhtignaw maybe slipping out of this, but the real battle there on the left hand side of the screen, you can see on the far left Enniskillen about half a length down on St. Joseph's. So both of those crews moving really well. Slightly bigger pulls maybe coming from the St. Joseph's boat, but Enniskillen very tidy. Rate still roughly the same. I would say there's only maybe at most 1 pip between them, but St. Joseph's probably have half a length now. They've squeezed a little bit more out of Enniskillen. Ella, where do you see these 2 boats dominating the field?
Yeah, look at like St Joseph's. I've no doubt they will have paced their junior 18-8 up and down the carb countless times. Same for Enniskillen, their junior 18-8 out at Henley last week. I'm sure this junior 16-8 was used for some very, very fast racing up and down the waters up in Fermanagh. But St Joseph's, I'm going to put them up at nearly 3/4 of a length at this stage in the race, Alan. Like, look at Enniskillen, they're still there. They're still well in contact. The bow person in the Enniskillen boat, which is James McCallum, he's still in contact with the St Joseph's crew. He's there. He can feel them, he can see their puddles, he can hear them. But the guy up on the stern of that Enniskillen crew, Evan Clark and Josh Allen, they're your stern pair. They're going to be slightly further out of contact, but they're making a move. St Joseph's still leading this one. The cocks of the St Joseph's crew, Paddy Heffernan, he's well aware of the Enniskillen crew to his right. He's edging his crew on. You can see, look at these two yellow M-packers. You have Enniskillen at the bottom of your screen and Kalashnikov is just sitting next to them in lane 5, the St Joseph's crew of Alexander Ponish and Lucas Skabalak sitting in stern pair. They're setting up a very, very strong rhythm. What do Enniskillen have to say about this, Alan?
Ella, there's 500 metres left, and I would say Enniskillen have come right back into this. I thought I would have given St Joseph's a little bit more, but earlier on, and I think Enniskillen now a big push can see a couple of seats swallowed up very quickly, and these would have, with 500 metres left now, probably 450 to go. I think someone is going to have a big finish here, and Enniskillen are down for that big finish now. Can they close that gap? I'd say that gap is less than approaching half a length. Difficult to say at this stage, but Enniskillen now with a big finish. It's going to be St Joseph's. Can St Joseph's hold on? They've done all the running and they've held this lead all the way down this race, all the way down this course. This junior 16 men's 8s will go right to the line, but that's still half a length. St Joseph's really pushing, being pushed under pressure by Enniskillen, and I'd say they're inching away bit by bit. Enniskillen are closing.
Enniskillen seriously have something to say about what St Joseph's have done. St Joseph's have done the main running and racing for the first 1,900 metres of this race. All you have to be is ahead at 2,000 metres, and Enniskillen are pushing this right down to the line. They're bunching up. I'm giving St Joseph's I'm still going to give them half a length over Enniskillen, but Enniskillen are moving, let me tell you. Do St Joseph's, can they hold on? Have Enniskillen timed this to perfection? The crowd going absolutely mad behind me. I think Enniskillen might just run out of water as they draw closer and closer to the finish. St Joseph's A at the top of your screen, Enniskillen at the bottom. Have Enniskillen timed it to perfection? I'm going to give St Joseph's about a quarter of a length over Enniskillen. Enniskillen are charging. Can St Joseph's hold on? The Coxes no doubt screaming at their crews, getting every last inch out of them as they draw closer and closer to the line here at the National Rowing Centre. St Joseph's A, that's the splashing that you want to see when you've crossed the line in first. The glory of your crew. St Joseph's taking the win in the men's junior 16-8. A quick run through the crew that we just saw race. In the Cox's seat, Paddy Heffernan. In the bow, we have Daniel Poshnan. 2, Cormac Hogan. In the 3 seat, Jack Cassidy. 4 seat, Jack Boyle. 5 seat, Dara Fuller. 6 seat, Ryan Agnew. 7 seat, Luca Sablik. And in the stroke seat, Alexander Poshkin. Alan, what a race at junior 16.
Incredible athletes, and every one of them to a man is absolutely wrecked. And Enniskillen with some great early season. St Joseph's coming back in a Cork Regatta for the win, and we saw the 2 best junior 16s out there in the country, and they were knocking lumps out of each other. The Enniskillen crew closed, must have been at least 3/4 of a length to, I would say, the verdict on the line could be a canvas, but they just ran out of water. Huge finish from Enniskillen, but the boys in St Joseph just held on. Huge strength, power, and they crossed that line first to claim the men's junior 16-8. What a race we have been treated to. Some morning of finals here, really well deserved to one and all. We saw some absolutely fantastic close racing, exciting stuff, including which wasn't close, was women's senior quad. Just an absolute dominant display by Lee and Skibbereen composite of the international, as I said, the Marvel superheroes of Irish women's rowing. Fantastic. So incredible morning, Ella, we have had, and we have now a bit of a break.
Yeah, like I said, we've just under an hour's break before we back with you for some time trials for this afternoon's racing. What a set of finals we've been treated to! About an hour and a half finals myself and Alan have taken you through here in the last wee while. It's been an exciting hour and a half, and I have no doubt in about 5 hours' time we'll have another exciting hour and a half of finals. We're going to go for a quick break here. We're going to be back at about 1 o'clock with some time trials of the men's intermediate pair, the women's intermediate single, the men's J16 double, and the men's club 2 single scull. So we'll be back to you in just under an hour's time for part 2 of day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. Hello and welcome to part 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. Okay, and just gone 12:46 here at the Irish Rowing Championships down in Inniscarra in County Cork. We'll be heading in to the second lot of time trials for the second session here on day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. Another lot of time trials, heats and finals coming your way in the next couple of hours or so. Racing set to finish at 6 o'clock this evening. Now, before we go through these, the next couple of times, now just a couple of things to run through. And firstly, a very quick word for our event sponsor here at the Irish Rowing Championships, a huge supporter of sport and community. They are Cork County Council. They continue to champion events like this as part of their commitment to sustainability. They've provided water refill barrels throughout the venue, and we encourage you to refill water bottles and reduce single-use plastic. We have water refill stations dotted around the enclosure here, so we'd also ask you to remove your rubbish and leave the area as you found it. There is skips dotted around the area, and of course black bags available as well for clubs who wish to keep them at their trailer. Now, in addition to this, we'd also like to extend our recognition to Connecticut Sports, who are a trusted name in sports nutrition and supporting athlete performance and recovery. So that's Connecticut Sports, again a trusted name in sports nutrition and support the athletes and the recovery, and of course fueling our high performance programme athletes. Quilcha, of course, the woods we're in at the minute are related to Quilcha. They're the Quilcha Farran Woods, and Quilcha is Ireland's national forestry company dedicated to biodiversity, outdoor recreation and sustainability, supporting a greener future for sport and providing the fabulous Farran Woods for today's venue, which is the home, of course, of the National Rowing Centre here in Inniscarra, County Cork. Another proud partner of Proud Rowing Ireland vehicle partner is MG, who they bring innovation and performance to the road. Big thanks to them. And of course, Powerhouse Sport, who are situated here behind me. They have a stand here around the regatta enclosure, and they supply high performance rowing apparel trusted by athletes across Ireland and indeed across the world. F4 Energy, a renewable energy provider, help Rowing Ireland lead the way in environment responsibilities. And of course, Swift Racing are global leaders in boat design and technology, supporting both grassroots and, of course, elite level rowing. Not forgetting Rowfit, who specialise in rowing equipment and services, in particular for Concept 2 rowing machines, oars and related accessories. They are the Irish agents of Swift Racing boats and active tooled devices. Rowfit also offers services like oar repair and servicing, and organise virtual indoor rowing competitions, which we will all be familiar with down in the University of Limerick in November and January. Now next, we'd like to acknowledge our funding partners, who are Sport Ireland and Sport Northern Ireland. Sport Ireland is the national body of sport in Ireland, supporting athlete development and the growth of rowing across the country. And Sport NI, Sport Northern Ireland, enables participation and performance through funding and development in Northern Ireland, and we thank both of them for their continued support. Now, to what's happening on site and what I've no doubt a lot of you are tuned into this weekend. You'll be aware that we're supported this weekend by John McMahon from Upshot and the crew here behind me, working away in the background, who are managing our streaming services, bringing all the action to our screen across the country, and I'm sure further beyond field as well. We're also grateful to Martin Gray of Gray Mobile Media, who provides the big screen here on site, where people, I've been referencing throughout the day during the finals earlier on, people are glued to that screen during the day as the finals leave the stake boats. Now, and as you explore, some of the people in the National Rowing Centre here, they're wandering around the enclosure, I should say, and there's plenty of vendors here on site. Also have the Green Blades shop, which are now fully stocked. So if you do have anyone here at the enclosure down at the National Rowing Centre and you'd like them to pick you up a t-shirt or a hoodie or whatever it may be, the Green Blades shop is stocked at the minute. So do drop them a text and see what they can do. I mentioned earlier that temperatures set to reach 29 degrees today. However, conditions starting to pick up as we speak. A slight headwind coming up on the course. Not as flat as we saw this morning. I arrived at the course at 5:30 this morning and the water was like glass. Sun just rising and Inniscar was like a picture-perfect painting. But to stay up to date with all the live results, the race draws and any updates that you need to be provided with, use the link. It's on the Rowing Ireland website, it's in the club information packs, it's all over the Rowing Ireland social media, so do keep an eye on that throughout the day. If you can't be with us here on the live stream, do keep an eye on that if you're on the move or anything like that. And of course, to our championship committee, the volunteers all throughout the regatta enclosure today, the umpires who are out on the water non-stop, and all the club organisers, your dedication is what makes this event happen. And thank you to every single person who volunteered this weekend. I know some of you listening, whether you may be back at accommodation in Cork City or you're back at home in the National Rowing, back at home in whatever part of the country it may be, everyone here in the National Rowing Centre is very grateful to everyone who has volunteered. Now, a couple of Rowing Ireland initiatives to give a quick mention to as the action continues here. The National Rowing Centre, the time trials, is set to leave the start in about 8 minutes' time. We're very proud to highlight some of Rowing Ireland's key initiatives. So, if you like what you see out here on the water this weekend and you're aged between 12 and 15, Rowing Ireland's Get Going, Get Rowing programme can get you into a boat this summer, with summer camps in 7 cities all over Ireland. Wherever you are, you can learn the basics, make some new friends, and enjoy being outside while learning a brand new sport. So check out getgoinggetrowing.com/camps to learn more. And I know some of the athletes even racing here today have gone through Get Going, Get Rowing camp. So phenomenal initiative that you can find out about at getgoinggetrowing.com/camps. Now entering its second year, the Rowing Ireland Youth Commission continues to ensure that young rowers have a voice in shaping the future of the sport and representing their view within the rowing community. And through its initiatives, the Commission promotes leadership and positive rowing experience for all young athletes. I was on this Youth Commission a couple of years ago. In fact, I'm wearing the t-shirt from it today. Great initiative. I'm still in contact with many of the people I was on the Youth Commission with, so a really great way to make friends as well as having your say within the Rowing Ireland community. Now, the Rise and Row is Rowing Ireland's indoor rowing participation programme, designed to help beginners and recreational participants build fitness, confidence and rowing skills in a supportive environment. In 2026, the programme is taking place across Galway and Limerick, with plans for further expansion as interest continues to grow nationwide. And a number of these athletes who have taken part in these Rise and Row programmes are now becoming members of Rowing Ireland and looking forward to racing in a novice category in the coming year. So another great initiative across the island of Ireland, run by Rowing Ireland. And another one of Rowing Ireland's newest initiatives is Boat Movers, a Women in Sport ambassador programme that will bring together women from across the rowing community to champion participation, leadership and inclusion. The programme will support a network of ambassadors from clubs around the country who will help inspire more women and girls get involved in rowing. Applications for the first cohort are now open and you can find a link to that on the Rowing Ireland website. I saw it up there only a couple of days ago, so it is up there. If you're interested in the Boat Movers Ambassador programme, do get in touch. Now, continuing with the Women in Sport theme, Rowing Ireland is also placing a strong emphasis on developing women leaders within the sport. The Women in Leadership programme facilitates this. From club committees and coaching roles to governance and board positions, new pathways are being created to support women a step forward into leadership. Strong leadership helps build stronger clubs, and today's athletes are more than often tomorrow's coaches, volunteers and decision makers. We run 2 main leadership programmes, Women in Leadership and Young Women in Leadership, which is age 16 to 21. That's another programme that I actually took part in as well, the Young Women in Leadership programme. And some of the people on that, they were not necessarily from rowing, from other sports all across Ireland. Another great way to meet new people and learn things, of course, from other people as well. Programmes such as Women on the Water continue to introduce more women to rowing through supportive and social environments across the country. Clubs are creating opportunities for women to learn new skills, improve their fitness and enjoy benefits of being active on the water regardless of previous sporting experiences. Again, this is another initiative that I saw take place on the waters of the Cork in Galway a few months ago. Another fantastic initiative to get people out on the water and enjoying our sport. Now, if you can, Erg, you can coach for Rowing Ireland's Get Going, Get Rowing programme. They're always looking for folks who could take on an hour or two a week in cities all over Ireland, teaching the basics in schools of rowing on an ergometer. You can email, excuse me, getrowingmanager at rowingireland.ie to learn more, or speak to Amy or Aoife in the March 10th. They were up there earlier on today. Just mention Get Going, Get Rowing to any of the guys up there, and they'll be able to point you in the right direction and hopefully get you involved if you wish to do so. And lastly, women play an increasingly important role as coaches and officials. That's been a testament to that today. Many umpires out on the water, up in the start tower, in the finish hut, and the likes. And through targeted development opportunities and education programmes, Rowing Ireland are supporting more women to progress through coaching and umpiring pathways, helping to strengthen the sport at every level. Now, just coming up on 3 minutes to 1 o'clock as we speak, our time trials of the men's intermediate pair set to leave the start in the next 3 to 4 minutes. We're going to take a quick breather and we'll be back to you in the next minute or so with the first of this afternoon's time trials. Testing, testing.
Well, we're almost set to go for the afternoon session here in day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships 2026. We are going to kick off in the next couple of minutes with the men's intermediate pair time trial, followed by the women's intermediate single scull, the men's junior 16 double scull, and then the men's club to single scull. So for the next 2 hours, it is time trial city, because we're going to see a lot of boats coming up that river on that course. So 23 entries in the men's intermediate double scull, 20 in the women's intermediate single scull. Huge field of 58 in the men's junior 16 double scull, and an even bigger field of 60 in the men's club single scull. All going to be whittled down to 12 boats each. And as we saw from this morning, the 0.4 of a second was pushing out Ken Mayer from Neptune in one of those time trials to qualify for the heats. So it's everything out there. There can be a strategy, but that can all be thrown out the window. You just got to go hell for leather and hope your time is good enough. So we'll be back as soon as the boats start to leave the starting tower. We'll be back to give some commentary on the next 4 sets of event time trials.
1 2 1 2. Are we going out there? Welcome back to the afternoon session for day 2 of the 2026 Irish Rowing Championships. We're back with the time trials coming up, kicking off with the men's intermediate pair. Our first few crews are already underway. 4 sets of time trials here to run through. They are kicking off men's intermediate pair, then we'll have the women's intermediate single, the men's junior 16 double, and the men's club single as well. And the men's intermediate crews, the first few coming down, starting off with Cork B, Queens B, ULA and Cork C. They should be the first few crews that we see coming in. The Cork B crew, Ronan O'Gorman in the bow seat, James Young in the stroke seat. Should be the first crew that we're witnessing there. This crew raced as part of the 8 over in Henley. And Ronan O'Gorman in the bow seat. Part of Cork Boat Club via St. Michael's. Did his junior rowing there, now based down in Cork. And part of the intermediate setup down there. They are the crew up on screen getting us underway. Race our bow number 391 Cork B. Behind them we should see the crew from Queens coming down the next section. They're well ahead. Either Queens went off a little bit late or Cork Boat Club are absolutely motoring here. The B crew from Cork, the Queens crew, is also their B crew. Adam Torrance in the bow seat and Q Oliver in the stroke seat. They'll just in the distance on the left-hand side of your screen. And then ULA, the other crew that you can see, Christopher Donovan in the bow seat and Adam Grace in stroke. So they're the 3 crews that are out on the water at the moment to get the men's intermediate pair time trial underway. And again, narrowing down 23 crews to 12 that will go through to the heats to find out our 6 fastest later on. So again, all the time trial crews going through 3 2K races in order to qualify for the final. We give some information on how the time trials work, with the crews being corralled in sequence up beyond the bridge, and then the starters and the aligners will help them get into the 2 lanes that we're using for the timing. They let off at intervals around 25-30 seconds in alternate lanes, and then they race against the clock to come down. So it's tough qualifying, not having a crew beside you and racing for a position. So the crews, I'm sure, over the last couple of weeks would have trained to see what their best times are, plan that out in the race strategy, have the stroke coach going and everything programmed in, and then know what they need to do to get things underway. Cork crew looking really nice here. You can see there is a little bit of a strong headwind since this morning. It is keeping the crews nice and cool out on the water. It does feel, talking to some of the crews that came off the water, it is a little bit more bearable than it was yesterday. So a welcome breeze, albeit a headwind, the crews are dealing with here today. The UL crew looking in the background there like they're having a good run because they've made inroads into the Queen's crew in the lane beside them. Looks like they might have passed them out. And the Cork crew just winding up towards the line. They have about 2:50 to go, coming in towards the finish, and they will be the first of the time trial crews for the men's intermediate pair, and they have the longest waiting game then to see how their time is going to fare for the race later on. Not too long, at 3:20, we'll be back with the heats of the men's intermediate pair, and we'll see who our players are going to be. So Cork Boat Club, their C crew, just coming into crossover. Sorry, is the B crew. Ronan O'Gorman, as I mentioned, in the bow seat. James Young in the stroke seat. Little glance over the shoulder there from Ronan just to see where that finish line is. check the markers, and they'll start winding for the line here. Nice solid rowing from the crew from Cork. Racing the intermediate 8s as well over this weekend. And as I mentioned, they were in the crews that raced in Henley for Cork last week. And last few strokes for Cork. So after that, we'll pick up the next crews coming down. We mentioned is Queen's and UL. The UL crew look like they've a really solid row to come through. The Queen's crew. The men's intermediate pair for the Andrew and John O'Brien Memorial Trophy is what we'll be racing for later on. 2 members of Limerick Boat Club. And the trophy is in their memory. The current 2025 defending champions, University of Galway, will see them in action over this time trial. And during the season, with multiple different results here, Cork Regatta, the University of Galway crew of Rafferty and Hurley were the winners. So we'll see if they feature. But the first crew home, Cork B, just crossing the line there. And as I said, it is Roman O'Gorman in the bow seat and James Young in stroke. Here's this UL crew, the UL A crew of Christopher O'Donovan in the bow seat, Adam Grace in the stroke seat, are really absolutely motoring down because they have gone through. The crew from Queen's, and again, waiting game for them to see how their time is going to fare. And that's the UL crew. Queen's B crew just coming through as well. The Queen's B crew there of Adam Torrance and Q Oliver. They're the 1 and 2. Seem quite happy with the row there. Pat on the back. From bow to stroke, and they'll make their way into warm down. After that, we're going to see the Cork C crew. We've already seen the B crew. The C crew from Cork should be the next ones down. Robert Diffley and Aaron O'Leary in the C crew, as well as the University of Galway C crew. James Hurley and Sharon Rafferty, the crew that won Cork Regatta most recently. They're racing as the C crew, so we'll see how they fare. And I believe that might be them on screen now. University of Galway C, winners of Cork Regatta, so maybe the crew to watch through the time trial and into the heats and final as well. Shane Rafferty and James Hurley. Shane in the stroke seat, James in the bow seat for University of Galway. And again, just trying to spot where Cork C, I think they might be behind. So again, another crew that's been rowed through. But with the winners from Cork, that might be too big expected as they come in to cross over the line. That's the University of Galway C crew. One to watch for the final. Next crew up should be the Cork C crew. Robert Diffley and Aaron O'Leary. And they're just coming to the line as well. Sure, they'll be interested to see how they fare against the Cork B crew that were first home. So our first 5 crews already done. 5 out of 23 in this men's intermediate time trial. Next up is Belfast Rowing Club. And the crew of Belfast Rowing Club, if my iPad would ever work.
Technical difficulties, one of the joys, I suppose, of racing through. We've about 4 or 5 screens in front of us here. They're not all going to work at the same time, of course, because that's what we need them to do. But you look at, it's the joys of us. That's Belfast Rowing Club just coming down towards the line now.
And that crew is Thomas McCautry in the bow seat, Sam Balcom in the stroke seat. Just crossing over, so that is our 6th crew home. 6 down. Now there's 17 to go. Next up it should be Commercial C and the Shannon crew. Commercial C crew of Jack Butler and Theo Bulger. And the Shannon crew of Alan Murta and Conor Carmody. Just a shout out for Conor Carmody. He's the guy that leads putting the course down for Limerick Regatta. He's our course guru for Limerick Regatta. When he's not putting down courses, he's out racing, so he's going to be in that Shannon crew as they come down. So the commercial crew through there, the Jack Butler and Theo Bulger. back up the water then. I think that's the Shannon crew just coming into view. Alan Murta in the bow seat, Conor Carmody in the stroke seat. Coached by O'Callaghan and Shinner's combo from Shannon. Really looking for Shannon yesterday, but they're back, bounced back now for both the 8th race and in the pairs as well. Two crews coming in almost side by side here. Another Cork crew, Cork A crew. And that's Finn O'Sullivan and Kieran White from Cork. Just coming in the Shandon crew. Should be Shandon A, we reckon. Oisin McGrath and Fionn Moles coming in almost side by side. So again, you'd imagine that the crew from Cork, being this their A crew, might have made up ground on the Shandon crew there. And the second Shandon crew, Shandon B, just crossing the line there. Bobby Heffernan in the bow seat, Harry Murphy in stroke for Shandon B. And the next one into view should be Commercial D. Let's check in on the commercial crew. Another ex-St. Michael's person there, Tom McKeown in the bow seat for Commercial D, and Sam Daly in stroke. Just coming up, and that almost brings us halfway to the first time trial of the men's intermediate pair, with Commercial G just crossing the line. The crew there made up of Tom McKeown in the bow seat and Sam Daly in stroke.
Right, the next crew we're expecting to see down the course in the men's intermediate pair. It is Queen's University Belfast Boat Club C. Again, 23 entries in this event. I'm just looking up on screen here, and yes, in fact, it is the Queen's University Belfast C crew. Again, men's intermediate pair, a hotly contested event throughout the entire championship. And this Queen's pair, this is actually their C crew, with Lewis Thompson in the bow and Adam McKinley in the stroke seat. They've just crossed the line in their time trial in the men's intermediate coxless pair. You can just see on the water there, conditions are starting to pick up. I was talking to some of the umpires over the lunch break, and they were saying, yes, it's technically meant to be hotter today, but it doesn't feel like it because of the wind, as Joe Tanner and Liam Jukerman of Commercial B just come across the line in their time trial in the men's intermediate coxless pair. So yes, conditions starting to pick up. It is a headwind, so it's going to make some of the rowing slightly, it's going to make the race longer, I suppose, in some respects. But look, that's a test of endurance on all athletes at play. This is the University of Limerick B crew just coming up on screen. Daniel Daly in the bow and Aidan Williams in the stroke seat, coached by Luke Defran, who was in here this morning commentating on a few of the time trials. So that's the University of Limerick B crew safely over the line. Daniel Daly and Aidan Williams safely home. I'm expecting to see kaleidoscope of colours, really. There's a lot of different colleges coming down next. We have University College Cork, University of Galway, and Trinity, followed by Lee. They're the next four that we're expecting to see. Just the University of Limerick crew just catching their breath. That obviously took it out of them. Another look there at the conditions that are out on the water at the minute. A headwind on the course. We'll have to see how that fares out later on in the day. Expecting to see University College Cork here up on the screen in the next couple of minutes, or next couple of seconds I should say. And yes, I can confirm that is the University College Cork crew of Owen Ahern in the bow and Conal Balfe in the stroke seat, powering their way down the course here in the men's intermediate coxless pair. Win for University of Galway at Cork Regatta of Rafferty and Hurley, who we saw race earlier. Let's see, do they feature in the semi-finals and the heats later on this afternoon? I think it's just after 3 o'clock. Exhaustion on the faces of the University College Cork crew of Owen Ahern and Owen Ahern and Conal Balfe for University College Cork. And just popping up on screen in the next couple of seconds, it looks to be the University of Galway crew, University of Galway B, consisting of Paul Schofield and Sean Morris, then sitting in the stroke seat. Exhaustion on the face of Paul Schofield in the bow, but he's sitting up again, and they'll paddle back into the slip in the hopes their names will be in the draw for the heats of the men's intermediate coxless pair. Next crew I'm expecting to see is the Trinity crew, but look at this, what a row from the Lee Rowing Club crew. They've rowed through Trinity, Lee of Donal Hurley and Jack O'Rourke powering through the Trinity B crew of Lucas Calvary and Michael Cusack. What a row from the lead crew. Let's look out for them in the heats later on. I could be wrong, but I am expecting something special potentially from this lead crew of Hurley and O'Rourke as they power down towards the line, keeping their heads up. One of the crucial things to do when you're in the dying stages of the race. Look at that. They're going to have overtaken Trinity by about a length. Let's keep an eye for them. Trinity B also across the line. Lucas Calvi and Michael Cusack safely home. One or two scratches that were made at declarations last night, so we're down to 23 entries in this event. Still a very, very large entry in the men's intermediate pair as University of Galway A just come into view of Cathal Monaghan and Dominic Casey. Dominic Casey having won the lightweight single scull championship yesterday. He's back here now in the intermediate pair. Let's see what they can do later on if they make it into the heats. Only 3 boats left to go in the men's intermediate coxless pair before we head on to the women's intermediate singles, but we'll catch up with them in a couple of moments' time. I'm sure they're only after leaving the stake boat. This to me looks like the Trinity crew just coming into view here. Trinity A of Daniel Tynan and Owen Gloucester powering that boat through the water. What a strong looking crew this Trinity crew is. He has a wide brimmed hat in the stroke seat and a peak cap in the bow seat. That surely means they're going to get some free speed out of that. But that's Trinity A just coming down to the line of Daniel Tynan and Owen Gloucester. Expecting to see Commercial A and Neptune appear down the course in the next couple of moments' time. That's a good shot now, as you can see there, the water just slightly more poppy than it was earlier. When we saw some of the earlier time trials at 7:30 this morning. This to me looks to be like the Commercial A crew of Michael Fanning and Aaron Hurley making their way down towards finish line. Bow number 416. Again, unique bow numbers for every crew who compete in the time trial, so we can ensure their timing is as precise as needs be. So that's Commercial A safely down the course in the time trial of the men's intermediate coxless pair. Again, 23 entries in this event, quite a large entry, if I do say so. And Tommy Little and Gavin O'Dwyer just coming through that line of red boys to signal the end of the time trial of the intermediate coxless pair. Okie dokie, we're going to head back up for the women's intermediate single, I should say, in just a couple of moments' time. They're just getting on the stake boats here. As I speak, I can see umpires standing up there. I think the first sculler just having pulled away a couple of moments ago. 20 entries in this event, a wide array of colleges and clubs and athletes on offer here in the next couple of moments. So we're going to catch up with them in a few minutes when they get slightly further down closer to us.
So first on, we have the women's intermediate single scull. So they'll be coming down in the first. So our first entrant so far is the bow 418. We have Avril O'Toole of University of Galway. So a lot of experience there. She's being chased down by Ali Mahon of Neptune. So they're our first two rowers. So we see University of Galway there, the purple and white, coming down towards the last few hundred meters. We have Mahon of Neptune really giving a lot of pressure. So that's our first two. Next up we have the scullers from Commercial behind them, so that's 4:20 as we see O'Toole of University of Galway coming in towards the finish line. So it is O'Toole of University of Galway, the first intermediate women's sculler home. She is then followed down by by the sculler from Neptune Rowing Club, who is then trailed by the other sculler from Dublin, Commercial Mulcahy. So we see Neptune and Commercial coming down, so they're neck and neck at the moment in this time trial. So it's really important that they put the best time down possible to get into the heats later on. So we see here really good battle there between the two Dublin scullers, Neptune, Mahon and Commercial Mulcahy, as they come towards the last 100 metres. Really good shot there, those two Dublin scullers, as they just come in down towards the red boys. They will then be followed by a really big name. We have Skibbereen Hendy, Aoife Hendy. She's going to the Europeans this year in the quad. She has a lot of international experience behind her. Been to the Coupe de la Jeunesse, been to the World Championships. She was in the double last year with Sophia Young. But on the screen at the moment, we see Commercial getting the better of that sculler from Neptune. So Mulcahy, Commercial, second sculler home, followed by Neptune there. So about 4:20 and 4:19. So there are first three scullers. Now we see Hendy of Skibbereen just coming up behind them. So Hendy followed by Horan of UCC and Flynn of University College Dublin, as we're waiting for them to come onto the screen. So we're waiting for Skibbereen Hendy to come onto the screen now. We see her there in the Empacker as she's just about to finish her race. She's just finished her race there, looking really strong. No doubt she'll put a really competitive time down. So that's Hendy of Skibbereen. We're just waiting for Horan of UCC to come on.
And there she is now, Eva Horan of UCC. Eva won the inter-double there a couple of years ago with Monika Dukarska for Killorglin, so she's here today proving herself in the scull rowing for UCC. She would have raced earlier today in the senior quad as well, so fair play to her for getting back out in the scull there now. That's bow 422, so 423 coming up now, UCD Flynn. The nature of these time trials, as Brian said, it's all about, you know, putting down a good time, making sure you get into those heats and then through to the final ultimately. But at the same time, you know, the recovery between the time trial and the heats and then the final, like that's 3 races. You know, you want to be getting as much recovery as possible between races. So these athletes are going to waste no time. As soon as they cross the finish line, they're going to get straight back in, get out of the heat. You know, cover up, get into the shade, drink plenty of water. There's a UCD Flynn across the line now, about 423. So these people, they're going to get fueled up, they're going to get water, hydrated, sun cream lathered on, and they're going to be focusing on maximising their performance for the heats and ultimately the finals, hopefully. And for anyone joining us on the live stream, it's an absolutely beautiful day here in the NRC. There's a bit of a headwind at the moment, but it's a nice cool breeze, and the heat is savage. There's people burning, there's people dehydrated, so it's a lovely summer's day here. Couldn't ask for better. And here's a sculler from Carlow, T Long, bow 426. Would have expected some scullers in between. Perhaps they scratched, or perhaps they're not on the video at the moment, but lovely rowing there from Long of Carlow. Lovely long rowing. That's Long of Carlow across the line there now. Here's 3 more scullers coming up. They're just on the live stream feed there now. It seems to be, that could be Ciara Leahy there of Cork Boat Club, is the first boat in this trio, followed by, it's hard to make out there, I think it could be the UCD sculler O'Sullivan, and perhaps the UL sculler there as well, Maritz. So that's Ciara Leahy across the line, followed by the UCD sculler.
Yeah, so that's got our Grace O'Sullivan of University College Dublin, followed down by Alex Moritz of UL. So we can see on the screen there, we can see the sculler Merriman of DULBC Trinity just coming across the line. Looked like a really tough 2K, really tough battle there on the water when it's just yourselves. There's no one else to push you on that when you're on the water. So well done to all these athletes. On the screen now, we can see the sculler from UL. We can see Alex Moritz of UL, coming down towards us in that Wintec boat, about 427. So looking really strong there as she just pulls down towards those last 50 meters maybe. So anyone on the live stream there can see a really good view there of the finish line. So really hard headwind there, as Patrick has said. So these scullers will be pushing. They're pushing really well against that headwind. So that is Moritz 427 pulling through the finish line there, and we're over halfway through. So there's 20 boats in this category. It'll be the top 12 out of their times to make it through to the heats later on, and 6 from the final after that. So really good view there of the River Lee here at Inniscarra in County Cork. As we see the next scullers come down, so we'll be waiting for Fermoy, Payne and O'Grady of Athlone. 2 really good names there. So we have Payne of, oh apologies, so we have UCD coming down before them, sorry. So we have UCD Larson in that empacker there. She's been chased down by Tara Payne of Fermoy, really experienced sculler. She went to the home internationals last year and did really well. So no doubt Payne of Fermoy will be putting a good time down as she starts chasing that UCD sculler Larson. So Larson in the empacker and Payne fighting her down. We can see here really good sculling there from UCD as they approach the last 150 meters. So that sprint is really important to get the best time possible.
Yeah, and so Tara Payne there for Moy just chasing down this UCD sculler, as Brian said, and Tara actually made the switch from UCC to back to her home club of Fermoy this year, and she's also after taking on a new challenge in the beach sprints. So she's been trying her hand at a lot of different things this year, and in fairness to her now, she's here at the Interskull Championships after winning Inter 8 last year. So she's got a name to make for herself. She's holding up her standards, and that's the two of them across the line there now. That's Athlone O'Grady after crossing the line there, bow number 432. And we're expecting next bow number 433, Lagan Sculler Smith. So some serious heat here today. As I said, these scullers are going to have to get straight off the water, get back into the shade, back into the cool, drinking plenty of water, getting the carbs into them. Here's a view of some more scullers there now. This looks to be the Lagan Scullers, Smith, J. Smith. So that's a big trip down from the River Lagan down all the way down here to the NRC in Inniscarra. So, you know, all that travel time has to be accounted for their performance here today. So, in fairness, this Lagan Sculler is doing quite well for themselves. Lovely boat too, by the way.
So following her, we have Greg Namana. We have New Ross Brennan, so really famous name in New Ross there. So it's Anna Brennan of New Ross coming down, so no doubt she'll be putting a good time in today. Did really well in Cork Regatta as well, so a really good time ahead of her. She is then followed down by Greg Namana O'Brien. And the scullers from Ban and from Moy, but on the screen we can see Greg Namana O'Brien looking really well there in that Wintec scull, so opening up that rate, making sure she gets as much time on, or she cuts in her time as much as possible, getting the best time for later on. It's only the top 12 out of 20 scullers, so 8 will have to be eliminated from this women intermediate single scull. So it is Greg Namana O'Brien coming down towards the line. She's being chased down by the sculler Karen Carey from Fermoy. She's a really as well experienced sculler as well. So a lot of success behind Carey of Fermoy as she comes through the line. So then they are swiftly followed down by Ban O'Donovan as she comes down towards the line. So that red and white there of Ban And we only have one more sculler left, so we'll be waiting then for the sculler for bow number 439. We see there on screen we have Commercial Maloney. So Commercial coming down from Dublin as she passes her last 100 meters there on the screen. The white, blue and green of Commercial coming down towards us now as she finishes her last few strokes. Only 5 more strokes to go towards the finish line, and as she passes the finish line, that rounds out the women's intermediate single sculls. So moving straight on, we have the men's junior 16 double sculls. So I believe this is the biggest event out of the whole championships. There's 58 entrants in this category, and this will be narrowed into 12. So the 12 fastest doubles from this event will be going through to the heats later on, and then that'll be narrowed down to 6. So our first one, we have Castleconnell B, looking really good there. That lovely double there, Philippi double, that grey and red of the Castleconnell double B. Good support here in the crowd for them as they look really good. They're making their final sprint, but if they are looking to be in contention for the final and semi-finals later on, they want to save a little bit of energy for that. But looking really good as we have our first junior 16 double home, Castleconnell B.
And we're expecting hot in their heels there, a Wicklow double. Shout out to the East Coast crew. But this looks to be a Fermoy A crew as well, crossing the line, as well as the Wicklow crew. And this new coastal club is, after joining the scene, they're just after crossing the line in the double, followed hotly by Fermoy A, bow number 442. Here's that Fermoy double again now, just crossing the finish line. And Fermoy here is represented by Oisin Dillon and Sam Barber. They're just crossing the finish line of the men's junior 16 double. So as Brian said as well, this event has a huge entry, and in part that's due to there being no 1K Classic this year. So what you might see is some J14s and J15s deciding to race in the J16 category here instead, just to make sure that they can round out their season and race against others. And it's a great experience for all rowers, whether they're J16, J15, J14. I've no doubt there's probably some J13s here too, so fair play to everybody, and shout out to everyone racing in this heat.
So just passing down there, we have Skibbereen B looking really good. Skibbereen having a brilliant weekend so far. So we have Oren Keane in bow and Olin Ferguson in stroke as they just come across the finish line. Next up we have Colostic Nod A, the Jez, looking really good. So the Colostic Nod had a really good good go in the women's junior 16 double earlier on. So no doubt that they'll be one to watch for this as well. So it's Colostic Nod A. We have Peter Donnellan in bow and Rory McHale in stroke as they come down towards the last 250 meters. But following them, we see the crew from Carlow who are hot on their heels, and we see Jake McGarry and Sam Condren in that Carlow boat who are challenging for them. So, but it looks like Colostic Nod have the better of them. So it is Colostic Nod coming down next. The Jez from the Corb in County Galway, as they are just finishing their last few strokes. It is a really tough 2 kilometre course. Some of these guys might not be used to it, especially, as Patrick said, from the 1K Classic that they're normally used to.
So there's a few boats coming across the line there now. This looks to be the Carlow boat there, as he said. That's bow number 446. And in between the Colostic Nod bow 444 and Carlow's 446 is the Offaly B crew. Just finishing there now. Here's the Tribesman J16 double here now, crossing the finish line. They're after a tough 2K there, and stopped just short of the line. And there's a great effort being put down. There's no crews for another while now, so to be expected, this tribesman crew put a bit of distance between themselves and the next time trial entries.
So next up we have CRCCB, the crew from the Corb in County Galway. They'll be the next crew coming down. We see the turquoise and grey out of that crew, looking really good. So having some good results this weekend as well. So hopefully now they'll do as best as they can. So it seems to be a few Galway crews coming down, because after them we'll have Colostic B, the Jez, but there seems to be a big distance between CRCC and Colostic, so there must have been a good surge from CRCC coming Rovate and Colostic between them and the Jez, the Colostic B crew. But CRCC coming down towards the last few strokes looking really good, making sure they keep that composure. It's a long course, it's a very hot day as well, so they'll be getting worn out by this race, but they have to make sure that they're in the top 12 out of 58 to make it through to the final later on. So it's that CRCC crew just coming in towards the line as they just passed in there, bow number 448. Now there's a big gap now between themselves and the crew from Colostic B, but that means there must have been a good surge from the crew from coming Rovia to Colostic So those crews train together on the River Corb, so they share a boathouse, so they have no doubt. I've no doubt that they'll be used to racing each other. And next up we have the CRCC A crew, so they must have passed out the Colostic B crew. So CRCC A, we'll see what this crew, how this crew are going to do compared to the other one. Looks like they have a small few steering issues, but they're looking pretty strong otherwise. So CRCC A, so the B crew consisted of Paddy O'Cushvilla and Mihal Brownhock, and the CRCC A crew on your screen right now is Liam O'Cartick in bow and Cormac Coffey in stroke. As they look to the left there, they've just crossed the finish line looking, we've done this. Hopefully now we make it to the top 12.
So there's the yellow of Muckers coming up there now on the screen, as well as another red crew, possibly Colostic there.
So I'll listen to you guys for a bit. I'm just going to turn my phone on silent.
Here's Muckers now, ahead of Colostic This Muckers crew really going to get to the finish. There's a great wind up there towards the finish. They're going to no doubt put down a competitive time there. That's the Muckers A crew, which is represented by Jack Scanlon and Oscar O'Sullivan. That's some great rowing from them there, really long and strong after overtaking that Colostic crew. That's Muckers A, bow number 452. Colostic there, bow number 449, just after crossing the finish line there. That's Colostic B, which is James McGinn and Michael Connell. There's another Muckers boat now, Muckers C this time, bow number 453. Muckers C is Yehor Rubashkin and Bruce Darrell. They're just after crossing the finish line there. Showing some great depth there from Muckers, sending 3 J16 doubles, and I think because of the number of entries in the J16 category, they actually had to limit the number of boats. So there's St. Joseph's, I think. Yeah, bow number 451, St. Joseph's, just after crossing the finish line. So that Muckers A crew would have put a bit of distance between themselves and St. Joseph's, since they had been left off after them. So that's a competitive time for Muckers, no doubt.
So next up on your screen we see Fermoy C, these crews from Cork. So Fermoy had a really good weekend so far, with winning the junior women's single and double. So hopefully now Fermoy will have an even better weekend with these boys. So after Fermoy, we'll be waiting for crews from Galway. So we see, but after Fermoy, we see Shannon. So Shannon coming down from County Limerick and Clare as they do their last few meters. So it's going to be Shannon coming in towards the finish line in that royal blue. Just their last few strokes looking really good there in that swift boat. So they are through the finish line, so really good there. It's really important that they don't stop before the finish line. I know it's tempting because it's been a long race, but they have to wait for that hooter. So Shannon there, after finishing their race, just thinking now we have to wait for the results. So Fermoy are coming down as well after them, so looking really good on your screens. So that is Fermoy there coming in towards the finish line. So that is them. Next up, we'll be having the purple and yellow of Galway as we're waiting for them to come onto screen. Bow number 457. So I saw them in the other shot there a minute ago. They were looking really strong, but it looks like Galway are feeling the pressure from the crew from Athlone. So it's going to be a good battle here towards the finish line. So Athlone have overtaken that Galway boat. So so no doubt that they've put in an extremely good time. So it is Athlone and Galway just passing the line there. Athlone C consists of. Sorry, no apologies.
And you can hear in the background there, I'm not sure if you can hear it on the live stream, there's people absolutely screaming for the Queen's boat here, bow number 461. Great screams in their Northern Irish accent. They're rowing there against St. Michael's B, and the two of them are gunning it to the finish. That Queen's boat's trying to catch the boat from St. Michael's that was left off before them. So great battle there between those two crews, St. Michael's B, bow 460, and Queen's University Belfast, 461.
So just coming past the line there, we have Workman's from Clarny and County Kerry, so looking really good there. So the white and red sash of Workman's as they finish their 2K. Following down then we have a really strong looking crew. We have Castle Connell A. Now Castle Connell A consists of Matthew O'Halloran in the bow and Ronan Ryan in the stroke. So definitely if the C crew look close, if the A crew will be anything to say, they will have a good time. So they're looking really good. They're a really standout crew there. Long stroke from that Castle Connell crew, looking very uniform as they come down towards the finish line. So we're doing well. We're getting through these doubles. So it is the crew from Castle Connell looking very strong there as they just pull through the finish line. As we see the drone going back up towards the rest of the scullers on the water.
There's a couple of boats coming together there now. It seems like three boats all closely together. I'd imagine that's going to be the Bish crew, St. Joseph's B, likely a boat from Blackrock College in Dublin, and the Cork Boat Club C crew. But out ahead there, it looks like the Bish crew, bow number 464, and they are really gunning it. There's a great rhythm in that boat. They're super in time. And do you know, actually, I take back what I said. That's the St. Michael's crew. And they are bow number 467, so they're after overtaking what looks to be three crews already, and they are absolutely gunning it. This is a fantastic crew, St. Michael's A, and so they're represented by Dermot Colopy and Nathaniel Laffin, so that's a huge effort from these two lads here. And your man has the right idea there in the stroke seat with his white cap on, keeping the sun off his head, staying cool, and you can see the whoop there on his left bicep as well, measuring his heart rate and all the rest of it. This fella is dialed into his recovery, and your man in the bow seat is focusing on following his rhythm there. So this double looks really strong here now. As I say, they're bow number 467, so they're after overtaking presumably three crews here. That's a stellar effort from St Michael's A there. There's St Michael's approaching the finish line there now. Great wind up towards the finish for them. As I say, this crew absolutely gunning it. What a way to finish their time trial. They've gone out hard, and let's only assume that they can match that performance or do better in the heats and the finals. There's still 2 more races for these guys if they're at the top, at the peak of their field. But as Brian said, there's 58 entries here, so it's only down to the last 12 for the final. So it's really, really competitive. So I totally understand why these lads are going out as hard as possible to put down a competitive time. So here's the Bish crew, I'd imagine. They're winding up towards the finish there now. That looks to be St Joseph's B, just coming towards finish. And I like that is bow number 465 Blackrock finishing there. Here's the St Joseph's B crew then. So St Joseph's B, that's Daniel McQuaid and Oscar Weisel. These 2 lads just bow number 464 there, just after being passed out by Blackrock. They after finishing their long 2K time trial there now. Fair play, lads. And here's following them seems to be Cork Boat Club there. That's Cork Boat Club C. So Cork Boat Club C is David Luis Jankowski Ziabra and Sam O'Leary. Fair play to these lads. David there, he's after coming from Coastal, club that I used to row at Blackrock Rowing Club, and he's after picking up river rowing there in the last while, so fair play to him for trying his hand at the river rowing. Here's Waterford B now as well. Waterford B there is represented by Tyke Hawkins and John Brady. They're just after finishing there in the men's junior 16 double. Great effort from these lads. I'd say we're about halfway through these men's J16 double time trials at the moment. We're on bow number 469. Expecting to see Kalosh Dignod C winding up towards the finish there. But it looks like Lee are coming up towards the finish here now. Lee having a very strong junior 16 squad this year. They won the men's junior 16 quad there yesterday. So they're going to be taking that success with them, using that for confidence, and going to be driving it on very hard. That's Lee Rowing Club there, just after finishing. That's Max Power and Tygo Sullivan. Bow number 473, followed by I think that's Kilmac Simon there. Bow number 471, Kilmac Simon, the Coastal Rowing Club. That's Rory Hayden and Matthew Nixon. And Matthew Nixon's brother Luke Nixon is actually going to be rowing in the men's club scull in the next time trial, so he'll be on soon. This looks like a Cork Boat Club A crew coming up the course now as well. There's a couple more boats following hot on the heels of Lee there.
So on your screen we have bow number 469. They were passed out a few times, but we have Kalosh Dignod C, the Jez. So a lot of success this weekend in sculling for Kalosh Dignod, but they're looking really strong there. So their girls came third in the double earlier on, so really good effort there from Kalosh Dignod this weekend. So we can see there the 2 caps on them, so they're keeping safe from the heat as they wind down on that river. There's a really intense beating sun on top of them. We can see here as they just coming towards those last few boys, we can see a really good shot there of all the crews coming down. So the time trials work a little bit differently, as they'll be going down one by one instead of going next to each other in lanes. That'll be just for the heat and finals later on. So you can see a lot of crews to come still yet, but we're working well through them now. Next up we have Cappoquin B. Cappoquin have a lot of success in junior 16 and junior 18 sculling. So Cappoquin B consists of the boys Billy Houlihan in bow and Connor Houlihan in stroke, so I presume would be brothers. Looking really well here as they come into their last couple of strokes, so looking really good there. Cappoquin, I no doubt I'd say would be putting in a good time, as there's a lot of good sculling experience from Cappoquin over the last few years in County Waterford. Next up we have a good battle between 2 crews. We have Commercial B. Commercial B is Liam Byrne in the bow and Patrick Keenan in the stroke. but they are being chased down by the crew from Skibbernae, the famous Skib, who is Oscar Ferguson in bow and Peter Grant is stroke. Now, Skibbereen are looking really good though, so we'll be waiting for them. On the screen, we can see Cork A, their first crew. We have Patrick O'Brien in bow and Ray McGauley in stroke as they're just past the finish line, looking really good there. No doubt they put a good time down. They looked really strong in those last few meters in that Wintec double scull. Apologies. So just looking then again down at those doubles, so you can see those two lanes being used. So they're being let off every second lane. So you might have to get out of the way if you are caught by another crew. But we're just waiting to see the crews who are close to the finish line, and there we go. We can see crews from Cappoquin C and Galway A. So Galway from the River Corrib and Cappoquin from County Waterford. So looking really strong. The purple and gold of Galway in contrast to the navy of Cappoquin. So two really good crews there coming down. It looks like the crew from Cappoquin have got the better of Galway though, as they were two bow numbers down in the running order. So they're 480, Galway are number 478.
And you know, when you're rowing in a time trial like this, it can be really nice to know that you're passing out of the crews, or that you've someone to hunt down and someone hunting you down. It keeps you honest and it keeps you fighting throughout the time trial, because as Brian said, during the heats and the finals, it's side by side racing. So you've got 5 other boats alongside you. You can look left and right and see where you're at. But in this time trial, there's someone in front of you and there's someone behind you. That's going to be guaranteed. So having someone hunting you down and having someone you can hunt down is it's a nice motivator. So if I'm not mistaken, this is Cappoquin C coming across the line there, followed by Galway A. Cappoquin C, that's Kieran and Carl Organ, again, presumably brothers. And then you've got the Galway A crew there of James McDermott and Luca Fox. Just crossing, that's bows 478 and 480. So here's the CRCC C crew coming up now alongside Shandon, and CRCC C is represented by Lune de Valdraha and Killian O'Bracon. And in the Shandon boat, you're looking at Ronan Keneally and Bernard O'Donovan. They're racing each other there, keeping each other honest, as I say. It's nice to have someone alongside you, in front of you, behind you. So these lads are going to be really gunning it for the finish, racing hard against each other. And there's another fella, the stroke of that Shandon boat, wearing a whoop as well. Seems to be the new thing, measuring your heart rate, your recovery, your sleep scores, all of these things. And all that does is it makes data more accessible to people, and it really does raise the standard of racing, especially domestically. It's no longer something that only the high performance athletes can use. Anyone can go online and buy one of these Whoop bands and start tracking their recovery and their performance. So it's quite interesting to see even the J16s adopting this. Here's Offaly A on your screen now. Offaly A being represented by David Mooney and Caden Coleman. These lads are run really well together, nice in sync, and they're getting nice heavy catches and sinking it into the back end, driving along in this Philippe double. That's bow number 483 there.
So Offaly, they're coming down towards the finish line. They are being chased down by the crews from Clonmel and Skillen, but we'll see there Offaly as they have opened up a bit of a lead a bit of a gap between the other crews. Offaly looking really good there. The checkered silver and red Offaly just through the finish line. They're done that race. I'd say they're really relieved there. They are followed down by the crews from Waterford and Enniskillen, actually. So Enniskillen A, consisting of Harry Welsh and Rhys Brady, and Waterford and Bill Ogilvy. So we can see there the crew from Enniskillen there just coming in towards the finish line, looking really good there. So they're chased down by Waterford and the Clonmel crew who we listed out earlier on. So so Waterford and Clonmel just through there past the finish line. So that is Offaly, sorry, that's apologies, Enniskillen, Waterford and Clonmel. So on your screen there, we can see the boys recovering there from their race. So it's a tough 2,000 meters. As Patrick said earlier on, they might not be necessarily used to the 2,000 meter course as well. They could have been they could have been ready to race the 1K Classic, which was unfortunately cancelled due to weather. So we can see there the water is looking a slight bit choppy. It's a little bit difficult for these lads, but I have no doubt that they are dealing with it well. We've had no issues so far. So we see the second Enniskillen crew, Enniskillen B. We see in that crew Levi Thompson and Eli Irvine looking really good there in that black Philippi double there. So Enniskillen having a good weekend so far as they just come through the finish line. They will be chased down by the crews from Cappoquin A and Lee Valley. So Cappoquin A looking good there. But on the screen we have Lee Valley represented by Feaker Corrigan in the bow and Michael McGiddy in the stroke. So really good good sculling there from those lads. I know they're training hard at the moment. I'm a little bit biased here, but they have been training really hard. So hopefully the best of luck to these guys, and we'll see how they get on this weekend. As we see Cappoquin, who were passed out by Lee Valley, coming in towards us. So we see Cappoquin A just through the finish line there. That is bow number 487, Cappoquin.
So we're down to almost the last 10 boats here now in the men's J16 doubles. After nearly 60 entries, we're down to the last 10. So once the J16 doubles are over, we'll be moving on to the men's Club 2 singles. So here's Tralee coming up in the course now, just slightly ahead of Commercial A. There, Commercial A closing the gap. They would have been left off about a minute behind this Tralee crew. So Commercial keeping Tralee pushing there, the two of these crews, bow numbers 489 and 490, pushing each other on the whole time. Tralee there is Taylor Savage and Eli O'Shea, and the Commercial A crew there is Evan Hargaden and Donica Landers. So these lads worked really hard in that heat there to drive each other on. And there's a great hairstyle there in the bow of the Commercial double there. Lovely mullet. Here's a strong New Ross double now. Bow number 493 would have been left off behind the Muckers crew and the Sligo crew. This New Ross crew is absolutely gunning it. Seems they got the better Sligo there. Great performance from New Ross. This Sligo crew is also working pretty hard, and this Muckers crew, so that's Muckers B there, and in the Muckers B boat is Luciano Maudling and Aaron Hegarty. The New Ross boat is, let me see, Henry Roach and Cormac Crotty, and then in the Sligo boat is Ben Foley and Connor Sheridan. So these boats just crossing the line there now. As I say, bow number 491, Muckers B, bow number 492, Sligo, and bow number 493, New Ross. Great work from these crews in such punishing heat and quite tough headwind there. Muckers just across the line. New Ross winding it up towards the finish here, bringing up the rate. They're putting down a competitive time here. They're leaving nothing in the tank. It's all about putting down the best time they can here at the time trial. So here they are coming into the last 100. They're in the red boys, as you might say, if you're at an international regatta, except boys are all sorts of colours here. Fair play to New Ross there, really winding it in. Just heard the buzzer there. And following behind them is the Sligo crew of Ben Foley, Connor Sheridan, working really hard there. There's the Sligo crew there, and your man in the stroke seat there with his red bucket hat, keeping the sun off him. Following behind them is St. Michael's C, St. Michael's C is Evan Markham and Aidan Larkin. The St. Michael's crew wearing the blue and yellow of St. Michael's Rowing Club Limerick. Lots of junior talent coming out of St. Michael's over the past few years between the Rafferty brothers, Shane and Jack Rafferty, and Ryan Spellman, to name a few. St. Michael's also producing our commentator here, Richie. So, club with a lot of skin in the game, as one might say. Their J16 double just crossing the finish line there momentarily. Only 6 more crews now left in this men's J16 double time trial. 6 crews left, and then we're on to the last time trial of the day after that.
So next up we see bow number 496 Garda Síochána Bow Club, looking really good. But on screen we have there Athlone B. Athlone B, in that boat we have, we'll get back to you in a minute, but looking really good there as Athlone pulled through the finish line there, the green and red of Athlone. So really good effort there from that crew, the B crew of Athlone. So Athlone B, Andrew Ross and Rory Collins, they're being chased down by the crew from Garda, Kevin Roach, Liam and Dara Duggan. Apologies. Liam, Kevin Roach, apologies, and Dara Duggan. A bit of a mix up there with the names. As you can see them on there on screen, as the next few crews, the last few crews of this Junior 16 double sculls time trials come down towards us. So we see Athlone and Garda pulling down towards us. So we see the A crew from Athlone. We see Jack Mullally and Connor Fox coming through the finish line as they are bow number 497, looking really strong there. And we can see a really good shot there of the next category, the men's club 2 single sculls coming down. Really competitive field here today. So you can see them on your screen at the moment as we're waiting for the last few Junior 16 doubles to come onto screen.
You can see 8 crews.
So coming on to your screen there, we can see bow number 498 Carrick and Shannon as they pull through the finish line. Really good effort there from them. So we only have a few more crews left of this category, and we'll be moving straight on then to the men's Club 2 single sculls.
So there's already plenty of these men's Club 2 single scullers coming down the course. As you can see, there's no break in between. Just coming into the finish there is bow number 499 there, that's Newry. And the last boat of the men's J16 double, expecting to be coming across soon, is Cork B. Cork B is Ronan O'Sullivan and Paddy Lockheed. They're just coming up to the finish there now. There's Cork B just finishing the last 2K there now. The drone following alongside him as well. I'm sure that's not distracting at all.
So next up we have after the Cork B crew are just putting towards the finish line, we have the next category, which is the men's Club 2 single sculls. So there's 60 entrants, really heavily entered a category here at the Irish Rowing Championships this year. So there's gonna be a lot of boats coming in towards us. So you can see them up on your screen there. Really massive field there of scullers. That is a 2 kilometer course directly. You're looking down on there. So a really long course that these lads have to battle on. But we're just waiting there for the camera to pick up on the finish line, or towards the finish line. Apologies. So on the screen towards me, we can see our first sculler. We can see Apologies, not Skibbereen. We can see UL. So we can see Kevin Phelan of UL coming down towards us. He's our first sculler on the camera at the moment. So we're just going off the camera. So It is Phelan of University in Limerick. That is our first scutter on this. He is bow number 502, so he must have passed out the scutter from Skibbereen Hurley, B. Hurley. The Skibbereen, Brian Hurley, followed down by Kevin Phelan of University in Limerick. It's a really good shot there. 4 scullers. It's going to be a very spread field as there's so many people in this event, so it's going to be a huge range of ability in this. But as they come down towards 500 meters, they're starting their sprints, so they have to make sure they conserve their energy for the final, but also get the best time possible. So there you can see on your screen, you can see Skibbereen Hurley there. As I just previously mentioned, he's being chased down by Johnny Creedon of Lee Valley, who has been chosen to row at the Home Internationals Regatta on the junior men's sculling team this year. So massive congratulations to him, as he has about half a canvas on that sculler, Brian Hurley from Skibbereen, or half a boat length, apologies. So it is going to be Phelan of UL after making a really good showing on this race so far. Then there's nothing at the moment between Lee Valley and Skibbereen, as they are your 2 and 3. So it's going to be bow number 502. At the moment, look like he's going to pull through the finish line first in that lovely red and white Philippi there, and the green blades of UL, who just rebranded a few years ago in terms of one piece and colours. So it is Limerick, University of Limerick, apologies, Kevin Phelan of UL, followed down by Lee Valley, Johnny Creedon, and then we have Brian Hurley of Skibbereen then, and that'll be the first 3 scullers in your lineup there for the men's Club 2 single sculls.
Just to make people aware as well, the draws are now available online for the men's interpair and women's interskull time trial results. So you can see who's made it into the semi-finals there for the men's interpair and the women's intersingle. That's Kevin Phelan, bow number 502, across the finish line there now from UL. And following behind him is Johnny Creedon, bow 503 from Lee Valley. And just trailing him then is Brian Hurley of Skibbereen. So just to repeat what I said there, the draws are now available on the spreadsheet for the men's interpair and the women's interskull. You can see time trial results and who made it into the semi-finals, so top 12 from the men's interpair and women's intersingle.
So just through the finish line there, we see Dylan Cassidy of Methodist College Belfast, as he just did his 2K there. He's then followed down by Patterson of Ban. So Ban having a really good weekend as well so far. So we see Tom Patterson of Ban on your screen there, the red and white. Bow number 505. He is then being chased down by St. Michael's Jamie Quigley there, and it looks like he's just getting the better of that scutter from Ban. So of course, as Patrick said earlier on, these scutters are being let off in intervals of 1 minute. So if you know you're passing someone out, it means you are roughly 1 minute ahead of them. So it is a big margin. So it is a massive boost in confidence to pass someone out in a time trial, as we see Quigley of St. Michael's just come out to his last maybe 2 or 3 strokes, as he is just about to pull through those red boys. So there's Jamie Quigley of St. Michael's, followed by Tom Patterson of Ban, as he could just come through in that Yannistek skull. So good shot there of the 2 lads recovering from their race. It definitely wasn't an easy one anyway, and they have to find out later on whether they've made it into the top 12 in times later on or not. So really good shot there. Next up we have at Lunkard Mitchell in that empacker. So at Lunkard we have Owen Mitchell there on your screen, the long shot there, making real shot of the course. But we see there coming through, we have Ban Campbell, we have Thomas Campbell of Ban there coming through the finish line, so really good effort there from him. So he passed out the sculler from Atlunkard Mitchell, so really good effort there. We can see Owen Mitchell of Atlunkard there coming down towards the last few meters as he's about to finish his race. So he has dropped the stroke rate a small bit. It has about another 100 meters left to go. Looking back behind him, he must be thinking when is his race over? But understandable considering the heat out there. It is really intense, so it is important to make sure they don't overheat by drinking loads of water and keeping in the shade whenever possible. So he just needs to keep going. The race isn't over yet, so there's a lot of encouragement there from the crowd from the sculler from Athlone. Looks like there could be a bit of an issue there, but he looks like he's getting out of the way as we see the sculler from
That's the Kilmac Simon
Kilmac
sculler
Simon.
there. Luke Nixon just after overtaking seemingly John O'Rourke there of UCC. Luke Nixon, very well-known beach sprinter. He would have gone to the World Beach Sprint Finals last year with Thomas Sheridan, who made the inter-scull final earlier. This is Luke Nixon there, and just after pipping John O'Rourke. Luke Nixon is about 5'11", John O'Rourke is about 5'09". And coming up to the finish line here is Farrell of Neptune. He's just after finishing up there, Ryan Farrell. Fair play. And no pressure on this Neptune sculler, but his crewmate O'Connor would have just won the men's interscull there before lunch. So there's a bit of weight in his shoulders there. There's Devons of Lee just after crossing the line as well. Lee having a quite successful day in the sculls so far, especially in their junior categories. Behind Devons of Lee, then we'd be expecting Shekanu of Waterford, another beach sprinter who would have been doing the junior trials this year for beach sprints. A lot of these beach sprinters actually trying to enter the club sculls category. Here he is from Waterford. Nice tidy rhythm there, keeping it short. You can see he's well used to the weight of rowing into a headwind like that, because coastal sculls like that are quite heavy compared to river singles. So you see it's absolutely no bother for this lad to get the rate up. He's able to keep it nice and short, probably geared nice and light, and he's just spinning his legs into the headwind, just like if you were cycling up a hill, you'd drop a gear and you'd spin the legs a bit quicker. Exact same thing he's doing here while rowing into this slight headwind. Fair play just after crossing the line there, and he's keen to keep going, it seems. Just behind Shekanu of Waterford then on our screens is O'Connor of Muckers. And Muckers having some great results in the sculls today as well, with two of their scullers making the final of the men's intermediate sculls. So O'Connor is going to be hopeful here to make the final 12 out of the 60 entries for men's Club 2 singles. This is bow number 514, and just behind him is Noel Creedon of Ring Rowing Club, another prolific beach sprinter. Noel would have done the senior beach sprint trials earlier this year along with Luke Nixon from Kilmac Simon and a few of the other competitors here in Club Scull today. And hot on his heels is John Giles of Neptune Rowing Club. My neck of the woods, I'm living up that direction and seeing these lads training pretty much every single evening in the glorious weather we've been having. So all of these people are working very, very hard, and unfortunately it all comes down to the line at the finish in the final. One person who worked the hardest and wants it the most is going to walk away with the title of Men's Club 2 Single Champion of Ireland for 2026. Behind John Giles of Neptune then is Jasko Żuk of Skibbereen. Skibbereen, of course, well known for their scullers, so I've no doubt he's been receiving top-end coaching. And he seems to be breaking the arms there, really just driving it on and putting down as much power as possible coming into this last couple of 100 metres. I'm sure the legs are burning. He's trying to put down a good time there, and he's just after crossing the line there. That's about 5:17 from Skibbereen.
So next up we have Carrick and Shannon McDonald coming down. So we see the blue there. He's then being chased down. So we have a really good, we have a close battle here. So we have we have Sean McDonald, apologies, of Carrick on Shannon. He's being chased down then by the scutter from University of Limerick. We see Pierce Walter, the brother of Liam Walter, so a lot of success in that family there. And we see O'Flaherty Lee as well. So we see the scutter from Carrick on Shannon feeling the pressure of that scutter from UL. Walter, look, he's looking really good there on your screen. You can see in the corner there, 520. UL, you can see he's just pipping into the corner. He's making sure he makes it known that he's on his way. So he's about maybe he's only a boat length off and maybe half boat length off of that scutter from Carrick and Shannon. So really good effort there from Walter of UL coming down towards them. Then after that we have Lee Rowing Club. We have Shane O'Flaherty there just through the finish line as well. So really fast boats here. Next up we have so on your screen we can see Locker in a Cork. He is then being chased down by the scutter from Commercial O'Connor. Oh, apologies. So there on your screen we can see Alan Kenny out of Athlone there. A lot of international success in both beach sprint and river rowing. So no doubt he'll be one to watch for this club scull today. So we see Athlone there, who's after overtaking the scutters from Cork and Lee. So we see there Athlone looking really good there as he pulls towards the finish line. That visor there, and as we are waiting to see the rest of the things on the screen, we can see Cork coming down towards us, followed by the scutter from Commercial O'Connor. So they only they're into their last few strokes. So it looks like Lee Conal Gillard, who is coming in towards the finish line there. Conal has been provisionally selected for the Under-19 World Championships in the 4. Was in the quad last year in Coupe de la Jeunesse, did really well. So you know he'll be one to watch as well in the single. I know he's been training a lot with Darragh O'Mahony from Lee Valley, so I know he has a lot of training put into this scull. So we'll have to see how he gets on the times later on.
So this is Lochran of Cork there, about 5.23, being hunted down by O'Connor of Commercial. And O'Connor of Commercial there, he's actually a Cork Boat Club man himself. He's now up in Dublin studying in college, but he's racing against his own blood there, Lochran versus O'Connor, Cork versus Commercial. So good to see these lads back training, racing against each other. And speaking of Dublin, the next sculler we're expecting here is from UCD, Connolly, part of the UCD novice project there, I'm fairly sure. UCD known for really bringing on their novices. This fella, Connolly, not rowing too long, and he's here for the club scull after putting down, no doubt, a competitive time there. But that's about 5.26, so we're not even halfway through these men's club scull events yet. There's a lot more to come. Here's a Lee Valley sculler coming here now.
So we have Owen Keane, Lee Valley coming down in that Empacker scull there. So local boy, he's well used to the course as he comes down towards the finish line with that white cap there. Backwards white cap, as he looks like it was a tough battle there for Owen, but definitely good time put down there, I'd say. So Owen Keane, Lee Valley there, number 527. Next up we have number 528 and 529 coming down towards us. There is a bit of a gap, so Owen must have done well there, but we're waiting for the crews to come down towards us as they're coming on screen. We can see, well, we have number 528 at Lunkard Fox. So at Lunkard, represented by Jake Fox, and New Ross by Liam Crotty. So good battle there. It looks like Crotty has gotten the better of Fox from at Lunkard, but there isn't too much on it yet, so we're just waiting there. Now New Ross looking really good there. He has opened up that lead there. You can see every stroke he takes, it is starting to wind up on that scutter from at Lunkard. But really nice long stroke there from this club scutter as he pushes that boat down towards the finish line. Only a few more strokes left until he gets to those line of red buoys. There we go. So he's through the finish line. We're just waiting down there for that scutter from at Lunkard to come down and join him. So that is number 529 through the finish line. Next up we'll have number 528. But on your screen we can see Galway Rowing Club. We have Oscar Moore of Galway in that purple and gold, just coming down towards our finish line as well. So we're just waiting on Tralee Zazai as well, but we have there Galway through the finish line. Really good effort. So that is number 531 in our running order. So Galway there just recovering there. Again, we can see the long shots. We're still waiting for all these club scores to come down. So a really competitive field there. No doubt we'll probably be seeing the winner, or we might have already seen it. Next up we have Kilmac Simon Crowley, Aidan Crowley there. So Kilmac Simon, I think it's their second champs this year. So they debuted last year as a flat water club as well as coastal. So well done to them. So Kilmac Simon there through the finish line.
And following hot on their heels, you've got Finto Mannix there of UCC Rowing Club, defending champion. He's back to defend his title from last year where he won Club Skull. He's back here. He's after overtaking that Tralee scholar Zazai there, about 5:30. Finto himself 5:34. So great effort there from Finian. And let's not forget that when Finto crossed the finish line last year after winning Club Skull, he then flipped and fell out of the Skull. So he's after maintaining his honour there that time. And it seems to me that the Cork sculler Gavin Keane there, friend of mine, is just after finishing as well. That's bio 5:33. Gav had a good run at Trinity Regatta there earlier this year, where he was only beaten by Scott Addison in the final. So some great racing all throughout the year in the Club Skull categories in various regattas. Here's another Cork scholar now, McHugh, about 5:35, and he's racing alongside the Waterford scholar Sean Hart. So seems Hart is after catching up 2 boats, so he's after making up well over a minute there on this Cork scholar, and Hart's not going to be letting up. He had a recent great result there at the Dublin Metropolitan Regatta, I believe, in the Club Skulls, and he also came second in the Cork McSherry Beach Prince Regatta there a couple of weeks ago. So it's a very varied experience in all of these rowers here, but this Cork sculler managing to hold off the Waterford sculler there as they're coming into the finish, and some great racing all around.
So on your screen there is coming down to Skibbereen, really good sculling club obviously, so they had a lot of success so far even this weekend, so no doubt he will be one to watch as well. We have Thomas Birchall of Skibbereen there on front and centre on your screen, number 536 on the running order there, his bow number as he just pulls his bow through the finish line. So that is number 536, Skibbereen Birchall. Next up, we're going to have Commercial O'Toole. Commercial represented by Tyg O'Toole there on your screen. The blue and white of Commercial. Now, he has stopped. He has not done his race, I don't believe. There we go. So, Commercial there. So, he has to make up there for that little pause. Really bringing that rate up. So, accidents do happen. Obviously, the hooter can be a bit confusing sometimes, but he has made it through. Big cheer there for O'Toole of Commercial, I believe. So, good support here for the crowd for these club scullers. So we're over halfway through now, so really good effort there from all these scullers. Next up, we're just waiting on the screen. We have the sculler from Galway, O'Connor Galway. Tony O'Connor there, really low rate there it looks like, but he's put in that boat nonetheless. So Tony O'Connor there at Galway Rowing Club, that purple and gold on the carb. As I said, I know I see them training up in the carb every so often when I'm up there for college. So Galway Rowing Club there looking really good as he just brings that rate down. He's brought it down a lot, but maybe that's the thing. And it seems up above the river we have had a capsize, but we just see there Galway pulling through the finish line, and we can see there on your screen we see the capsized sculler trying to figure out who that is, which is to make sure that their safety is prioritised. The athlete safety is their priority at the moment. Next up we see here University of Galway Boat Club. We see James Hall here. James Hall originally of Closnakerba and looking really strong here. He's just done his leaving cert, so really good showing there from James Hall as we see him pushing through. I saw him training as well. He put a lot of effort in this year. Didn't let the leaving cert stop him, so really good effort there from James Hall of University of Galway. So James Hall originally from coming over to Closnakerba, really good sculler there. As we see him coming down there towards his last few strokes. So James there of University of Galway coming there through the finish line.
And it appears to be the Ban sculler chasing him right down there to the line, Dickie of Ban. And he's after closing that gap now, to be fair to that Galway sculler. So the two of them keeping each other rowing hard there. And they managed to get past that capsize. Hope that sculler is okay, that fell in there. And seems just after them is a Queen's sculler there. That's McElhenney of Queen's University Belfast. That's bow 544. So meaning we're about halfway through the or over halfway through the men's club scull entries. Behind the Queen's sculler then we have Muckers Cassan O'Sullivan and Connor Kelly there of UCC Rowing Club, it seems. These two scullers seem to be really pushing each other hard, the two of them. Connor Kelly there making a nice move on this Mucker sculler. Connor being set off about a minute after this sculler in the yellow here. So what you can see on your screen there is the red and black of UCC catching up on the yellow of Muckers. Connor Kelly there crossing the finish line just behind the Mucker sculler. Connor is was a novice with UCC, and he's after rowing club the last couple of years now. So after really coming on since he first started. So great to see some novices, sticking with the sport year after year and building on their success. Lovely open wide shot there of the course coming down, and you can just see the greens and the blues and the yellow of the lanes. It's a lovely day out there, but don't be fooled by how lovely it looks on the screen. It is warm out there. These athletes are in serious pain. They're in what's known as the pain cave there, especially in the last 500. They're feeling that lactate in their legs, in their arms. They're burning in their lungs. They're just trying to close their eyes and finish the last couple of strokes. This is the Ban sculler, I think, George there. Ban, Harry George, and that's a long trip for Harry George down from Ban. So he wants to make it worth his while, and it seems like he has with the effort that he's put in here. Fair play to him after crossing the line there. Here's the CRCC sculler just coming up to the finish there now as well. Bow number 547, O'Moynig of CRCC. That's Conal O'Moynig, just after finishing up there. Bow 547. Behind him then, Jack Barrett, my close and dear friend, Jack. He's after crossing the finish line there for UCC. Fair play, Jack. Just after crossing the line there now as well is Kelly of Shandon, Joshua Kelly. And Joshua Kelly's another one of these beach sprinters. He's an absolute flat out. I mean, he's competitive here in the club scull. He's competitive in the beach sprints. He's after gapping a couple of crews there, it seems, with being bow number 801. So he's about three bows behind this Athlone sculler here, Ward.
So on your screen there, we can see B Ward of Athlone there. Really good effort put down by Ward of Athlone. Next up, we'll have University of Limerick, Owen O'Connell of UL. So really accomplished beach sprinter, and coastal rower Owen, who was originally with Lee Rowing Club and Passage West as well. But really good effort there put in by Owen O'Connell of University of Limerick there. No doubt that'll be a good time from him. So Owen O'Connell there through the finish line. Next up, we will have Portmagee Hussey, David Hussey of Portmagee, come as we are waiting for him on screen.
The Hussey half.
So there on your screen, we can see a scutter. Actually, we can see Dara Mars of Tralee. So
that's the Hussey half there himself. The Hussey half, David Hussey from Portmagee, the only fella here representing Portmagee. Fair play to him. David is entered in many regattas this year in the club category, in the Masters category. He's also rowed in the Swift Masters Championships up in Glenarm in the Coastal Sculls. So someone with a lot of international pedigree and skin in the game in Coastal as such. Just after crossing the line there as well is a Tralee sculler. Presumably Tralee passed away there about 5:49. Or it could be, sorry, Morris
So
about 8:06 there.
about 806 there, Dara Morris actually really really good scholar there. So he was at the Coupe de la Jeunesse last year in the quad. His brother Sean as well has a lot of experience with the University of Galway, as we just see there. Bow number 807 DUBC Trinity O'Hunker. We see Tygo Hunker there of Dublin University Boat Club coming there through. So that we're into our last few scholars now. We only have 5 more left to go, I believe. So next up we see Kilmac Simon. We have Kilmac Simon, John Barry there. Good support for him here as well. We have it's John Barry of Kilmac Simon. No, Kilmac Simon, apologies. About number 811 as he comes through the finish line there, looking really good there in the red of Kilmac Simon from Bandon in County Cork. So really good.
And Kilmac Simon have had a great entry in this men's club scull event. They've sent John Barry, Aidan Crowley and Luke Nixon for a club that's not doing river rowing long. They're having a great entry there, and no doubt some competitive times too. So they'll be hoping to have at least one, if not all 3 of those lads in the final. And coming up here now is commercial Scott Addison, arguably a favourite after winning Trinity Regatta and having other successes during the season. Addison there of commercial, bow number 812, just after finishing up there, and I'll be keeping an eye on him in the time trials. Just trailing behind him then is Padraig Ahern of Cork Boat Club, bow number 808. And there's only 2 scholars left now. There is bows 813 and 814. Seems to be Enniskillen Graham and Cork Murphy. So here's the Enniskillen scholar, it seems. And that brings an end to our time trials for the evening session, with these scholars crossing the finish. That was 60 entries in the men's Club 2 singles, and these 60 entries are going to be whittled down to just 12 to go into the semi-final stage. And from those semis, there'll be 2 semi-finals, and the top 3 in each semi-final will progress to the final. And that's the Enniskillen scholar there, W. Graham, just crossing the line, leaving presumably just 1 scholar behind, which is Cork Murphy.
She likes working. She's already straight away. Yeah, she's really organised. She likes planning and organising. They'll put her through college.
Kudos to Cork Boat Club there for wrapping up the Club 2 singles event for today.
Test, test.
So good afternoon, one and all. This is your 5-minute warning for the afternoon racing starting at 3:05 with the women's Junior 18 Coxless 4, in the first heat. 2 heats of this coming up: St Michael's, Galway, Closhtignod and Enniskillen in the first heat, and Enniskillen B, Shandon and Ban in the second heat. So 7 boats declared, 2 heats, 3 to go through from the first heat, 2 to go through from the second heat. So 1 boat to be dropped in the next 2 races. This is 3:05 and 3:10. So 5 minutes to go to the first race. As soon as the transmission comes on stream, we'll get back and relist the crews, and we'll be ready to go. So here we are back again, and the crews are on the stake boats. These 4 crews are Michael's, Galway, Closhtignod and Enniskillen. Heat 1 of the women's Junior 4s. Again, one of these rowers will be steering with their foot, as well as focusing on ploughing down the power as they cover this 2,000 metres course. Wind has dropped slightly. Better conditions out there than maybe just before the lunch break. Beautiful view, blue skies, deep blue water, Inniscarra looking resplendent. Just waiting now for the OK. We're about 1 minute away from scheduled start. As I said, as you look at it there, we have St Michael's in lane 2 on the left-hand side. I think they're poised and ready. Galway, second crew over from the left. Closhtignod beside them, and on the far right-hand side we have Enniskillen A. That Enniskillen crew: Naomi Robinson, Clodagh Donaghy, Isabella Wright and Claire Walsh. We'll see how this one plays out. Joining me here for the afternoon now, we'll have a few guest commentators, but Ella's back in action as she gets set up there. Ella, a little bit of hardship in this one. 3 boats to go through, 1 to be dropped, and in this 4-boat race where there's just 1 to go out, it's a cruel, cruel world.
Yes, and look at, I mean, how many boats do we have entered? We have 7 boats entered, but only 6 lanes in the final later on this afternoon. 4-boat race, as you mentioned, Alan. In lane 2, St. Michael's. Lane 3, Galway. Lane 4, Colostigh, and in lane 5, on the first day of the course, we're keeping a very, very close eye on that Galway crew. I was just down in the regatta office a few moments ago, and there's some very, very nervous Galway and St. Michael supporters down in that office. They're keeping a very, very close eye on this live stream, right as our camera is right up with the action. Look at St. Michael's closest to the camera here, also keeping a very, very close eye on Enniskillen on the far side of your picture. Galway sandwiched in the middle, and slightly further back is Colostigh. So as you mentioned, Alan, 4 boats, 3 to qualify. All you have to do is come in the top 3 in this race in Heat 1 of the Women's Junior 18 Cox's 4.
I wonder will things settle down at any stage, because the 3 crews in front have put a bit of distance between themselves and that Galway crew who had, Colostigh crew, as they had a little bit of trouble off the start. But those 3 crews of St. Michael's, Galway and Enniskillen A have put a bit of distance between themselves and the competition. So 3 boats to go through and 1 to be dropped. So at what stage does a bit of sense, a bit of relaxation come in? But then these girls are racers, so they want to cross that line first. There's always those bragging rights as to who finished first in the heat. So really leading it out there. That St. Michael's crew are moving really, really well together. Now, when we get a heads-up shot from the drone, we're going to be able to see how the lineup is, how the steering is going. But very nice, very together. That St. Michael's crew who are leading it. I just see the stroke. Look across there just to gauge where she is versus the rest of the field. Moving very, very well, and in fact probably not looking too much under pressure, and they have clear water over the field. As we step back to Galway and Enniskillen A, they have clear water then over the field, so it is looking very good for St. Michael's and well in control. Ella, how are you seeing this battle for second and third?
Yeah, look, St. Michael's, realistically, they would have been the favourites going into this. But one thing I'm going to note about this event is, like you mentioned, it's nearly a game at this stage. We're not going to see, at the minute, looking like St. Michael's followed by Enniskillen, followed by Galway. But these crews, even look at that Enniskillen there crew in the centre of your screen. They're down at about 25, 26 strokes a minute. St. Michael's not far off that rate. That is not a racing rate. In the final, hopefully, we'll see them racing upwards of 36 strokes a minute. This is more just a let's get through to the final, let's get a lane, and then we'll go to work. Lovely shot of that St. Michael's crew coming up there with Ada Hare sitting in the stroke seat, Clodagh Phillips in 3, Clodagh McDonough in 2, and Robin Marley Buckley in bow. She
really is so much in control there, that St. Michael's stroke Hare from St. Michael's. She is just relaxed, just keeping an eye across to see the action of the other 2 boats, but so much power and so well in control. I see there Enniskillen kind of, if you look at the trail they've left behind them, they obviously had some kind of steering issue. And again, this is vital, those last few metres. We've seen it earlier on this morning. The last few metres that you're giving up in the middle of the course are vital at the end. All those rowers seem very relaxed now and well in control. Drilled in, I suppose, J18. You're talking with people who could have up on even 6-7 years experience at this stage of rowing. It beggars belief when you're talking about J18s, but they are well in control and well drilled, obviously, by a lot of very experienced coaches to control this race, and just know that you have to do what you have to do to get over the line, because the heat is ramping up, 27, 28 degrees now down here in Cork, and it's certainly going to be a warm one for the finals later on today.
Yeah, look, Alan, I mean, this, as you mentioned, like the standard of rowing that we're seeing here at the Irish Rowing Championships, it keeps going up and up and up, year on year, without a shadow of a doubt. If I have a look back at who has won this, the backtrack of what's been going on this season, Galway took the win at Cork Regatta only 3 short weeks ago. Enniskillen taking the win up at Earn Fours way back at the beginning of the season. As I look here, it looks like Enniskillen putting on a slight push against the St. Michael's crew, but I'm not overly worried about what the placings are going to look like in this event, if I'm being completely honest. It's more about just qualifying, just getting a place in the final, looking like Colostigh at the minute, looking like they might miss out on a place in the final. So yeah, Enniskillen and St. Michael's looking pretty much level. They're up at the front of the field, and then slightly further back to the crew from Galway. But yes, like if you look at these, I don't have my rate clocker on me, but you're looking close to about 20, I'm going to say 24, 26 strokes a minute. This is more of a let's get the boat across the line, let's qualify for the final, and then we're going to go to work and see what we can do at the business end of this race.
Just looking back on the results, I don't really think there is a preferential lane out there, obviously, from a rowing point of view, being able to be in 3 or 4 so that you can glance left or glance right and see how the course is playing out ahead of you, or sorry, behind you at this stage, is probably the best way to be. But I'm not sure any of these is worth just inching forward and putting a bit of push on the line for giving up a valuable energy that you might need in the final. The final course, race number 236, that's coming in at 4:30 this evening. So not too much time off for these guys. But as we look at it there, still St. Michael's just holding that, maybe a canvas over the Enniskillen crew. And we step back then to Galway with Clontarf, looking like they're going to be the ones who'll be dropped out of this.
Yeah, look, you mentioned the final taking place at about 4:30 this afternoon. That's going to be one to look out for. A lot of these athletes having international experience. If we look at the Enniskillen crew, who are on the left of your picture, we have Claire Walsh in the stroke seat, Isabella Wright in the 3 seat, Clodagh Donaghy in the 2 seat, and Naomi Robinson in bow. I'm going to say a large proportion, if not all, of these athletes were out at Henley Royal Regatta there last week. But as I'm saying that, Alan, I'm looking at the trail of this Enniskillen crew. You mentioned it earlier. I don't know if they're having steering difficulties, or is it just because they're going that bit slower and maybe they mightn't be paying as much attention. But I'm just keeping an eye on them, and we'll just see if that does have an impact in the final. The camera just coming up on the St. Michael's crew here now in a couple of moments' time. Lovely, long, slow rate of striking.
Yeah, the ironic thing is the faster the boat is travelling, that the easier it is to steer. So it's a strange phenomenon, but if you can get that boat up to speed, you need a lot less steering involved to keep you in the middle of the lane. And it could well be that, like balancing a bike, it's just that much more difficult when you're going slowly. So as they approach the finish now, it does look pretty much tied up in that top 3 to go through. Clontarf are in valiant fight mode, but unfortunately it looks like they're going to miss out on this one. Even crueler, a 3-boat race coming up next with just one to be dropped in that second heat. But as we look at it here in heat 1 of the women's Junior 18-4, it looks like it's going to be St. Michael's and Galway and Enniskillen to go through. We'll await the formal results.
Yeah, I've just seen there in the last couple of strokes, Enniskillen, they've paddled their way down the course, and just in the last 100 metres there, they upped the rate. They want to secure their place in a middle lane for the final. That's the ideal place. You look left, you look right. You're not too far from any crew that may pose a threat to you. So Enniskillen across the line in first. That's going to be followed by St. Michael's coming across in second, and Galway just coming across in third as I'm saying this. So there are 3 crews that are heading to the final of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4 at 4:30 this afternoon, our first final of this evening's session. And unfortunately, Clontarf just missing out on that all-important place in the final. The second heat of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4 is already off the stake boats, and the camera's shot is just up on screen. Again, as you mentioned, we have 3 boats in this race with only 2 to go through to the final later on. Race number 223 on your programme. In lane 3, Enniskillen B, lane 4, Shandon, and in lane 5, Ban. And as we look up the course here, it looks to me like the crew from Ban have a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Not much questions surrounding that, but where I'm just having a look at is who is going to grab that second qualification spot. Is Enniskillen going to have 2 crews in the final of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4, or is Shandon going to get into the mix? And from this angle, what I'm looking at, it looks to me like Shandon are about a length, maybe a length and a half, up on the Enniskillen B crew. Again, this race would have started about 4 minutes ago, so approaching the 1,000 metre mark now. A credit to Enniskillen to have 2 crews in the heats of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4, but from where I'm standing, Alan, it looks like Ban have a commanding lead.
It does, but the battle there, as you said, is between Shandon and Enniskillen for that second spot, and Enniskillen B crew, Brooke Davis in bow, Tori Davis in stroke, Colin Grace Collins and Scanna Howe then making up that Enniskillen B boat, but they're certainly not out of it yet. They're just about a length down now as they approach the 1,000-metre mark. Well out in front is that band crew, but Shandon haven't sunk the Enniskillen B crew yet, and there is just barely clear water between them, but that can be eaten up in no time at all. So it's the real race is for that second spot. And both crews rowing really, really well. Ban well out in front, you've got to say. Campbell, Quigley, Green and Hull really commanding this race. So it would be interesting now to see how Ban go against St Michael's and Enniskillen crew, if once they can get to the finish, of course, and get a white flag and qualify. But looking really, really well are both these crews, this Shandon crew and this Enniskillen B crew, because there is still in the mix that one length now can be closed in no time, as they believe that could be the 500-metre mark to go that they have just gone through. So Enniskillen B are going to have to lift this now. I see the Stroke and the Shannon crew just looking across, maybe a little nervous. Maybe they thought they saw Enniskillen B and they would have hoped that they would be able to put them to the sword early. But through the 500 metres, I'd say 4:50 to go now for that second place battle, Shandon and Enniskillen B. And if anything, I would say Enniskillen B are inching back on them now. Are they going to run out of water? Alec, do you see a comeback from Enniskillen here?
I think they could, and I mean, like as you mentioned, I don't think Shandon were really expecting this. I mentioned earlier about an elastic band between the crew in front and the crew behind. Have Shandon broken the elastic band between their stern and Enniskillen B's bow? By absolutely no means. We're just coming into shot there of the National Rowing Centre. You can see the banks absolutely packed as we head into the second session of racing here at the Irish Rowing Championships Day 2 2026. The band crew there at the centre of your screen at the moment have slightly dropped the rate. Probably could have dropped it a little bit sooner. I was keeping an eye on them there while Alan was giving you an update. Slightly contrasting styles to what we saw earlier, but they look comfortable and set to take the first qualification place, the Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4. I'm just having a look at the results here. Ban took the win at Dublin Met back in May. Could we see a repeat of this weekend? Main competition looking like it could be Enniskillen A, who qualified in the heat previous. Looking back to the all-important second place qualification position that we're keeping an eye on, Shandon still leading Enniskillen B. Again, the elastic band still not broken. It's still bow on stern. Could Enniskillen B have a comeback? I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility at all, to be honest. Shandon, did they expect to have this B crew so close to them? Possibly not. This could be something they weren't prepared for. They had planned to nearly paddle this race down. But look at this. Ban coming up to the line. They're going to take the win in Heat 2 of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4. What a strong display of rowing from Sarah Campbell, Lydia Rose Quigley, Faye Green and Lydia Hull. They're safely across the line. Shandon looking like they're set. They're going to hold on to that second qualification place as they come down to the line. Enniskillen still bow on stern. They've given it their all, but today is Shandon's day and they're going to head to the final later on this afternoon at about 4:30. We'll head back up to the start in a few minutes, but Alan, thoughts on that Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4?
That five boat final coming up is going to be a humdinger, I would say, and I think Shandon might have worked a bit harder than they might have expected in that that heat number 2 of the Women's Junior 4, and could that tell in the final? We'll see that coming up at 4:30 later on. So we're straight down the lake, and it's the men's inter-pair heat number 1, and this is a full house over the next 2 heats, and it's going to be Commercial B, University of Galway A, Commercial D, would you believe, Cork A and Lee. A 6-boat heat for this men's intermediate pair. Difficult to call now just from the screen that we're getting at the moment. I would say out in lane 2, University of Galway could be showing there on the extreme right of your screen as you would look at it now. So from right to left, you're looking at Commercial B and Galway beside them, and I would say Commercial A then, third boat over from the right hand side, is showing quite strongly. We'll get an overhead shot now as the drone swoops in. And indeed, yes, it is Commercial A crew in that third boat from the right that are moving very, very well, and it's beside them we have Commercial D and University of Galway all showing well, and Commercial B showing well. So the field really hasn't split up at this stage. The swooping drone shot now is beautiful. It can make, I'd say, even me look like I'm rowing quite well. But absolutely fantastic shots here. Lee a little off the pace, and Cork A on the right hand side of the screen. So all the action seems to be over on the left hand side, or now as we switch over on the right hand side between the Commercial A, D crews and the University of Galway Commercial B. Then on the extreme right, certainly not out of it yet.
Yeah, look, I mean, the men's intermediate coxless pair, they took on the time trials there earlier today. So this will be their second 2 kilometre race of the afternoon, since only about 1 o'clock. I'm still looking at the centre lanes, as you said, Alan. I'm looking at Commercial A sitting in lane 3, and either side of them I'm looking at University of Galway A and Commercial D. The strength and depth in that commercial squad must be something else if we have Commercial A and D in one heat. And indeed, Commercial B out in lane 1 as well. Commercial A of Michael Fanning and Aaron Hurley leading this out, then slightly over to their bow side. I'm looking at University of Galway A of Cathal Monaghan and Dominic Casey. We noted them earlier today, with Casey having won the men's lightweight single yesterday, and of course getting a 5th in the A final at London Met back in May. I'm also keeping an eye, a very, very close eye in fact, on Commercial D of Tom McKeown and Sam Daly. 3 to qualify for the final later on this afternoon at 5 o'clock. Is there really any threats to this 3 to qualify? Not really, but again, it's a coxless pair. This boat can change speed very, very quickly. Who's closest? Who's looking in 4th? I'm looking at Commercial B of Joe Tanner and Liam Juckerman. They're sitting in 4th, and it is slightly further back to Cork A and Lee sitting in lane 5 and 6. But Commercial A looking well as they go through and lock pretty much dead level University of Galway and Commercial D. Alan, thoughts on how these crews are rowing?
Yeah, Commercial D, if you're to believe that they're the 4th crew, they certainly haven't been dropped yet. Now, there's a little bit of clear water as they approach the headland, so there's kind of 3 boats just pushing out slightly now. That's the Commercial A crew, or sorry, Commercial AD and University of Galway seem to be just squeezing out that Commercial D, Cork and Lee. So 3 boats to go through, but I would say that Commercial B crew out in lane 1 now will want to put a bit of a hammer down, because they don't want their teammates going through to the final later on today and then being left on the bench. Unfortunately, they will need to react, and they'll need to react pretty quick. All crews moving quite well as we look there. I see the Commercial bowman in the lead in the Commercial A crew. He is looking across. That, of course, is Fanning and Hurley in that boat. They're in control, I'd say, of this race, and probably have a little more to give if needs be. University of Galway there to their right hand side, and again on their left hand side, their teammates are from Commercial D crew, McKeown and Daly. But those 3 crews now, I think, have settled down and are in a bit more control of the race. And I'd say, if needs be, if Commercial B decide to strike up and make a run for it, I would say there is plenty of response there from those 3. So about 300 metres to go. Will they try a little push towards the end? Is it worth the energy again? Well, you say these guys are racers. Men's intermediate pair and Commercial certainly have increased that. They hear the crowd giving them a bit of a cheer on, and they've certainly put a little bit more drive, a little bit more power and passion into that blade work as they approach the finish, and they'll want to see themselves cross that line first. Commercial D are probably going to put them under a little bit of pressure for the finish, and we're going to have Commercial A, Commercial D, and by the looks of it, University of Galway to round that one out. So strong finish. They look like the boats that are going through from Heat 1. And Ella, introduction into Heat 2, please.
Yeah, Heat 2 of the men's intermediate coxless pair, race number 225 on your programme. They should have left the stake boats about 3 minutes ago, so probably approaching the 1,000 metre mark at this point. Let's give you a quick roll call before we catch up with them in a few moments' time. In lane 1, Shandon B. Lane 2, DCU BC. Lane 3, Neptune. Lane 4, ULA. Lane 5, University of Galway C. And in Lane 6, University of Limerick B. And as our drone legs its way back up towards the bridge, these crews are well gone through the 1,000 metre mark. And where is the action coming from? I'm looking at the centre of the course. I'm looking at the Neptune crew. They were kind of sitting out in Lane 3. Then where am I looking? I'm looking across the University of Limerick in Lane 4. I'm also looking at University of Galway in Lane 5. Again, 3 to qualify in this heat of the men's intermediate coxless pair. All 3 boats nearly in a line for those 1 to 3 qualification places, but keeping a very close eye on the Trinity crew sitting in Lane 2. They're about, I'm going to say, about half a length off qualifying for the final later on. If they put a push on, could they get into the mix? Yes, by all means. But the leading pack of Neptune in Lane 3, University of Limerick in Lane 4 and University of Galway in Lane 5, that's who I'm keeping an eye on. Look at Neptune really making a move. The Neptune crew of Tommy Little and Gavin O'Dwyer. They want to stamp their authority on this field. Don't want to be in the mix too much for a second or third place finish. They're anxious to get one of those middle lanes in the final later on to join the 2 commercial crews and University of Galway. Alan, as they really start to pick it up and you can see the National Rowing Centre in sight, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, inside the last 500 now. The external crews there in Lane 1 and Lane 6 seems to be out of the picture, but there is certainly a battle there if the drive is put on from that Trinity squad to really put it up to the Neptune UL University of Galway crews. But they're going to have to react pretty quick because they're starting to run out of water. I'd say about 400 metres left. Shandon B, unfortunately, not at the races here, and ULB crew slightly off the pace. But in the centre, you're seeing Neptune now under pressure from UL and University of Galway. So the Trinity crew are going to have to make a move, and that's going to have to be pretty quick. And I think they are, as you see on the right-hand side of your screen. Big, deep, powerful strokes now. Will they eat up the water? Will the Neptune crew there in the centre to their left-hand side be able to react to that? They look quite comfortable. To be honest, the Neptune crew of Little and O'Dwyer have commanded this race from what we've seen now. The Trinity crew really digging in deep. The Neptune stroke man just looks across. I think he has this one under control, and he looked left to the green of UL and further across then to the University of Galway. Trinity certainly eating up the inches now as they approach the finish, and this could be a big finish because it's hard to see anybody under control at this stage. Now there will be a little bit of panic setting in. University of Galway under a bit of pressure now from that Trinity boat.
Yeah, they need to look over to their stroke side fairly lively to make sure that Trinity crew doesn't catch them right on the line. University of Galway having this very crew, Rafferty and Hurley, having won at Cork Regatta 3 short weeks ago. They've put on a surge. By the looks of that drone shot, they look to be a length and a half clear of the Trinity crew. They went for a 10 when they went through the final 250 metres. University of Limerick leading this one out, looking settled to take that first qualification position. University of Galway and Neptune pretty much dead level going through the last 3 strokes. So that's University of Limerick from Lane 4 straight over the line in first. It's Christopher Donovan and Adam Grace going to take that first qualification position, followed by Neptune and University of Galway. Despite Trinity's best efforts, they're going to miss out on a place in the final later on this afternoon at about 5 o'clock. What a race. We have Commercial A, Commercial D, University of Galway from Heat 1, and University of Limerick, Neptune, and University of Galway C from Heat 2 to take on the final of the men's intermediate pair later on this afternoon. Right, already up on screen, we have Heat 1 of the Women's Club 2-8. This is going to be fast and furious. Alan, do you want to take us through a roll call of this one?
Certainly, the Women's Club 2A, this is Heat 1. We got in Lane 2, Queen's University, St. Michael's A in Lane 3, Skibbereen in Lane 4, UCD C in Lane 5, and we have Trinity Dublin University Ladies Boat Club in Lane 6. So showing at the minute right over on the let me just get my bearings here. Yes, we have Trinity who seem to have an early lead here, but we didn't see these off the start. Love watching eights plough off the start. It's a great scene, but Trinity seem to be in control of this race. Again, there is 3 to go through on this race, but Trinity on your left hand side of the screen as you look at it now, the battle well out in front, and beside them the UCDC crews seem to be a little off the pace, so there does seem to be a big battle now for those other 2 spots Trinity, obviously early days, but Trinity rowing very well after a great start, and that has served them well. They can be out in front, and that Cox can just glance over her left shoulder and command this race, react to what the other three boats are going to have to do, because they're going to have to race it. They're going to have to battle it out. So Skibbereen, I see, showing quite well. Skibbereen, St Michael's and the Queen's University crew now battling it out. We'll just get an idea of the layout of that second, third and fourth spot. Difficult to tell from these screens, but as you can see on the left hand side is the Trinity ladies crew in that women's club 8, rowing very, very well at the moment.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Women's Club 8, it's always a very, very hotly contested event. Points having a big impact on who ends up in what seats in what boats. Cork Regatta, 3 weeks ago, a win from St Michael's. We're seeing them race in lane 2 as we speak. Coming off the start there, we picked them up at about, I think they were just gone through about 1,000 metres, and I'm not going to say shocked because I'm not surprised, but a very, very commanding lead from the Trinity crew out in lane 6 on the left-hand side of your screen as we speak. Ava Dolan sitting in the coxswain seat. I'm sure she's keeping an eye on the ongoings going on just over to her left-hand side. I'm looking out to the far side of the course then. Queen's University Ladies Boat Club in lane 2 and St Michael's that I referenced about Cork Regatta in lane 3. Again, 3 to qualify for the final later to go through. And as our drone heads back up towards these boats, I'm just going to say University College Dublin, or excuse me, Skibbereen in lane 4, or sorry, on the far side we're looking at St Michael's. Leading this out we have Dublin University Ladies Boat Club without a shadow of a doubt. University College Dublin slightly further back, but well up into the mix. It's Skibbereen, St Michael's and Queen's University Ladies Boat Club. I'm looking at DULBC on the right hand side of your screen. Not much questions to be asked of them. Having said that, look at this St Michael's crew. They're really trying to get away of the chasing pack of Queen's and Skibbereen either side of them. Coming into view of the National Rowing Centre, Alan, Trinity look good, but what about the other qualification places?
I will say, and it's been seen 1,000 times before, Ella, is that if there's even if you're battling for the minor places, the presence of another boat beside you will really drive you on. So those 3 boats battling it out together have actually probably gained on the Trinity crew who were out in front. Now they still hold the lead as they probably inside the last 400 metres, but there's certainly a battle on, and I'd say these 3 boats on the left-hand side of the screen, as you look at it now, are really pushing each other on. Skibbereen, St Michael's and Queen's University. Now, if we take it that Trinity are rowing very, very well, and we'll see this one out, and at the moment there, St Michael's look like they are in the dominant second position, but it's Queen's and Skibbereen are going to hammer this one out. There's only one spot. 8 of these plus their cocks are going to go home missing out on the final, because there is certainly going to be a battle on the line here. So that third spot, if we take it that Trinity are doing really, really well out there and have led all the way, they're fading slightly, but maybe they're just in control. But there is a huge battle there between St Michael's, Skibbereen and Queen's University for that those second 2 spots. So someone is going to miss out here, and it's going to go to the line.
Yeah, as I mentioned, if I were St Michael's, if I was that Cox in the St Michael's crew, I'd be keeping a very close eye on the chasing pack coming in behind me. As you mentioned, DULBC doing well, but St Michael's starting to catch up with them, and Queen's and Skibbereen really battling it out for that third and vital qualification place into the final later on. Trinity looking like they've dropped the rate slightly. They're aware they are in nice contention for making it into the final later on, and we'll be back on the water very shortly. But DULBC, Trinity just coming down to the line. They're going to take the win in Heat 1 of the Women's Club 2-8. And on the line, I'd say Michael's definitely grabbed the second place. I'm not going to call if it was Skibbereen or Queen's for the third and vital last qualification position into the finals.
They finished very, very close for that third spot. We just cut to it. The guys cut to it just that little bit too late to be sure, but if I had to guess, I think Queen's could have been squeezed out on that one. But what a great race for that third spot of the Women's Club 2-8s. Trinity bodes well for the final, seem to be in control, but certainly St Michael's, Skibbereen and Queen's University made a huge race of that, and I just have a bad feeling that Queen's could have squeezed out. As soon as we get the official results, obviously we'll bring them to you, but time waits for nobody, and we are straight down for the next heat of the Women's Club 2-8s, heat number 2, and it's going to see UL in lane 2, University of Galway in lane 3, St Michael's B in lane 4, UCD B in lane 5 and UCD A in lane 6. So 5-boat race and 3 to qualify, and that's coming up real soon.
Yeah, our drone just making its way back up towards the 1,000 metre mark. We'll pick them up. This is Heat 2 of the Women's Club 2-8. We'll bring you the official result of Heat 1 in a couple of moments' time. Looks good for Trinity and St Michael's for the first and second qualification positions. We will get confirmation on the third place qualifier. Now, Heat 2 already en route down the course. A 5-boat race with 3 to qualify. In lane 2, University of Limerick. Lane 3, University of Galway. Lane 4, St Michael's B. Lane 5, University College Dublin B, and in lane 6, University College Dublin A. Now look at this. Okay, who am I looking at closest the enclosure? University College Dublin A. They look to be like they're sitting nicely well up in first. Then I'm looking at University of Galway for the third place, and for the second place. Who am I looking at for third? I'm looking at UCDB sitting in lane 5 beside their crewmates, University of College Dublin A. Now, who am I definitely by no means not forgetting? I'm looking at UL over on the far side of your screen at the top of your picture there. That's your 1 to 4, but then slightly further back it is the St Michael's B crew. Not looking so good for this third place qualification position, but up at the front of the field without much doubt, but the chasing pack is really catching up with them. University College Dublin at the bottom of your screen, University of Galway sitting in second. At the minute, it's looking like the crew from University College Dublin B holding on to that third place qualification, but UL really hot on their tail. Alan, what are you thinking?
Yeah, certainly UCD again out on the same lane out in lane 6 that we saw Trinity dominate that first heat, but it really could be a case of any 3 from 4 in this second heat of the Women's Club 2-8s. St Michael's B under a bit of pressure and they're being squeezed out the back, but certainly the battle is on between UL, University of Galway, and that UCD B crew to see who will battle it out for the second 2 spots. UCD A still well in control on the right of your screen now as they approach the headland, and not too long to go as these 8s charge down. Well in control, I think, is this UCD A crew, and the Cox, plenty of experience there, will look across and they will see that they're under no pressure and they'll be able to react, save a bit of energy, because every stroke counts when it comes to the final. But it'll be interesting to see the UCD and Trinity crews go up against each other, a real colours grudge match. Not to discount anyone else, because we've seen so many times that form in time trials and form in heats do not result in a win on the line, because anything can happen. But looking at this now, it seems as though the UCD crew is just slightly, the UCD B crew in lane 5 has slightly been squeezed out of it, and the University of Galway and UL are putting a push on to try and seal those 2 spots. Beautiful scenes as we see the 5/8s approach the National Rowing Centre here in Enniscarra. But as we look there on the far right hand side, pushing off into the distance, is that UCDA crew well in control, and I'd say they've got plenty more to give by the time the final comes around. Second place seems to be University of Galway at the minute. They're overlapping with UL. They have about they have about 3/4 of a length over UL. St Michael's B, the UCD B crew still holding on, but just have too much to do, and they're going to run out of water, and a step back then to St Michael's B. But certainly impressed in the first heat was Trinity. UCD A also impressing in this heat. Bodes well for the final, but there is other boats in it, and will be other boats in it, and they'll want to have their say. University of Galway still holding that second place over UL. So at this stage, too early to say, but it looks as though University of Galway and UL have done enough to squeeze out UCDB, but we'll see how this one ends. Another 200 metres to go, Ella.
Yeah, I mean, UCD, they're defending champions for 2025, so they have history in this event, and they're currently leading the second heat of the Women's Club 8s. Again, keeping a very close eye, University of Limerick and University of Galway at just University of Limerick, they're closest to the camera, and University of Galway then sitting in lane 3. That's your 1 to 3 at the minute as we speak. St Michael's B just sitting slightly outside qualification at the minute. Is it out of the realms of possibility that they could qualify? No, but they need to make a move very, very soon if they want to be in contention for that. University College Dublin B slightly further back. Look at that for a shot. You just saw the banks of Inniscarra there a couple of moments ago. The bank's absolutely packed full of people here at the National Rowing Centre. It's University of Limerick closest to the camera, University of Galway sitting in lane 3, and furthest away from the camera we have University of College Dublin A. That's the 3 crews looking set to qualify for Heat 2 of the Women's Club 2A. It's a late surge, potentially coming from St Michael's, desperately trying to get back in contention for a place in the final later on, but I think it might be too little too late from the St Michael's B crew. As University College Dublin in the centre of your screen, they drop the rate, they start to nearly paddle in towards the line. They're going to cross the line in first and make their way to the final later on. Paddle across gently to the calls of their cocks. University of Limerick just coming across in second, nice and close to University of Limerick and University of Galway. We will get a rematch of that, in fact, later on in the final. UCDB just coming across the line now, and that will be followed by St Michael's.
Big strong finish actually from the University of Limerick. Now whether that was to just to get the lungs working hard, because they closed down a lot of distance on University of Galway, who were well in control. Now whether University of Galway just paddled down realising they were safe for the qualification, who knows, but no rest for the Wicked. And it is the men's junior 8-8s who are already on the stake boat, as you can see, and giving a left or right, we have Blackrock in lane 1, Enniskillen B in lane 2, St Joseph's B in lane 3, Enniskillen A in lane 4, Shannon in lane 5, and Galway in lane 6. Now the Blackrock cocks there with their hand in the air just to say that they're just not ready, just not straight. Still a minute or two to go before they kick off, but these are some of my favourite races, because these junior 18-8s have led to some incredible finishes down through the years. Bow ball to bow ball all the way to the finish line, photo finishes, and listen, there is a little bit of animosity, I'm sure, when different crews go up against each other, but this potentially is the creme of the creme of Irish junior men's rowing. So Neptune crew there in view. Neptune with their cocks with their hands up. Again, these guys, a little bit of nerves. I mean, everybody here wants the gun to go. You've been there before yourself.
Thank you. So in lane 1 of the first heat of the men's, so we're waiting on the first heat, but we can see on the camera there it's the second heat getting ready on the stake boats. So you can just see there the crew from St Joseph's looking on the camera, but on the course so far we have the first heat. So in lane 1 we have Blackrock, lane 2 we have Enniskillen B, lane 3 we have St Joseph's B, lane 4 we have Enniskillen A, lane 5 we have Shannon, and lane 6 we have Galway. So just we're waiting for the crews on who are coming down the course to be on screen. But Enniskillen A, they are the in this heat. Enniskillen are the reigning champions from last year. They are competing for the Schools Union Trophy in the men's junior 18A. So really competitive race for this one. So just waiting on the water. So you can see a really nice there look at the stake boat. You can see Rue's Bridge in the background, which leads Coachford to Farran. So really good view there.
Yeah, so Brian, the championship record set in 2017 must have been, I've seen a few championship records coming back, going back to 2017. It must have been a hell of a tailwind year, because Enniskillen won this in 5:47. Wow. I'm not sure back in 9 years ago if we were checking for motor doping at that stage, but sounds like they had an outboard motor to get them down the course in that time. I think all crews squared and ready. We could be ready for the off here. I've nerves myself now as we look at this 5 boats. Sorry, I seem to be looking at 5 boats here. Oh, excuse me. So this is presentation. Coláiste Neptune, St Joseph's, and St Michael's, who are off. Heat 1 is already underwater on. So these 5 boats have taken off like a bat out of hell. So that seems to be the race we're focusing on at the moment, which is race 229, the second heat presentation. Cork, Coláiste Neptune, St Joseph's, and St Michael's. So they have flown off the start. Neptune and St. Joseph's A look like they have a little bit of a lead here, and St. Michael's on the left hand side of your screen. So those three boats seem to be off to the best start. Presentation Cork and Closh-Ignore on the right hand side, just down about a length at this stage. But those three boats seem to be commanding this now with the first 300 gone. Neptune, Closh-Ignore and Presentation Cork. Neptune, St. Joseph's and St. Michael's on the left-hand side of your screen seem to be doing all the running in this. It's a little bit of clear water already back to Closh-Ignore, and then step back again to Presentation Cork. So the big names in some of Irish junior rowing, Neptune, St. Joseph's and St. Michael's, all on that left side of the screen. Nothing really between the three of them. Neptune in the centre, and to their left then St. Joseph's and St. Michael's. So really good rowing at this stage, trying to put distance between themselves and the field so that they can comfortably control the race and take those three spots. Brian, pretty impressive start there from those three boats.
Yeah, so really good start there from the three crews on the enclosure side of the course. So we see there Neptune making a really good battle there, and we see St. Michael's, no doubt. St. Michael's had a really good win yesterday in the men's coxless pairs, so I'd say definitely a showing there. So we can see there St. Michael's, we have Evan O'Byrne stroking that boat. Of course, he's going off to the World Championships in the pair this year with Matthias Cogan. We also have Art Thornbury in 5. So again, really good rower there. He was at the Home Internationals last year. So really good showing there. But it looks like Neptune in the middle are doing really well as well. So we have Neptune, a squad here, so who are in the middle and they've pulled through. However, it looks like the crew on the enclosure side, St. Michael's, are making a really good battle there. So it is St. Michael's and Neptune are your 1 and 2. St. Joseph's A, the Bishop of Galway, who are well used to rowing on the River Corrib, they have won this championship multiple times in the last 5-10 years, and it looks like they are giving another battle for third spot. So it's going to be 3 to qualify for this one. So it is St. Michael's on the far side there. On the camera you can see Neptune there in second place in the green, and followed then by St. Joseph's, the Bishop of Galway. That is your 1, 2 and 3. The crews from Praise Cork and Closh-Ignore they'd want to be making some massive moves now if they want to be in contention of making the final later on. But definitely looking like St. Michael's are leading this one out. They have a lot of dominance over the rest of the field. The crew from Neptune putting pressure on. So at the moment, between these three crews, it is important for lanes. The crews want to have lanes in the middle of the course, so the coxswains can look left and they can look right. I have no doubt the coxswain from St. Michael's, Rory Reardon, is screaming at the lads, saying to him, "Come on now, we have this. We're in good contention here." So they're just making sure now that they conserve their energy for the final later on. It's no doubt that this St. Michael's crew are looking very comfortable here. The women's 4 looked really comfortable too earlier on. So it's the same story. So it is the St. Michael's 8 here. Rory Reardon in that cock seat. He can look to his left and right and realise both boats are well behind them. So it is going to be St. Michael's from Neptune there. You can see Neptune on your screen there as well. To the right of St. Michael's, followed by St. Joseph's in between them in that empacker, the yellow boat there.
Yeah, it looks to me as though certainly Neptune and St. Joseph's have taken that rate down. Neptune noticeably lowering the rate. St. Michael's, they just want to stamp their authority on this. There's a bit of now, as I say that, St. Michael's have taken down that rate, but they just wanted to put distance between themselves and the field. Just a little statement of intent for the final. But these three crews who are out in front certainly have a lot more to give when the pressure's on, and we'll look forward to that in the final. But St. Michael's really just winding it down now to the finish, taking it nice and easy, as you see from that scene. Really in the mid-20s, so with the rate for the likes of Neptune, and you can imagine St. Joseph's are probably in the same, just relaxing and winding it down, because they will need all that energy and more for the final, because it's never been an easily won pot. The Schools Union Trophy for the men's junior 18-8s has never gone easy anywhere. So St. Michael's look like they're going to cross this line first. It's then St. Joseph's and Neptune will either have a little dig towards the finish just to grab that second spot. As I said, it's hard to relax and hard to keep from putting that little bit of extra pressure on just to stamp your authority on it and grab one of those centre lanes. But as we look at it now, there is a bit of a battle back from Pres Cork, but it's just a little too late, and themselves and Coláiste Ignód unfortunately just weren't at the races with these three dominant boats for this heat, the Neptune, St. Joseph's, and off in front St. Michael's. So as you can see, very, very easy, very relaxed rowing from St. Michael's and St. Joseph's and Neptune as we pan across. Pressure on Presentation College there, trying just to squeeze in and close that gap. They've really upped the rate, but very relaxed. Again, these guys, you could be looking at intermediate or senior rowers here, the size of these athletes and the ease and control and power and pace through the water. Beautiful scenes here, and as you can see, the NRC packed to the rafters for this afternoon session on day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. It looks as though St. Joseph's have put a bit of a squeeze on, Neptune have put a bit of a squeeze on St. Joseph's, and they should cross the line together, but out in front is that St. Michael's crew. Off in lane 6 now, which we have seen in the last 3 races, the 2 women's Club 8s, and this race, lane 6 seems to have provided the winners, so maybe there's some good conditions out there, but I don't think St. Michael's were tested. It's going to be St. Michael's, followed by St. Joseph's, and followed by Neptune. So once we wait on the white flag, it looks as though we're going to have those 3 to the final. Looking forward to that, and let's see who will join them. So we've just learned that heat number 2, so heat number 1, we haven't missed it. It is on the road right now, and just to recall it, from lane 1 across, we have Blackrock, Enniskillen B, St. Joseph in lane 3, St. Joseph's B crew, that is, Enniskillen A crew. We're expecting a lot from them in lane 4, Shannon in lane 5, and Galway in lane 6. Difficult to tell if who is showing early as they push through about 500 metres. Certainly I can see the Galway crew out on the right hand side of that look good, as well as Enniskillen A in lane 4. As we get the drone out to pick up this race, we're going to get some better views, but beautiful course conditions out there at the minute. A little bit of a wind, but lovely and warm, so a nice mix to keep you cool, but from the first race, that was Neptune, St. Joseph's and St. Michael's who were first across the line there. So once we get a slightly better view, we'll be able to give you distances now as we look down from the starting camera. What a beautiful view into the forest at Inniscarra. So hard to tell, but off on the right hand side it does look like Galway on the far right and Enniskillen in lane 4, 2 boats over doing well, as well as Shannon and St. Joseph's B. So hard to say if anybody is out of it at this stage, but Junior 8's rowing seems to be another great year for it. Brian.
Yeah, so really good, good showing there here from these 6/8. So as well, we saw Enniskillen A. They're just back from Henley Royal Regatta, so they had a really good showing there. They made it through a few rounds. Really good junior crew here, so definitely they've got something to show. They're the defending champions, but definitely the junior 8s, even though I know myself, like, it is a really, really good race to race. I rode with Lee Valley in 2022, 2023 and 2024, so it's a really you can't explain how the adrenaline works when you're in a race with like 6/8s in it. So going really well here. Back to the race, we have in lane 4, as we called, we have Enniskillen A looking really competitive here as they come onto our screen. We're just waiting it there. So it's going to be Enniskillen followed by the crew from Shannon in second. So there's going to be our 1 and 2. Enniskillen in the impacker there. They know they have a lot of control over this, so they can bring their rate down a small bit. They don't have to waste their energy on this. You can just see there. So Shannon followed by the crew from Blackrock College Dublin. That is your 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. On the enclosure side you can see Galway as well, the purple and yellow of Galway. So it is going to be Enniskillen followed by Shannon. Then there's a good battle for that last spot. There's only 3 to qualify in this race, and it's going to be between Galway and Blackrock. So those two B crews, Enniskillen B and St. Joseph's B, look like they have dropped back a small bit behind with the Catamarans, but it looks like that's going to be, although there is a good showing here from Enniskillen in first, I think the real battle will be for that third spot, the third qualifying spot, which will be between Galway and Blackrock.
And we've seen this on the B crews for Enniskillen and St. Joseph. They're battling out each other, but in the determination to ding dong out of each other, then they creep up on the other crews that are involved in it. But Blackrock and Galway will be battling for that third spot. Enniskillen A and Shannon. Enniskillen with huge experience, even though they're J18s coming from a hugely successful rowing programme. The Enniskillen A crew and Shannon will control this. Now they're under a little bit of pressure. That's certainly a lot more pressure than the previous heat. And it's the the Blackrock and Galway crews now on the far left and far right of your screen. There's only going to be one of those crews that will cross the line in that third spot. Enniskillen A, they seem to be dropping that rate. Yes, definitely on another screen we have here, we definitely can see them drop that rate. They are well in control along with Shannon. So whether the cocks in both the Blackrock and Galway crews are looking across, and they are going to have to gauge, because they're going to have to open up the tank for the last few hundred meters, because only one of those crews is going to go through. Enniskillen rowing really, really well. Look at that. Again, low 20s in the rates. Just so much in control. Shannon rating slightly higher, but I would say from that, Shannon and Enniskillen have a huge amount more to give for the final. And if we look across there, that's a great scene for that battle for third spot. It pans back then to the B crews of St. Joseph's and Enniskillen. Crowd starting to get behind Blackrock and Galway for that third spot. They know what's at risk. The risk of going home early. They want to be in that final race 2-4-1 at 5:20 p.m. tonight. But the two crews well out in front and well in control are Enniskillen and Shannon. But Brian, it's a real battle for that third spot.
Yeah, so it's going to be a massive battle here. So it is definitely Enniskillen leading out, followed by Shannon. But that real main battle here is between Shannon and Galway. So the two outer lanes, it's between Blackrock and Galway. So those two outer lanes, they're going to be it's going to come down to the wire here for that final spot. So definitely Enniskillen here. I'm looking at their track record here all year. They've won so many things, and no doubt about it, because they are putting into this race in first spot. They're followed in by Shannon in third, but it's going to come down to the wire for the last third spot here. And it looks like Blackrock must have taken it over Galway. We're going to wait an official result over that one, but it looks like Blackrock might have taken that. Now, we're not betting people inside this office here, so we're not going to bet on it yet. But it looks like Blackrock did take that third spot in the final, but we will let you know as soon as possible.
Great finish there from Blackrock. Seems as though one of the Blackrock scullers or Blackrock sweep rowers now was a bit assured or convinced, certainly, that he was the one to cross the line first. But certainly a great race, and it bodes well. Some real class in the final now, as we'll see. The two winners, Enniskillen A and St. Michael's, along with Neptune, St. Joseph's, Shannon, and well, we'll await that. But Galway or Blackrock will be the other qualifiers, and the who's who of Irish junior rowing: Enniskillen, Neptune, St. Joseph's, St. Michael's. Huge crews. Blackrock, real great development program over the last number of years, if they have qualified over Galway. So we'll wait and see that. Next up, it never stops. We have the women's intermediate single scull. We have two heats of this, 12 athletes involved, and here again there is the top three will go through to the final. So heat number one, which is due off quite soon. We have O'Grady from Athlone in lane 1, Mulcahy in lane 2 for Commercial, Brennan from New Ross in lane 3, O'Sullivan from UCD in lane 4, Horan from UCC in lane 5, and Long from Carlow in lane 6. So they have just gone off the start in this women's intermediate single scull, and we will just see who is showing first.
Apologies there for the delay. So in lane one, as we say, so we see here, we in the middle lane, lane 3, we have New Ross, Anna Brennan there showing. So there was not really too much of a surprise there. Really accomplished scutter. She's then followed down with the scutter in lane 4. O'Sullivan from University College Dublin. That is your 1 and 2. So really good sculling there from Anna Brennan. She's been selected for the quad for the European under 23 Championships this year, and no doubt about it. No doubt about why, because she's looking really commanding here. It looks like O'Sullivan of UCD has a lot of work to do if she wants to go into that final qualifying spot, or into second spot, or the top spot, apologies. And then we have in lane 1, we have Athlone O'Grady, who again has a lot of international experience. Went to the Junior World Championships last year in the Junior Women's 4. So again, not very surprising how she's doing so well. So that is your 1, 2 and 3. It's going to be New Ross, UCD and Athlone.
And the UCC Scholar of Horan and Long from Carlow, who are on your left-hand side of the picture, just slightly been squeezed out of it. So they need to stay in the mix in the battle for this top 3 spot. But no doubt out in front in lane 3 is Brennan from New Ross, sculling really, really well. Mulcahy from Commercial and O'Sullivan from UCD. Just now been kind of slightly pushed back by O'Grady. So it's those 4 boats on the right-hand side of your screen as you look at it now will be battling for the top 3 spots. And as always in some of these heats, there can be a huge battle. Right up front can be nice and relaxed, but there can be a massive battle for that qualification spot, that last 3rd spot on the list for the final. So out in front we have Brennan from New Ross and O'Grady from Athlone holding a length of a lead. Then you're back to UCD O'Sullivan, and then slightly back further to Mulcahy, but Mulcahy certainly not out of it in lane 2, still in the mix for that spot. Horn, as I said, from UCC, and Long from Carlow, who are on the enclosure side, lane 5 and lane 6, just off the pace at the minute. So they're going to have to do something really special just to keep themselves in this race. But it does, Brian, look as though it's going to be any 3 from 4 at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to come to the wire with this one. Just a confirmation that it was Blackrock College Dublin that made it through to the final in that men's junior 18-8. So we will be seeing them in the final later on today. But back to the women's intermediate single. On your screen, you can see a really nice view there of the scullers all together. But definitely it is New Ross. Anna Brennan looking really strong. She's then followed down by O'Sullivan of UCD and O'Grady of Athlone. This is intermediate, so there'll only be 1 pot for this one. There won't be any medals, but definitely looking like New Ross. Anna Brennan really strong there. You can see on the on your screen there as well. In 4th, you can see in lane 2, Mulcahy of Commercial putting pressure on, but it looks like she is being slipped away from the rest of the field. So it is still Anna Brennan from O'Sullivan of UCD, then back to Anna O'Grady of Athlone, and then to Mulcahy of Commercial. That's your 1 to 4. Unfortunately, the scullers on the far side, Horn of UCC and Long of Carlow, have dropped back a small bit, so there is a lot of work for them to do if they want to make it into even contention of the top 3. But definitely still, as from the start, we have Anna Brennan of New Ross commanding.
So as you can see, O'Grady and Brennan holding roughly the same rate now. Just as we say that, Brennan seems to have wound it down a bit and gone, huge powerful strokes from Brennan there from New Ross. As we have a great look across the comparison between O'Grady and herself in New Ross, Brennan in lane 3, but massive power coming through, different styles, different physiques, but both moving through the water very, very, very smoothly. As you can see, great conditions here at the NRC, and in fact O'Grady is probably putting a bit of a squeeze on her just from that camera angle, holding that 2nd spot slightly further back to UCD O'Sullivan. And unfortunately, I think Mulcahy, O'Sullivan has been able to hold off Mulcahy and respond to any attacks from her, so that has stayed between that 3rd and 4th spot, has stayed at a 1 length lead as we go back to O'Grady from Athlone, and she's moving really, really well. Again, determination, looks across, glances across, just sees, is it second, is it third? Where is Brennan from New Ross? And as I say that, Brennan stamps her authority on this and puts another half length into her lead for over O'Grady. As they approach now the last couple of 100 metres, and UCD O'Sullivan has put a push on again, really to put the final nail in Mulcahy from Commercial. Her attempts at trying to make the final, so it does look like a very, very strong field. Nobody has really had to work too hard. Everybody says looks like they're kind of within themselves at this stage, so saving a little for the final, but just doing enough. Mulcahy's still not completely out of it, but she's going to need a huge drive now to close that gap on the UCD Sculler O'Sullivan. 2 Island Bridge battles going on, battlers going on there, and we'll see who comes out on top. But from the off, it's been Brennan from New Ross, and she has not relinquished that lead. Brian, this one is going to go to the finish, but it does look like things have settled down, and the 3 to qualify, we can see them.
Yeah, so still looking really strong in this one. We have Anna Brennan of New Ross. Yeah, so looking really good. So there's going to be 3 scullers to qualify from this race. So it is going to be Brennan of New Ross in coming towards the lead. She is then being chased down by the scullers from University College Dublin, O'Sullivan, and it looks like O'Grady from Athlone has pulled into second, but it's forward and back and forward and back. So it's going to be between those two, but those two are looking pretty comfortable to qualify into the final later on. But if Commercial Mulcahy wants to qualify, she's going to have to put on a massive surge and hope something does change in the further up the field, because she is running out of time and water at the moment. So it's going to be New Ross from Athlone from UCD. That's going to be your 1, 2 and 3. Unfortunately, the scullers from Commercial, UCC and Carlow are further back behind, so they're going to be dropped from this semi-final in the women's intermediate single scull. So race 2:30. We're making our way through them today, but definitely looking like Anna Brennan of New Ross. Coming in towards the last few 100 metres, she looks really strong. Conserving that energy for the final later on, definitely will be a contender in the for that pot in the women's intermediate single sculls.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when, I suppose, when the gun is put to the heads of these athletes as to the power that they can put out when they're really demanded to race, because Brennan and O'Grady haven't broken a sweat, I would say, on this. They've just got out in front and commanded that. UCD O'Sullivan, I saw there about 200 metres ago, started to put a bit of a push, maybe a little worried about Mulcahy from Commercial coming back, but as they come to the line, it's going to be Brennan over O'Grady, over O'Sullivan, and it's going to be New Ross, Athlone and UCD. But very interested in how in what the final will bring, because that's when these girls see red and put it all on the line. I'm looking forward to what that's going to bring. But we're straight down the river to race 2:31, and that's the second heat of the women's intermediate single scull, and they are off already. I'll just give you a quick lowdown. It's Maloney from Commercial in lane 1, Kerry from Fermoy in lane 2, O'Toole from University of Galway in lane 3, Payne from Fermoy in lane 4, Handy from Skibbereen in lane 5, and Mahan from Neptune in lane 6. Brian, anyone showing early on this race?
So they're still only about halfway through, but it looks like in lane 2, Kerry of Fermoy looking really strong in this one. So Karen Kerry of Fermoy, really good showing there. As she pulls into first place, she is then followed then by this really good battle there for second by O'Toole of University of Galway, Avril O'Toole, Payne of Fermoy, her teammate, and Maloney of Commercial. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4, but it's still really close to call at the moment. But definitely looks like in lane 4, Payne. So we have Tara Payne of Fermoy forming a UCC. That is your 1 and 2. So it's going to be a really good battle there for Fermoy at the moment. Third looks like it's going to be in lane 3, Avril O'Toole of University of Galway. So she has a really busy week this weekend. Really busy weekend with Galway. Made a really good effort there in the heats, the time trials earlier on. Apologies, and in the lightweight as well. So Avril really hoping she does the best she can. So it's going to be Karen Kerry from of Fermoy, from Tara Payne of Fermoy back to University Galway, Avril Tool. That's your 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, again, unfortunately, off the back is Hendy from Skibbereen and Mahan from Neptune out in lane 5 and lane 6. So another big battle with in the top 4 boats, and losing that battle is Commercial only at the moment out in lane 1, but it's far from over. We're seeing again a very dominant display from Fermoy in this, from Karen Carey from Fermoy in lane 2, and she is moving really well, and she has done from the start, and she will just look over to her left and she'll see O'Toole from Galway, Payne from Fermoy, and they are, well, I was going to say her challengers now just at that current rate again. Low to mid 20s, it's unlikely that she sees them as any kind of challengers. She is going to command this race, and she is well out in front. Experience galore in this women's intermediate single scull. They'll have been rowing for quite a few years, and they know where to save the energy, but the battle is going to have to be from Maloney from Commercial if she wants that qualifying spot, and we have a great view of her. She's rowing really, really well at the minute now. She just needs to take maybe just a little glance over just to see, because she's going to need a dig. She might have a strong finish, but she's going to need it now if she wants to get back into the mix. She does have that quick look over her left shoulder, and she'll realise that whatever the plan was, it's going to go thrown out the window at the minute, and she's going to have to go for a power 10 and 10 again to try and reel in that clear water distance between herself, O'Toole and Payne. But Karen Carey out in the lane 2 from Fermoy is dominating this heat. It'll be interesting again to see her going up against Brennan of New Ross in the final, because I'd love to see these two rowers just red rag for bull. They will be out and giving it lots. Again, Fermoy, Karen Carey, she did pick it up for a few paces there, but settled back down again, and is just kind of tipping away just to hold that 1 length lead over the University of Galway Tool and Fermoy Sculler. So as they approach the finish, I don't think Maloney is going to get back into this, and it does look like the race that we met from about 250, 300 metres gone has stayed the same with the same distances. It's going to look like Karen Carey from Fermoy will lead this one home, and she's going to grab one of the centre lanes for the final.
Yeah, so definitely Karen Carey looking really commanding in this race. It looks like Avril O'Toole of University of Galway is feeling the pressure of Tara Payne of Fermoy. So that's going to be your 1, 2 and 3. So it looks like in lane 1, apologies, Maloney of Commercial has just dropped back a bit, unfortunately missing out, while we see our 3 spots from the final taken by Fermoy, University of Galway and Fermoy. It was a bit surprising to see Aoife Hendy of Skibbereen drop back so far, as she has had so much international success, but you never know what might happen on the day. But unfortunately she has not made it to the final, and she just pulls in towards the finish line now. And after her there will be Mahan of Neptune, and that will round out the heats semi-finals of the women's intermediate single sculls.
So straight up again, and we are away with the men's junior 16 double scull again. These guys would have we have New Ross Lee Valley Tribesmen in lane 3, St Michael's A in lane 4, Workman's in lane 5, and Cork A in lane 6. So 3 to qualify in this men's junior double scull, junior 16 double scull. Showing now in the centre lanes, we have Tribesmen and St Michael's, Lee Valley and Workman. So they look like the 4 boats that are across the line. New Ross struggling a little with Cork A, slightly off the pace as they go through now with the side by side. You can see that it's the Workman's crew closest to the boat moving really, really well. But 3 from 4 again. We've had this at the last as we looked at it before. So Lee Valley, Tribesman, St Michael's and Workman's. Cork A slightly off the pace, and New Ross slightly off the pace, and they're charging down to the finish. Patrick, this is going to be a real battle for that 3 spots.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there. These 4 boats are separated by less than half a length from first to fourth, and unfortunately only 3 of them are going through to the final of the men's junior 16 doubles later this evening. So whoever's sitting in first, second, third, fourth there, they're all going to have to battle it out. As you said in the previous race plans go out the window when things like this happen. You have to empty the tank if you want to get into that final. Looks like St. Michael's have the advantage over the 4 crews there, but it's impossible to call between second, third and fourth there. It's probably going to be a photo finish. It looks like St. Michael's and the Lee Valley crew there are out ahead, but between the other two it's incredibly close. I mean, if you watch the finish there's 4 crews, and it seems like Lee Valley and St. Michael's were safely through, but between third and fourth, hard to call. What do you think?
Looks as though Tribesman could have just missed out on the line, but that was another cracking heat. We're getting them thick and fast here because it's so cruel having raced down the line, 4 boats battling it out, and if you're the one to go home, it is so cruel. We'll await the official result on that, but 3 through to the final. The next heat will be coming, the Junior 16 double sculls, men's junior double sculls. Queen's University, Skibbereen A, Lee, Cappoquin C, Newry and Carlow will be the next crews, and the race is well underway at this stage. So if we can just gather, looks as though lane 3 Lee might have a lead. That's the third boat from the right hand side. Lee and Lee, Skibbereen and Cappoquin seem to be showing there in the centre. So as soon as the drone gets up there, we will have some great pictures for you. And again, just from observation on here, it looks like Newry and Carlow might be squeezed out of this one. They are the boats on the left hand side, with the 4 on the right hand side, which is Queen's University. Skibbereen, Lee and Cappoquin will be the ones who are battling this out. Patrick, great views here, but again another 4 boats really squeezing it out here for those top 3 spots.
Super tight in the front of this race again, and you know, I don't know about you, but I think there's something quite cool about being a junior 16 and rowing for Queen's University Belfast. So I wonder, is that playing into the minds of the other 3 crews there from Skib, Lee and Cappoquin? But there's nothing in it in these 4 crews. You've Skibbereen A, you've Lee, you've Cappoquin C. They're all battling it out, and it seems to me like in lane 1 there, Queens are just sitting in 4th place by about half a length, maybe 2/3 of a length. Skibbereen just edging them out for the 3rd place probably. It's Cappoquin C and Lee then in the front. Lee having a great run at the J16 so far. They won the J16 quad there yesterday. This is looking to be a great race, and it's still super close. Lee probably 2/3 of a length ahead of 2nd and 3rd. Skibbereen really gritting the teeth there now.
They are certainly, yeah, and Skibbereen have upped that rate, but Queen's not out of it yet, but they're looking pretty good, but they are going to have to bump up that rate just that small bit. Again, they can put Queen's under, or Skibbereen under pressure, but they're going to have to react now. The stroke man looks slightly to his left, but it's they're going to start to run out of water now, and they're the danger boat because they're in that 4th spot, that undesirable 4th spot, as we see the Lee crew and the Skibbereen crew do really well as they push towards the finish, so moving very nicely. But Queens are going to have to react to this. I'm not sure there's that sense of urgency that's going to carry them over the line. Cappoquin C seem to be well in the mix here as well. I don't see Queens coming back at this stage. Carlow and Newry unfortunately off on the left hand side there out of this race, but Queens I don't think are going to react soon enough for this, and as they hit the line we're going to see Lee and Skibbereen and Cappoquin just taking that 2nd spot. But it'll be certainly an interesting final in the men's junior 16 double scull coming up later on. A couple more races now before we have a short break, and it's going to be the men's Club 2 single scull. Patrick, you might take us through the lineup.
Yeah, sure. So I assume these boats are going to already be on their way down there. They look to be at about the 500 mark. In lane 1 is Devons of Lee. In lane 2 is Moore from Galway. Lane 3, the defending champion Finian Mannix of UCC. In lane 4, Giles of Neptune, followed by Conall Gillard from Lee Rowing Club in lane 5, and John Barry from Kilmac-Simon in lane 6. So 2 Lee boats in this heat, and two coastal rowers, Finian Mannix and John Barry. So they'd be familiar with racing each other in slightly wider boats than this. So possibly the first time they faced down in the flat water boats. But it seems to me that John Giles and Finian Mannix are battling it out there in lane 3 and 4. And there's a healthy challenge there from what looks to be, is it lane 1? Lee Devons. So there's 3 to qualify in this race, and it seems to me that out at the head of the race at the moment is it's Lee Gillard out at the front of the race there. Connell Gillard of Lee, followed by Neptune Giles, followed by Finian Mannix there in the 3rd place. And actually Finian Mannix might have been edged out there by Lee Devons. So Finian Mannix having his work cut out for him to defend his championship here now. Connell Gillard out at the front of the race, it appears. This Lee Sculler challenging Finian Mannix there for the 3rd and final qualification spot in this heat.
Again, we're seeing some classic racing here. Four boats in the mix with only one to be dropped on the 2 Lee Scullers, showing very well. One of them under a little bit of pressure, but we have UCC and Neptune doing quite well, and Lee. So as we look at it here, it's the Lee Sculler in lane 5 beside the Neptune Sculler, and then beside them the UCC Sculler. But you would say that the Lee in lane 5 and Neptune are probably in a dominant position and not under too much pressure if they can control the other Lee Sculler's attack, along with that UCC. So it's UCC against Lee for that 3rd spot. Very strong and in control in lane 5 is that Mannix from Lee, doing really well as they push towards the finish. But the battle is certainly on the near side, as you look at it now, with that Lee Sculler. He's really digging in, as you can see, and this will cost all these scullers, because there is a lot of effort going on. There's certainly working harder than they'd like to to save some energy for the final. But Mannix from Lee certainly heaving into it along with the Neptune Sculler. Like, this is not the easy ride that we saw Brennan and Carey get in the women's interscull. So they are battling for that 3rd spot, and the real battle is on the outside. So we have UCC under a bit of pressure from Lee, and it's going to be a battle between those two. The Neptune Sculler now is under a little bit of pressure as well from that 3rd spot, UCC. Patrick, call this one home.
This looks like Connell Gillard with a strong lead over Mannix's champion from last year. John Giles as well taking the lead in front of him. So it's going to be your 1, 2, 3 Connell Gillard from Lee, followed by John Giles from Neptune, and Finian Mannix in the 3rd position there. Finian Mannix almost losing his spot in the final there to the Lee Sculler from Devons. So he's just crossed the line there now in 4th, followed by Moore of Galway, and Kilmac Simon Barry finishing in 6th place there.
So next heat will be up quite soon. We'll get the lowdown on that. Then we'll have a slight break, and we're straight into the finals for the afternoon. The 2nd heat is underway, I believe, and Patrick, will you give us a lowdown from lane 1 to 6, please?
So this is heat 2 of the men's Club 2 singles. In lane 1 we've got George from Ban, followed by Kelly from Shandon. That's a beach sprinter over there, I recognise that name. Followed by Hart, another beach sprinter, Nixon, another beach sprinter, and McElhenney and Phelan then in lanes 5 and 6. So in lanes 3 and 4 here would have been the top qualifying times into this heat is Sean Hart from Waterford and Luke Nixon from Kilmac Simon. A great showing from Kilmac Simon there, as this is one of their first championships as a river rowing club.
So just they seem to be rowing down the course towards the start, so maybe they haven't taken off. I'm not 100% sure exactly what happened, but they are, unless there was an issue on the course, but whether they have started and they got a red flag or something. I'm not 100% sure, but they seem to be rowing back. So it'll give us another few minutes just to compose ourselves for the second heat of the men's Club 2 single scull. Give us a little bit of time to run through the next the 10 finals that we're going to see in the afternoon.
So just a note as well, the racing has been delayed by 20 minutes. So the final race was scheduled to finish at 6 o'clock, and now it's scheduled to finish at 20 past 6. So the final for the men's Club 2 singles, originally 6 o'clock, now 20 past 6.
So we're all on overtime here, but as we watch these single scullers reattach,
They're going to have
again,
a
plenty
huge
of
amount of
experience here.
adrenaline going through them as well, I'd say, up at the start. If that was a false start, you know, getting the first 100 metres of that race, you're like being shot out of a cannon. So having to rewind there and recompose themselves to start again, it's gonna fiddle with their race plan a little
Exactly,
bit.
and the if you've got a good start, you'll be ruining that red flag because the pressure's on for another one. And if you've got a bad start, you will be thanking your lucky stars because you really want another shot at the title, because the start can be so important, especially in this, where getting out to a lead and commanding the course and commanding your opposition is worth a huge amount. So they'll get reattached and we'll be ready to go in the next couple of minutes.
And we're off at the start of Heat 2 of the men's Club 2 single sculls. So just a reminder, in lane 1 is George from Ban. Lane 2 is Kelly of Shandon. Lane 3 is Hart of Waterford. Lane 4 is Nixon of Kilmac-Simon. Lane 5 is McElhenney of Queen's University Belfast. And lane 6 is Phelan of University of Limerick. So these 6 scullers presumably had a false start or something happened there. So it seems an early lead from is it lane 2 lane 2 there, which would be Kelly of Shandon. He's only young as well. He's an under 23. He's been doing the beach sprint trials this year, Josh Kelly. So great showing there. But the field is fairly close together still, all within length of each other off this start. So I suppose all of these rowers, a lot of them would have tried the beach sprints before, so they all are well used to using that anaerobic power and getting a really good start off the. You know, the beach sprint format is only 500 meters as opposed to this type of rowing, which is 2,000 meters. So that certainly helps off the start.
Hart showing very well there for Waterford in lane 3, and I'd say McElhenney from Queen's and Phelan from UL on the left hand side of your screen are moving very, very well, along with George from Ban. So nobody dropped yet. Now we're over 500 metres in this restarted second heat of the men's club single scull. If anything, Kelly from Shandon is slightly dropping off the pace, but hopefully he can stay involved, because as they move now through past the camera on the boat, we're having a great view of Hart from Waterford showing probably about a length up, but then we look across to George from Ban on the right hand side of your screen, and still very much involved. So this field hasn't spread out at all, very different from the last heat. But we're going still looking at the Waterford sculler there. Hart showing very, very well. Hart and George from Ban are the two who are commanding this race at the minute, but nothing really in it.
George from Ban there as well. I mean, would have had quite a journey coming down here to Farran down in County Cork. coming all the way down from Northern Ireland, so that has to be factored into his performance here today. 6 hours of travel takes a toll on anybody, and to perform at this level after such travel, it's quite impressive. So across there, it seems to be George from Ban, Hart from Waterford, and Nixon of Kilmac-Simon there leading in the first 3 spots. Very impressive showing from Kilmac-Simon there with, as I say, they only took up river rowing there recently. Last year was their first championships. This is their second championships ever, so shout out to that coastal club based in Inishannon.
Hart looking very smooth in control, and in fact his movements there belying the speed he's putting into that boat, because it looks as though he is just playing with the rest of the field. Now it'd be interesting to see, does he have much in the final, but he certainly doesn't have a comfortable enough lead, I think, to be easing off much, because very strong showing from Nixon, the Kilmac-Simon sculler, who'll be on his left hand side as he looks down and he surveys the field. Certainly George from Ban on the right hand side in that yellow M packer seems to be working a little harder than the rest of the field as we see it there, but very much in control is Hart from Waterford. Beside him, Shandon Kelly is still in the mix, but as I said, 3 are going through on this one, and the only one kind of dropped off at the moment is McElhenney from Queens. So there is 5 boats really in the mix. UL Phelan on the far side, just moving out of shot at the moment, is still in the mix once he puts a bit of a drive on. But Hart from Waterford has now upped the rate slightly, so he was quite leisurely in the middle of the course. Kilmac-Simon sculler there, Nixon, is just a quick glance over to the right just to gauge where that Waterford sculler is, and the Shandon sculler Kelly then viewing across left and right, just seeing where things are. So George from Ban is the one who is in the danger zone at the minute, along with UL Phelan, so those 2 are going to have to battle their way back, but very relaxed from Hart from Waterford, and he's in control of this race now. He has upped the rate, but he still looks like he has plenty to give if he was to make the final.
And if I had to call it right now, I would say it's the 3 coastal scullers out in front. It's Hart of Waterford, followed by Kelly and Nixon of Kilmac-Simon and Shandon. And Hart has had some great success this year. He's went up to Dublin Met and performed quite well there in the Club Scull final. He's also came second in the Cork Sherry Beast Sprint Regatta, and here he is now ahead, about half a length ahead of Kilmac-Simon's Nixon there in second place, and back in third place, only by about a third of a length from Nixon, is Kelly from Shandon. So these 3 scullers leading it out, likely to take the top 3 qualifying spots into the men's Club 2 singles final later on today, which is scheduled for 6:20.
Very impressed with the control and pace that Hart from Waterford has put into this, because normally you'd want to get clear water, you'd want to dominate the field and then take it down, but throughout this whole race, Hart has been gauging the effort needed just to get across that line first with as little effort as possible, and he's going to probably have a length over the field at the end of this, unless there's a big push coming from the other 2, that's Kilmac-Simon Nixon and Shandon Kelly, who are in the centre there of your screens. But it's a very, very impressive controlled race from Hart from Waterford, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how he responds to the pressure put on from the other crews in the final. So he is still holding clear water, and he has upped that rate slightly. Kilmac-Simon sculler looks over their right shoulder, that's Nixon, and he can see he's putting in a few drives, really, really powerful strokes through the water from that Kilmac-Simon sculler. Really lean, tall sculler, and he has driven that. He has upped the rate, and he's closed that clear water back to about half a length. But again, be interested to see how he gets on in the final. So it bodes well for this race 245, which will be the last race of the day, but really looking forward to that final. Some quality sculling going on here, Patrick.
Yeah, it looks like Nixon is trying to close that gap there to Hart. He's not letting him get away. Hart would have liked a bit more comfortable in first place position there, it seems, but Nixon is challenging him. It does seem, though, that there's a bit of a separation in the field between the first 3 boats and 4th, 5th and 6th. 4th is sitting about a length back on 3rd at the moment, so it seems to be Hart of Waterford out in 1st, followed by Nixon and Kilmac-Simon in 2nd, and then Kelly from Shandon in 3rd. You can see them there all in the same shot. Hart is really like spinning the wheels as if you were cycling up a hill. You drop a gear. It's the same thing he's doing here, rowing into that slight headwind. He's shortening the stroke. He's keeping it light. He's keeping it short, and he's spinning the legs. Meanwhile, Nixon of Kilmac-Simon is taking the opposite approach. He's really loading it up on the back, swinging the body back, and loading it quite heavy on the stroke. But it's working for both of these athletes, which just goes to show the versatility of the rowing stroke. You can take it either way, whichever way you like. And it seems like Kelly there of Shandon is actually winding it down a small bit. He's got a sharp finish, quick hands, but he seems to be rowing within himself. Same with Hart and Nixon of Kilmac-Simon and Waterford here. They're kind of winding it down towards the end of this race because they want to save something special for the final of the Club 2 men's singles.
So yes, as Patrick said, they're very different styles, but both really efficient through the water, the power and strength, the speed and pace. And it's going to see Hart from Waterford cross that line, and he will just have a length over Kilmac-Simon, who will finish over Kelly from Shandon. But those three, really strong final it's going to be. Really looking forward to that, and that's coming up, as I said, last race of the day. So it is an excellent row there by those top three boats who got out in front. Again, nothing easy, and I say none of them relaxed at any stage, but I'll be interested now. As I said, Hart will be the one to beat in that final. I was very impressed with him. I feel Nixon maybe has a bit more to give when the pressure's on as well from Kilmac-Simon, so delighted for that race now coming up next at 6:20 this afternoon. So we will just see there is a scheduled short break, but they're running a little behind. So as soon as the crews for the women's junior 18 fours hit the stake boats, then we'll get ready to go. So we're back at 4:50.
Back to the action straight away. We are underway for the finals of this afternoon's session. We're picking up the first race of the day, the women's junior 18 for the race in the heats earlier on, where just one crew was dropped out of each of those heats. The running order for the women's fours: it is Galway in lane 1, Shandon lane 2, Enniskillen in lane 3, Ban in lane 4, and St Michael's in lane 5. So they're underway, and off of the start, we'll see how the crews are going once we get some drone footage as well. But already it looks like the crew from Galway off to a good start in lane 1. They are well ahead of Shandon, nearest to them in lane 2. I'll see how the fares are. I think that Galway crew have got off to an absolute flyer of a start there. The crew from Ban running very close to the boys. They're steering, and indeed the crew from Enniskillen now in danger of moving over. Hopefully the umpire can stop there. The Enniskillen crew in danger of impeding Shandon. They've gone right the way over, just correcting there now and getting back on track. The St Michael's crew on the right hand side of the screen also in the mix here, but I think it's Galway has definitely got the better of Shandon when they came through the start there. Just looking to see how the other crews are going to go. Our drone will be up shortly to give us that overhead view and we see how things are going. But a great start here for the crews for the women's 4.
Great start indeed for Galway, but as we watch this now there on the left hand side of your screen, they are heading for Cork City, because they are moved off to the left of the lane, and I'd say a lot of pressure and a bit of potentially panic from the steerers here in these crews. But the Galway crew have corrected, and they are in lane 1, and they look like they're holding a lead over that Enniskillen crew. But Enniskillen seem to be taking the long way around as they head to the left of their lane, and again potentially endangering getting in the way of Shandon. The other two crews on the right hand side, and we haven't really called them out, St Michael's seem to be holding a lovely line alongside them. We have Ban, so some steering issues from maybe the two more powerful crews, Enniskillen and Galway. We'll get the drone footage now, who'll pick up this and we'll get a really nice view. But Galway on lane 1 there on the left hand side of the screen seem to be holding that lead quite nicely, along with Enniskillen and potentially St Michael's. So as they come towards us here, we'll pick up a few distances now, and we'll be able to better judge who is leading this way out. But certainly some steering problems for the top two crews, a lot of power, and maybe the power is getting in the way, Richie.
Yeah, and it's a little bit blustery out on the course as well, those crosswinds, so definitely affected the crews for the first few hundred metres, but they've settled in to their race paces now. The women's junior 4 racing for the Father Mercury Cup, and a current defending champions from 2025, the St Michael's crew. Mixed results for a lot of the crews throughout the season. Enniskillen won the 4's head. Gaelclosh Limni, which some of the members of St Michael's are racing in, won the schools regatta. Ban won Dublin Met, and then we had some schools racing in, including Shandon and Enniskillen at the national schools in England, where they placed 7th and 8th. Most recent, it's the Galway crew that were the winners at Cork Regatta, the regatta held on this course just a few weeks ago. The drone footage now showing us just how it's playing out between the 5 crews that are here. Definitely it is lane 1 Galway, lane 3 Enniskillen, and lane 5 St Michael's. Shandon and Ban off the pace back in 4th and 5th, and leading it out at the moment. It does look like lane 3, the crew from Enniskillen, just about ahead of the outside crews. So 3 in the mix here for the final of the women's junior 4, shaking off 2 of the crews there from Shandon and Ban.
Certainly Enniskillen benefiting from that big start along with themselves and Galway, but Ban have maybe held a better line, as you can see the trail going back from each of the boats just to judge their steering. So ideally the plan would be to stay in the middle of your own lane, but as the power goes down and the pressure comes on, so can the veering left and right. But these 2 crews now from Galway in lane 1 and Enniskillen in the centre of your screen there will battle it out to the finish. They're through the 1,000 metres at this stage, and they're putting a little bit more distance between themselves and St Michael's, and Ban are coming back into it, challenging St Michael's for that 3rd spot. But the 2 crews out in front now at the minute, Galway and Enniskillen. So Enniskillen probably being swallowed up a little bit. I think there's been a push from Galway now. Steering can affect, you can lose a few metres with this steering, but Galway in lane 1 on the right hand side, I'd say, have come right back into this, Richie.
Impressive stuff from Galway. The solid 500 metres from there sees them shake off St Michael's, and St Michael's coming into danger from the Shandon crew. As we said, you can see them on the right hand side of the screens from the footage that was just there. The camera cat just coming up level. We'll get the crews as they pass there. Isabel Wright and Claire Walsh leading it out at the moment. The Galway crew, hot pursuit in second, Laura Carolyn, Beatrice Kelly, Lily Courtier and Ciara McMorrow. And just seeing now the Galway crew will come up level with them, and it looks like the Galway really putting on the pace here and coming up to challenge Enniskillen. Just coming up towards the run into the finish. We can hear the roars outside us here as the crews are being charged in towards the line. They're coming up with about 300 metres to go. We're riding side by side with Galway, and look how well they're rowing here. Really clean rowing, high rate, and they're starting to eat into that lead. Coming through those buoy markers, we can see they're starting into the lead of Enniskillen, who've done all the running so far. Shandon have rowed through St Michael's. They're in third at the moment. St Michael's back in fourth, and it's level pegging here between Galway and Enniskillen, running towards the finish, all to play for. Impressive from Galway.
Galway looking really, really well, and I'd say they've taken just a slight half a canvas out of Enniskillen, and one of those crews is going to rule their steering on this course, but Galway have such a solid sit up on that boat. Enniskillen battling back, but Galway really that stroke, leaning out, getting every inch of power, and I'd say they could even have a canvas at this stage. Galway, as they push towards the finish, are in fact probably increasing their lead. I'd say it's gone up maybe to 3/4, but there's certainly no time to relax. Galway rowing really well. Baron, the Galway boat, looks across. She'll give a shout, just let them know she's going to call it up, because this boat will see the finish line quite soon. Enniskillen on the way back. They've put the other crews to the sword at this stage. It's a two-boat race, but Enniskillen, if anything, aren't out of it. Enniskillen with a big finish. Richie, they're pushing towards this.
Yeah, and the Galway crew running very close to the buoy lines there and coming into the finish, so might have to adjust their steering to get a clear run into the finish, but it's neck and neck between the two crews coming in. Last few strokes for both of them, both winding to the line. Shandon coming through in third place ahead of St Michael's, but coming in towards the line. That Galway crew winding up. Is it going to be Galway Enniskillen? It's going to come down to the last few strokes. Who gets the cleanest run? Enniskillen look like they have powered on and responded to the Galway challenge. Coming to the line, it is Enniskillen, just a length. They turned back in the last few hundred metres. Jubilant celebrations there from the Enniskillen crew. Naomi Robson in the bow seat, Claude O'Donoghue in 2, Isabel Wright in 3, and Claire Walsh in 4. What an exciting race, from getting off the start with the crews waving in between lanes, getting back and getting a clear run of it. The crew from Galway putting it up to Enniskillen all the way down the course there, and we thought it was Galway's with about 150 to go, but Enniskillen found another gear and were able to take it up and take the championship back to Enniskillen.
Very impressive there from Enniskillen to battle back from that Galway, because Galway were dominant there with about 400 metres to go. I would have given it to them all the way, but never say die attitude from that Enniskillen crew. Saw them all the way and got them to cross the line comfortably in the end, although no one's going to say that was a comfortable race. Jubilant celebrations on screen there from a fantastic Enniskillen crew. What a battle between themselves and Galway. So well-deserved race. They can look back now and laugh at the few issues they had with steering, but it's all good when you cross the line first. Delighted for the Enniskillen crew with that win over Galway. Valiant Galway battle back. We're soon to go down to the start again for the women's senior pair. It's going to see 4 boats. They are just lining up at the minute, and in lane 2 we have BAN, DULBC, Trinity College in lane 3, University of Galway in lane 4, and Shandon in lane 5. So a 4-boat final here, ready to go in the next couple of minutes.
We'll be shortly underway with the next final of this afternoon session, the final of the women's senior pair, up on the stake boats at the moment and just waiting to get into the starting order. The women's senior pair racing for the David Gowerly Memorial Trophy, defending champions from last year, the crew from Skibbereen. Also Skibbereen holding the course record back in 2018. Conditions today, with the blustery conditions and the headwind, I don't think we're going to see too many course records tumbling, but we will of course let anyone know if we come anywhere near to that. A stacked field here racing for the women's senior pair between Ban, Trinity, University of Galway and Shandon. At Dublin Met, Neptune and UCC were the placing crews, but neither of those racing here in the women's senior final. And Cork Regatta, the most recent outing for these crews, it was DULBC that took the win there. A lot of calibre in this boat as well for University of Galway. Fagan of Galway, Emma Fagan, raced in World Cup 1, making an A final in the women's 4. And we have Emma Waters as well in the bow seat, rode with Rutgers in Washington, bringing that international experience into the boat. And now underway, so the 4-boat race here for the final of the women's senior pair for the David Gowerly Memorial Trophy. And leading it out already and off to a flying start in first place, lane 2, it is the Trinity crew, the most recent winners outing at Cork Regatta.
I see Trinity have had a little bit of steering trouble as well. I saw the umpire warning them, white flag raised, to ask them to steer into their lane. So can always be an issue when the power comes on, especially off the start, and these pairs so twitchy, and really you need to be in sync. And as we look there, Trinity moving to the left of their lane as they push on now up to about 300 metre gone. Garcia, Peugeot and Telsrow in that Trinity boat have clear water and about 3 lengths at this stage from their nearest competitors, who would be Ban and University of Galway, but a long way to go, and anything can happen, as we saw in the a few races earlier. But moving very, very well, that Trinity crew out to a commanding lead. Everyone would have their own strategy in this, Richie. Do you react? Do you stick with your tried and trusted methods as they approach the 500? How do you react? You can't let Trinity get away with this one.
Yeah, I'm sure the puddles that are coming from the Trinity boat will be dissipated by the time the chasing pack see them. So what do? Do you stick to your race plan and think you have 4 solid 500s that you can get through and your boat speed is going to be consistent? Do you go hell for leather to get back on level terms with the Trinity crew? So it'll be interesting to see how they play out here. We are seeing the crew in lane 3, and that is University of Galway, starting to make a move and try eat into the lead that the Trinity crew have opened up, taking with them the crew nearest to us. We're just seeing their bow there in lane 2, the Ban senior pair. A lot of work to do to try to get back into contention here. A lot of experience in this Trinity crew. Adelaide Telzo in the stroke seat, and Maria Garcia Poggio, multiple championship winner over the last number of seasons at intermediate level and at the small boats and in the 8s as well. And they took a win here at the previous championship as well at intermediate level, now stepping up to senior. So that win that they had in Cork Regatta, as well as the experience at intermediate championship level, definitely coming into play here. They've gone off with their race plan, they're dominating off the start, and they're saying to the other crews, if you want this championship, come and get it.
University of Galway do look like they've closed that lead down a little, but you do have to wonder, is Trinity just commanding that little bit of clear water, and they know where they are, where they need to react, if they need to react, because as we approach the 1,000 metres, Galway are going to have to come up with something to close that gap and put a little bit of pressure on that Trinity crew further back, then to Ban, and further back again to Shandon, although Shandon and Ban are kind of battling it out for that third spot, not a huge amount in it, but up at the business end, it's Trinity, and it has been Trinity from the first 100 metres. They've held clear water, and if anything, they've let a little bit of a lead go to the lead squeeze back for University of Galway. But again, they look very, very comfortable watching these Trinity women now. So much experience, as Richie said. really just dominating that. The stroke just glancing over to her left hand side, and she can see what needs to be done for the University of to keep that University of Galway crew off their tail. So about 2.5 lengths in it at the minute. It's plenty to win it by, but there we have to expect a push from the University of Galway, because they're not going to let this one go easy. Bow just looking over her right shoulder, just gauging where that Trinity crew is, what they're going to have to do, but no panic yet. Still plenty of water left to row, but University of Galway are going to have to put a push and squeeze, at least get an overlap and put a bit of pressure on Trinity.
We're seeing the University of Galway crew really taking the rate up, and they're going for it here in this 500. They've eaten into the lead that the Trinity crew have opened up, but you can past Galway crew. Emma Fagan in the bow seat, Emma Waters in stroke, very experienced over the last number of seasons internationally, as well as rowing with University of Galway. So their experience coming into play here, and I'm sure that glance over the shoulder that we saw from Emma Fagan, she's told her stroke woman Emma Waters that they're within striking distance here, and they've plenty of water left, coming up with just over halfway gone and coming into the run into the finish, that if they get that overlap and they can keep this rate and keep the power on, can they come back on the early lead that has opened up by Trinity. And it looks like Trinity is starting to respond now and take the rate up and start to hold on to that open clear water that they had. They're certainly not coasting in towards the finish here, coming under pressure, Trinity, from a really powerful University of Galway crew. So let's say we fare when coming down to the last 500, all to play for still.
Valiant battle, and it's still not over as they just approach the about to get the overlap and take it down to a length. The University of Galway as I say that now, the Trinity have a push on. They were keeping something in reserve, and they've got clear water again, so it's a real battle now for the finish. One bad stroke, a lot of pressure on this, so much pressure on each stroke from the University of Galway crew and from the Trinity crew. Trinity have done enough to keep them to keep University of Galway at bay, but the pressure is really on now. The two Emmas in that Galway boat are trying to squeeze and close that gap now, as we see Trinity respond again and up the rate again towards the finish. They're going to be able to taste this one as we come into the view of the enclosure. It is Trinity still leading by about 1.5 lengths from Galway, and Trinity have upped the rate again. They were keeping this in reserve. Galway have reacted, but it could be just that little bit too late. Trinity are controlling this, and will it see them cross the line first? We will see as they come into the run for the finish. So Trinity moving really, really well and have done all this race. Now the pressure is on. University of Galway are coming up, and they're picking up that pace again. I'd say they have it down just to that 1 length. Can Trinity hold on? Fatigue has to be setting in. A little bit of a dodgy stroke there from that Trinity crew, and it's back just on an overlap at this stage now. A bit of steering issue from the Galway crew, and Galway are closing them down. They're getting very, very close. Two boats now running as the pressure comes up, the steering goes. Richie, this one is going to go to the line.
Going to the line, a little speed wobble there from Trinity. They've recovered well just in the run in towards the finish. Galway keeps nipping every inch. They're trying to gain on the crew coming in. They've only got about 20 strokes left. We can see the rowing centre in the background as they row stroke for stroke. Impressive stuff from Galway. They've eaten into the lead all the way, but this Trinity crew have responded each and every stroke. Both crews rowing side by side there, coming through in towards the finish. Very little between them, riding really close to the boys there, and it might come down to a sprint finish here. Trinity responding, Galway finding another gear. Up and up they go, bow to bow. They're matching each other stroke for stroke and coming in towards the finish, crossing the line. They're not even at the line. They don't realise. The crews, oh my God, they don't realise they haven't crossed the line. They drift across, and it is the Trinity crew just from Galway. Some confusion there from the crews. We'll wait and see if we can get an umpire's flag to get the official decision there, but that was really confusing, and thankfully the two crews, a little shake of the hand there between stroke and bow of the crew from Trinity and University of Galway. Just some confusion, not realising where the finish line was, and I think maybe the sound from the crowd made them think that the finish line had stopped ahead. So they're waiting now. The umpire is going to come up and see what the story is. Going to have a little chat with both of the crews. And it's a red flag at the moment, so red flag until we resolve what the issue and the discussion there is. But we'll come back shortly as soon as we've info on that. So there's two different issues here. I think we've the fact that they both stopped coming towards the line, but the bigger issue is which lanes they were in and were anyone impeded. So I think the umpire's having a chat there. He would have seen all of the action, even though he was further back. He would have seen how the lanes and the steering went, and we'll see how he chats with the crews here. If a crew might have been impeded, they could get a disqualification. And just in the last few 100 metres where we saw the little speed bump that was hit by the Trinity crew, they had to react and change their course. But the Galway crew were also riding very close to the buoy line. So we're going to see how this looks, but shocking and exciting in equal measures.
It is indeed, Richie. Unknown why they would have stopped so close to the line, unless the umpire potentially would have called for them to stop rowing. Unknown. We have no additional knowledge on this one, unfortunately, but fantastic rowing, and what a comeback, irrespective of the result. What a comeback by University Galway Boat Club. So there seems to be confusion out in the water, and even double confusion in here, because we are hypothesizing on what the outcome could be. We will get that announced very soon, and we will have it over to you as soon as we realize. But what a race for 975 metres. Wow.
And I think we found the race of the weekend that's going to be watched over and over again for crews to try find out what has happened. We can see in the other camera angles we have here the umpire just onto the radio, and I'm sure he's contacting race control, and the chief umpire just confirming the information and details. Hopefully that'll be passed on to us, both for everyone tuning in at home and for the on-site commentary as well. We can get some information on it. But for now, we're all on tender hooks while we wait and try find out what the decision is in the women's senior pair.
Certainly nobody celebrating, either the Trinity or the University of Galway crew. They look about as confused as we are. So just incredible drama now. They both seem to pull up at about 980 metres and limp across the line or drift across the line, but both crews were very, very close. So the umpire potentially could have told them to stop rowing, but certainly showed a red flag at the end of the race. So we'll find out as soon as possible. But in the meantime, while things are being decided, we have on the stake boats the next final of the day, which is the men's senior quad, a real rocket ship of 5 boats here, and we will see the Queen's University Kappa Quinn composite in lane 2, University of Galway B crew in lane 3, Queen's University Lagan crew in lane 4, as you see them on the stake boats, Skibbereen in lane 5, and University of Galway in lane 6. And they're away like the proverbial bat out of hell. So these 5 boats battling for senior glory. And looking at this, it looks like that Queen's University Lagan crew have the sharper start as they move away from the start now. Just looking, yes, there is 5 boats in it. University of Galway there over just coming into view on the right-hand side. But again, no cocks on this, so being steered from the bow or the 3-seat, and again that comes with its own problems, especially when the power comes on off the start. There will be a bit of moving around, so really putting the umpires to the test today. But as the drone moves in and we get a better view of the layout of this race, we see the couple of middle lanes, Queen's University, University of Galway B and Skibbereen. Well, there's really nobody dropped off the pace this stage. Maybe the lane number 2, Kappa Quinn, Queen's University, slipping down slightly, but in the central lanes, the 3 boats that are causing all the trouble there, University of Galway, Queen's University Lagan and Skibbereen, showing very well with University of Galway A crew on the left-hand side of the screen, looking quite good.
The crews here in the men's senior quad racing for the Ian Kumsky Senior Perpetual Memorial Trophy and are champions from 2025, whereas a composite from UCC Skibbereen. UCC not contesting the race here, but we who have a lot of well-experienced crews that are racing, and it's all the action, as Alan was saying, centre of the course, with the crews from University College, the B crew, the Queen's Lagan Composite and Skibbereen racing it out here. We're looking there at the University of Galway crew. There's Queen's there beside them, and the Skibbereen crew on the far side. These three starting to move away. Nearest to us, the crew from University of Galway, just overlapping with Skibbereen at the moment, but in danger of being shaken off the leading three. Some way back, the crew that got off to the quickest of the starts, the Queen's Capaquin composite, well off the pace now, back in 5th place. But it looks like Lane's, the crew, from University of Galway. And from Skibbereen, these starting to push on now. Sandwiched in between them is the composite crew of Queens and Lagan, and they're starting to look like they're moving back just by about a canvas, and maybe eating into a third of a length, and have work to do. So at the moment, it's University of Galway and that Skibbereen crew that are leading it out, and let's see if Queens and Lagan can hang on for dear life in the centre.
Nothing between them really as they approach, probably gone through 500 metres, and that Skibbereen crew moving really, really well. And the red boat at that University of Galway B crew, hard to see them be in any manner. They are right up in the mix there with that Queen's University Lagan crew. So those three crews, and that's the 1,000 metre mark, you can just see them push through there. So halfway through the race, these boats really fly. An amazing boat to row, and an amazing boat to watch, because the speed and the technique is something to behold. So those three boats really working off each other. So if anything, it's the Queen's. If anything, it's the Queen's University Lagan crew who are slightly back on this final of the men's senior quad. So Skibbereen and University of Galway pushing that Queen's University Lagan crew just slightly back into it. So Skibbereen, it's going to be University of Galway who are holding this. Luke, what do you make of this one?
So some very, very, very classy sculling in front of us here. Skibbereen and Galway on the outside of Queen's in the middle, just probably half a length down on these leading two. It's classy all the way through. I think the Skibbereen crew are probably half a canvas up on Galway at the moment, looking at the drone, but all to play for in the last 1,000 metres. We're coming in hot here.
Certainly are, and that Skibbereen crew in the red boat moving very, very well. But there's nothing between University of Galway and Skibbereen. Queens and Lagan have not been dropped, and they just won't shake off. I mean, these two crews of Skibbereen and University of Galway, once you see them in action, you'd expect Queens and Lagan to drop off the pace, but they're still within it, and this is going to be a ding-dong battle all the way. I mean, these boats are moving so quick. Skibbereen in lane 5, just holding a bow ball, maybe at best, over University of Galway.
You're looking at 135s, 136s here in the head. Slight headwind we're seeing at the NRC at the moment, but it is your crew in red. It is Skibbereen by probably a canvas now as they stretch out. You see those comp blades entering on the way forward. It's long, it's strong, and they're well on their way forward.
Yeah, we're really in the mix here, and Skibbereen have really pushed out to that canvas lead, and we talk about it as if it's a significant lead. It is a significant lead on the line, but there was nothing between those three crews. But they haven't been able to shake Queen's or University of Galway, and a big finish can completely turn this thing around. But they're all three boats moving really well together. But the battle is on now for this pace as they push inside the last 500 metres. There's a canvas in it, Luke.
Skibbereen just seem to be stretching their legs. It's now 2 seats. Queens are out. They're about a boat length behind the Galway crew, and Galway's got about a canvas to a man down on your crew in Skibbereen. The red and white one pieces, that red cap in the bow seat, having a look over, making sure that is a fine enough margin, but it's not one that's going to be easy. As we come through to the finish line, it's going to be insanely tight here.
Wow, Jake McCarthy of that Skibbereen crew, is he going to be the first one to cross the line, or are we going to see in lane 3 the Galway put it up to them? The Galway bowman just glanced across, and if anything, I'd say Galway just have a slight edge on this. This is going to go all the way to the line. This another battle right to the finish. Skibbereen, Galway, it's one of these three. It's one of these two boats. They've put Lagan Queens to the sword, but a huge effort from Queens, a huge effort from Galway, and I would say they just took Skibbereen on the line. If there was half a canvas in that, it was the most.
I'd say that's commentator's curse through and through, giving Skibbereen the canvas up, and Galway coming through in the last 100 metres or so. Proper boat speed, proper momentum all the way through to the finish line. Now, to cast your minds back to that incredible pairs race not a moment ago, we have got the news from the umpire. Our Trinity ladies have been disqualified for not being in their lane, I assume.
Heartbreaking stuff for Trinity because they commanded that all the way through, Luke. It was torture to see, amazing to see University of Galway pushing back on them the whole way, and they got closer and closer and closer, and pairs, the curse of the pairs, when the pressure's on, steering can go, and unfortunately the final official decision was a disqualification for the DULBC crew, with the win going to the University of Galway Boat Club. Wow. Time waits for nobody, and we're straight down the river again for the men's intermediate pair. It's breathless stuff here with 7 more finals to go until our finish. Luke, you might introduce the crews for the men's intermediate pair.
So you got Galway in lane 1, Neptune in 2, Commercial in 3, UL in lane 4, Commercial D in lane 5, and UGBC C in lane 6. Now, these crews, they've come through a time trial in the morning. They're through semi-finals earlier in the day. Now, this is their 3rd time up to the start here at the NRC. It is hot. It is baking. I've seen all these athletes piling on the ice, trying to keep their body temperatures nice and cool. And let's see what's left in the tank here for the final of the men's intermediate pair.
Pressure's on as they sit on in the baking heat, as Luke said, and again, these pairs have thrown up so much drama today, as well as the rest of the races. That last race, a fantastic finish from the University of Galway crew to just take Skibbereen on the line. I mean, we're seeing some amazing races here. I certainly wouldn't fancy 1-2K race in this. Never mind in this heat. Never mind 3. So the guys are pushing off. Men's intermediate pair: University of Galway Neptune, Commercial A; University of Limerick Commercial D; and University of Galway C crew. So let's see who shows first as they tear off up the course in the first 100 metres.
It looks like everyone's gotten away cleanly. We'll get the drone shots in a second. No major steering dramas off the line, but hopefully all these crews get away nice and clean, and we've got a clean race down. Although I do see that crew in lane, 3, just starting to get nice and close to the boys. They don't want to be there, want to be down the middle of their lane, although we do have a slight cross head here, which will play havoc with that rudder foot.
Yeah, it's going to make life a little bit more difficult. Lane 4 there, University of Limerick A crew and Commercial crew seem to be showing first. Neptune are all in the mix there in lane 2, which was on the left-hand side of your screen. They're University of Galway A crew and the University of Galway C crew on the left and right-hand side. Commercial still in it now, second from the right, as we look at the as we look from the start camera down the course. So as the drone moves down to pick up this race, we'll get a better idea of where the crews are laid out, but certainly this little bit of headwind along with the pressure of the finals is throwing up some bit of drama.
Well, we had fun with the ladies' senior pairs, and now we're going to have fun with the men's intermediate pairs, and we see those crews just struggling with that steering just a tad. You know, it's not easy in the crosswind. You've got the pressure of a final. You've got nearly 4Ks, and you've definitely got 4Ks under your legs, and you're on to your 5th K now, coming up probably 500 in, I'd say. Your legs are just starting to remind you that you've got 4Ks of racing in your legs, and it's all starting to go a little bit hectic now.
Yeah, so we see Commercial had a little bit of an issue with steering, but seemed to be moving quite well as we just pick up those pictures coming from the boat, which is out on the course. And yes, it is Commercial over Neptune, as we see it there, with UL and in the battle there as well with the Commercial D crew. On the near side coming into view, you have University Galway moving quite well. So it does look like that Commercial A crew are the ones holding course there in lane 3. They seem to have the length over the field, but a big challenge coming from University of Galway out there in lane 1. But no one has really been dropped from this race yet, Luke.
Yeah, I'd say your crew in the middle of the course, they've just starting to stretch their legs. Now, it's very early in the race still. You've got a few different racing strategies. Now, do you want to get ahead of the field and really establish yourself and hope that you've got the legs to get to the finish line? Or do you ride the pack, ride the wave, and trust your legs coming into the last 500, making sure that you've got the legs to move on the crews just left and right of you? I can tell you where I'd want to be. I want to be 3 lengths up, and making it easy, which is exactly what we're seeing from this crew in the middle.
Well, unfortunately, that was the strategy that the Trinity ladies had, and when they came under pressure, maybe the heat was just a little too much, and they veered out of their lane, and that ended up in that DQ. But Galway and Commercial seemed to be holding a little bit of a length, a couple of lengths over the field, but that Commercial crew looking really, really strong there in the middle of the course. Two very strong rowers now moving that boat really, really well in this men's intermediate pair final. The Galway crew, who are just on the top of the screen now, coming under a little bit of pressure from the Neptune crew in the centre. But Commercial really, they got out ahead, and they are staying out ahead now. There's probably 1250 gone at this stage, but they are commanding the field. Galway on the right hand side are putting them under the next serious pressure, and then Neptune to the left hand side of the Commercial boat, they're in third spot, but they're not having it easy either. But out in front, Commercial, what a beautiful view there, look. Out in front, Commercial really pushing down the power.
The problem when all the one pieces look the same, that Neptune crew is actually the UL crew in lane 4. You got Commercial leading the way, just stretching their legs. Galway and UL fighting for that silver medal. I'd argue it's Galway on the inside, just right in that clear water. But will we have the legs to fight in the last 500 meters? We come into the opening, that's probably 1,000 meters in, and here we go. Sixth K of racing. Here we go.
And as if they need any more pain, Commercial still out in control, and these guys are that are chasing pack, that UL and University of Galway really going to have to empty the tank to put are just hyping up that rate very, very slightly. Off to the right hand side of your screen there, we see Neptune Rowing Club in fourth place, battling for fourth, but University of Galway up on the left hand side in lane 1 doing quite well, but just can't close that Clearwater gap that Commercial have. They're inside the last 500 now. What will Commercial do when University of Galway go for their push?
It's getting all spicy here as we come into the last 750, 500. Have that Commercial crew built enough of a gap on the University of Galway out in lane 1? Now, being in on the outside, it does mean that you only have to look one way in order to see your competition, as we have that little look over from the Commercial crew in lane 3, making sure that they've got enough of a gap. Now those legs will be burning. They'll have lactate coming out of their ears, their nostrils, their fingernails, making sure that this Galway crew stays exactly where they are. They've got them where they want them. Their foot's on the pedal. Now, can they finish this race?
Fanning and Hurley, they've been out the front from the off, and but now they are under serious pressure to hold on to that from Moynihan and Casey in that University of Galway A crew. It does look like a comfortable lead, but there's nothing comfortable with 300 metres left to go when the pot on the line is the men's intermediate pair. It's Commercial all the way, 900 odd metres led of this race. Can University of Galway close that Clearwater gap? They've really put it up to them, and the winners of this are going to well deserve this. 6k in and 300 or 5.7k in and 300 metres left. It's the Commercial crew who do look dominant. To be fair, University of Galway have done everything they can, but I just don't think they're going to crack this Commercial crew.
The Andrew and John O'Brien Memorial Trophy. Commercial, they're 100 metres from the line now, coming through, still looking strong, still commanding that lead over Galway, but have I given them the commentator's curse? Hopefully not. They've got their last few strokes. Here they come. It's strong. It's long, even here in the last couple strokes. Commercial A, the Andrew and John O'Brien Memorial Trophy for the inter-men's pair. Congratulations, lads. Galway, a very, very strong second. UL coming home for third. Just squeaking ahead of that crew on the inside. Neptune, properly good row from all of these men's pairs.
Michael Fanning and Aaron Hurley take home the men's intermediate pairs title. They led it from the start. They were under pressure, no denying that, but when the questions were asked, boom, University of Galway just could not react, or just couldn't close that gap, and that was a dominant display. Now everybody is absolutely wrecked, and that's how well deserved that is, because these guys 6k in their legs. It is they're all feeling it out there. But University of Galway really didn't let Commercial away with this, but unfortunately just weren't able to close the gap at the end. And we see Commercial A over University of Galway, over University of Limerick, with Neptune coming in there in fourth spot. So we move on then to the next race, which is the Women's Club 2/8s. We're going to go down to the start. That'll be kicking off very soon. So in lane 1 we have Skibbereen. In lane 2 we have University of Limerick. In lane 3 Trinity College. In lane 4 UCD-A, St Michael's A in lane 5, and University of Galway in lane 6. So a stacked full house for the final of this Women's Club 2/8s. So we are awaiting the boats for the Women's Club 2/8 final to take to the stake boats. They are all just under the bridge at the minute trying to get a bit of shade, but as soon as they approach the stake boats, we'll be back with you. But to give you that lineup for the final of the Women's Club 2/8, in lane 1, Skibbereen. In lane 2, University of Limerick. In lane 3, Trinity College. In lane 4, Dublin University College Dublin. In lane 5, St Michael's A Crew. And then in lane 6, University of Galway. So just all crews just waiting to be called to the stake boats. I'm not 100% sure now if there is an issue, but they are trying to get their best bit of shade that they can. T-shirts on heads, moving in under the shade of the bank and the bridge. And again, doesn't do nerves any good to just be waiting around for too long. They'll have done their warm-up. They'll have probably spent 20 minutes, 30 minutes out there just paddling down and then doing a few pieces, a few starts. And all of that now is going to waste. Well, they certainly won't get cold, is one thing out there in probably 27 or 8 degrees at the moment. Wind has died down and rowing conditions are perfect, and we hate to complain about too much heat, but it is an absolutely blue sky day out there. So as soon as they're called on to the stake boats, we'll get back to you.
Just in case you're just joining us here, it's just coming up on 37 minutes past 5 o'clock. The women's Club 8s will be getting on the stake boat shortly. A slight delay up at the start, but we'll bring you an update on that as we have it. So the women's Club 8 getting on the stake boat shortly, and they will be followed down then by the men's Junior 18-8s. That's going to be a big race we're going to look out for in the next couple of moments' time. The women's intermediate single coming up at just after 10 to 6. The women's Junior 16-8. The men's Junior 16 double scull and the men's club single. That's what we've got lined up for you over the next just less than an hour or so here at the Irish Rowing Championships. You can see up on screen the crew from who looks to be University of Galway just heading across the river. Maybe that could be St. Michael's. Just getting on to, they're going into lane 5 in the women's club 8. Just getting onto the stake boats as we speak. They're being corralled from under the bridge and over in front across in front of the start pontoon. Just a gentle reminder of what the championships that we've had here for you on display over the last half an hour or so. We had a fantastic race from Enniskillen in the women's junior 18 coxless 4. Enniskillen took the win in a time of 7:36.6. That was a closely contested race between Enniskillen and Galway, with Enniskillen coming out the right side of that. We had a very interesting race in the women's senior pair, a win for University of Galway in a time of 7:59.9. An unfortunate disqualification for Trinity, who were racing in the lane right beside them. That was an interesting race as they crossed the line. The men's senior quad, it was a winner for University of Galway, who finished 0.2 of a second head of Skibbereen. Big names in both of those boats. And then we're going to, we just had also the men's intermediate pair with a win for Commercial sitting in lane 3. And as I'm just being let known here, the information has come through. We're going to go to the men's junior 18 eights first. So we're going to go to race 241 on your programme. We will come back to the women's club eights momentarily. Again, we'll give you an update on that as soon as we have it. But getting onto the stake boats, as you can see here, it is the final of the men's junior 18 eights. Let's give you a roll call as the crews back on to the stake boats. In lane 1, Blackrock. Lane 2, St. Joseph's A. Lane 3, Enniskillen A. Lane 4, St. Michael's. Lane 5, Shannon, who you just saw back onto the stake boats. And in lane 6, Neptune. So as you can see here, crews adjusting, getting onto the stake boats, getting straight, adjusting to a slight change of plan. They were expecting the women's club eights to go off before them, but they're adjusting accordingly and backing onto the stake boats for the final of the men's junior eights. Alan, what are we expecting to see here? This could be a good race.
It always is, and we've seen some incredible finishes. Most notably, I remember Clostignod, was it 2 years ago? Clostignod and St. Joseph's. Was one on the line. Incredible racing. We have skipped over the women's 2 club eights. Potentially one of the clubs might have had an issue, a technical issue, and they'll hold up that race until they get sorted. Give everybody a fair shot at it, especially for the final. As we see Blackrock in lane 1, moving into position. Blackrock, who got that hard-fought third spot in the qualifiers to make their way to the final, but certainly in the centre rows we'll be looking at Enniskillen, St. Michael, St. Joseph's, Shannon, Neptune, and there really is nobody, no weak link in this final, and there never will be in the final of the men's junior 18 eights. Blackrock in that very fetching kit now as they move towards getting set up at the stake boats. And lane 1. So traditionally the few powerhouses, well, everyone's a powerhouse of junior rowing. Enniskillen, St. Michael's, St. Joseph's names jump out at you. Neptune, Shannon and Blackrock over the past 10 years, their programme has really come on from 0 to 60. So absolutely no rowing to a really strong rowing programme there in that Blackrock crew. So crews lined up. They'll be called to order as you see them come forward to row. They will be ready to go, and these eights absolutely fly. These guys are bulletproof. They will give everything. They will die for the guy in front and behind them and for the colours on their chest. We are going to see Blackrock, St. Joseph's, Enniskillen, St. Michael's, Shannon and Neptune battle it out for the men's junior 18 eights Championship of Ireland.
Yeah, what a race this always is. It is always one of the biggest blue ribbon events here at the Irish Rowing Championships. The Schools Union Trophy all lining up on the stake boats at the Irish Rowing Championships 2026. Our centre lanes of Enniskillen A and St. Michael's. We had the heats earlier on with Enniskillen and St. Michael's winning their respective heats as they're called forward to sit ready on the stake boats. And they are off. It's the final of the men's junior 18 eights. The noise that I'd say is coming from those stake boats as they pull away is second to none. 6 coxes, countless athletes, and 6 boats straight across as they leave the stake boats up at the start of the Irish Rowing Championships. Who's jumping out straight away? I'm looking at St. Joseph's. Are there any surprises there? No, not at all. Enniskillen going right up with them at the centre of the course. St. Michael's also sitting in lane 4 right up with Enniskillen. St. Joseph's I'm going to give them about, I'm going to say, a quarter of a canvas over Enniskillen as they go through their start sequence. The only crew slightly off the pace at the minute being Blackrock, who are sitting in lane 1. You could throw a blanket across the rest of the crews. Really interested in who are in the centre lanes. Enniskillen A in lane 3, St. Michael's in lane 4. I'm still going to give the edge to Enniskillen A, who are sitting in lane 3. A kaleidoscope of colours coming down at us here now. You have the navy, the yellow, the red of Enniskillen. You have the blue and white of St. Joseph's. You have the blue and gold of St. Michael's. This is going to be an exciting race. As they pull away from this point, I'm looking at St. Joseph's in lane 2 and Enniskillen in lane 3.
Funnily enough, as just off the start, Neptune had an amazing start, but they got swallowed up by St. Michael's and St. Michael's and Enniskillen, who held it back at about 300 metres. But those two crews are holding half a length over the field now. Slightly step back to St. Joseph's, slight step back to Shannon, and again to Neptune and Blackrock. Maybe finding the pace a little too strong at this, but crews settling down now into their rhythm. But there's certainly 5 crews still in the mix here. There's only half a length, there's a length and a half covering the field, because Enniskillen and St. Michael's are bang on together. Back to St. Joseph's, across then to Shannon, and Neptune still not out of it. So as they move away at St. Michael's and Enniskillen commanding those top 2 spots now, they've pushed out to a length. Will they be able to hold that? Will there be a distance put between them and the field? St. Joseph's haven't let it go because they're holding that 3rd spot. You can see the 1,000-metre yellow banner just on the in the distance. So they've come through about 750 metres. So this is the middle of the pace. They will have some of these crews will have a planned push, and as I say that, Neptune on the top of the screen are clawing back into that 3rd spot, probably taking half a canvas over the St. Joseph's squad, but clear out in front we've got the St. Michael's Enniskillen battle. Ella, this one is looking as going north, or it's going to Limerick.
Oh, it's going to go to the line, this race. That is one thing for sure. I'm looking down my sheet here at what's been going on this season, and it's nothing but Enniskillen. But as I say this, St. Michael's are leading Enniskillen by, I'm going to say, about maybe half a canvas as they start to approach the 1,000 metre mark. St. Michael's, coxed by Rory Reardon. He's leading his crew down this course. I'm sure he's very familiar. Enniskillen A are right on his left hand side. Enniskillen out at Henley Royal Regatta only 2 or less than 2 short weeks ago, and here they are at the Irish Rowing Championships. Do they have a response for St. Michael's? I would be hopeful that they would. We've seen sprints from Enniskillen before. This would not be the first time that Enniskillen would have a response for a crew. Is this part of the race plan? Yes, I think it could be, but St. Michael's leading out to about a 1/3 of a length.
St. Michael's with a slightly higher rate. They seem to be pushing on that Enniskillen crew looking very neat, although this level of junior 18 rowers, you're going to see every boat in the final is going to be moving very sweetly, but certainly that St. Michael's crew are holding that lead. They are I can't say they're dominating between themselves and Enniskillen. They are dominating the field, and they've put Clearwater in the distance, the other crews, as you can see there, but about half a length St. Michael's up on Enniskillen. Now, what plan will Enniskillen have? They'll have a plan to put that final push in, and we've seen boat lengths eaten up in the last 300-400 metres, and I think there is a push coming back, because if anything, I'd say Enniskillen are inching back in on St. Michael's now. St. Michael's need to reply to this and need to hold them off, but these two crews are out in front, and if anything, I would say Enniskillen are putting a bit of a charge back onto St. Michael's.
Enniskillen are on the move as they draw closer and closer to the National Rowing Centre, where the crowds are starting to come alive. Enniskillen, they've got countless wins under their belt, whether it be Cork Regatta, Schools Regatta or Eights. They've done it all this season. Can they finish it off with a win at the Irish Rowing Championships? Well, St. Michael's, they are up for this race. They have led them to this point. The stern pair of Evan O'Byrne and Cian McNamara leading their crew down this course. Can Enniskillen pull through? Can Abby Wilson get her crew on the move? And that is certainly what she is doing. Enniskillen starting to draw level with St. Michael's. I'm going to give St. Michael's I'm going to say a quarter of a canvas over Enniskillen as they draw closer and closer to the enclosure. Enniskillen are on the move. Do St. Michael's have a response? Enniskillen have been moving constantly. Alan, what are we going to say?
Enniskillen have come right back into this now. St. Michael's are reacting to that, but this could be one on the push, and if anything, I would say it is to and fro. It is bow ball versus bow ball. It is stroke versus stroke, and it is going to go to the line. If anything, Enniskillen have just pulled out half a canvas. They've pulled it out at the right time. There is still 300 metres to go. There are, or even less, sorry, but Enniskillen have dominated now, and what an amazing finish. Enniskillen have upped that rate. Can St. Michael's react to this? Enniskillen have taken a third of a length on this. What a comeback from Enniskillen. This will be talked about for years. Enniskillen have put that push from about half a length down to half a length up. Have St. Michael's let this one slip? Or, well, hard to say that when you see the class, the skill, the power that Enniskillen have put in. What a finish. They've taken it out to 3/4 of a length. This is domination. This is a crew for the future. This is a crew for now, and they are going to take home this. What a race. What a turnaround. Enniskillen win it by a length. Oh my God, that was a dominant display. What a crew. What a bunch of lads. That is fantastic. Ella, what a race.
Celebrations all around for the Enniskillen Royal Boat Club crew. They have taken the win at the Irish Rowing Championships in the Schools Union Trophy, the Men's Junior 8s Championship of Ireland. Abby Wilson guided her crew down the course from the cox's seat. Starting from the bow, Ryan Topping, Killian Donaghy, Lorcan Servanen, Luke Bailey, Andrew Cupperton, Christian Timoney, Austin Cassidy and Evan Donaghy. Congratulations to Enniskillen Royal Boat Club. What a race. St. Michael's, they led them through the 1,000. They even might have led them through the 1,500. Was it all part of the Enniskillen plan? Were they planning to sit? And when Abby made that call, they went and they won it by nearly a length in the end, Alan. What a race.
And there was no real fade from St. Michael's. St. Michael's did everything they could possibly do to hold on to that lead. They dominated for about 1,500 metres. You knew there was a good push going to come from Enniskillen. How much was in that push? I certainly wouldn't have thought there was a length and a half of a swing, but oh my God, when Enniskillen put the hammer down, they truly ate that up. This is some experience in all those boats out there, but that Enniskillen crew, so well drilled. Didn't panic if coming in, if you were down the whole race. There a sense of apprehension and potentially a sense of panic would set into the crew, but Abby Wilson has them drilled so well. They just commanded that. Once they started to move, it was a foot at a time. They inched and inched and inched, and then once they had it, there was so much self-belief in that boat that they dominated. What another classic men's junior 18-8. But there's no time to pause because we are straight down the river to the start of the women's Club 2-8s. I believe this is the race that we had missed earlier on. Yes, it is, and they're off. This is Skibbereen, University of Limerick, Trinity College in lane 3, UCD in lane 4, St. Michael's in lane 5, and University of Galway in lane 6 for the women's Club 2-8s. So they're off to a good start. It looks pretty even across the board from there. University of Galway on the right hand side looked like they had a decent start, along with St. Michael's A crew out there in lane 5. Now we'll see how this plays out. The drone will head down the river and we will get a more accurate pickup. The Trinity crew in lane 3 there look like they're moving quite well as well. Difficult to tell that, but as this as the drone moves in, we will get a better idea. UCD being focused on there just in front of the umpire. The position of the umpire's lawns gives a kind of a good idea as to who is leading in these situations. So they are behind that UCD boat in lane 4. The swooping drone shot coming into view now, and it looks like lane 3 Trinity College seems to be leading this one out with under a bit of pressure from St. Michael's over in lane 5. Ella, what do you think?
Yeah, this is always going to be a closely contested race. The women's Club 8, all athletes will be on similar points in these boats, and as they go past this excellent drone shot here, I'm looking at Trinity in lane 3. They look like to be up, but up with them, right beside them, is St. Michael's and University College Dublin. It seems to be the middle 3 lanes doing the front running. Here, slightly further back then, is the crew from University of Galway, Skibbereen and UL, but I'm looking at the centre lanes. I'm looking at the Yellow M Packer, and I'm looking at Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. They're out to nearly 3/4 of a length already in this field. This is the Karen Fogarty Memorial Cup. UCD, the defending champions from 2025. Where are they sitting at the moment? They're sitting in lane 4, and I'm going to put them sitting in about second position, about 3/4 of a length down on Trinity, who are sitting in lane 3. As we look back over the last couple of weeks, St Michael's took the win at Cork Regatta. St Michael's currently sitting in lane 5 and just about holding on to third place as a surge starts to come from Skibbereen here closest to the camera at the bottom of your screen. But striding out to nearly, I'm going to say they're nearly at the full of 1 length lead. It's the Trinity College Dublin crew, Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. They're sitting there in lane 3, right the centre of the course. They have a full view of everyone striding it out. They're Cox, who is sitting in the stern of the boat, Ava Donlan. She's guiding her crew down. I'm no doubt looking over that right shoulder. Let's have a look. Where are UCD? Where is St Michael's? UCD are, it's right bow on stern between UCD and Trinity Ladies, and half a length back then we have the St Michael's crew sitting in lane 5. But Trinity, they got off to a clean start, Alan, and here they are leading away.
Both these crews coming from the victory. Trinity and UCD both won in lane 6 in their heats. They come up on the 1,000 metre mark. I'm not sure if you can just see it buried in the shelter of the trees. That's the 1,000 metre mark. So through the 1,000 metres with just the guts of 1 length lead over UCD as the Trinity Ladies Boat Club. I'm loath after that last race to say that a 1 length down is game over, because we can see these final push for the line being overturning any race. But Trinity lead by a length over UCD, who lead by about the same over St Michael's, and then it's slightly further back to University of Galway out there on the far side, and Skibbereen and UL not really at the races, but great shot there from the drone, as you can see that those staggered boats. So in the yellow Empacker we have leading the way Trinity Dublin University Ladies Boat Club, and it is just about a length from that UCD crew, but they will not give that up a length back to St Michael's, and a further 3/4 of a length back to University of Galway. Probably out of it at the minute would be that crew of Skibbereen and UL there slightly to the back and the bottom of your screen. So beautiful eights rowing, crystal clear, flat conditions. Wait till you see this, boom. Absolutely perfect rowing conditions. Only complaint is it's probably a bit too warm. These guys have been sitting out there, probably some technical issue, I'm not 100% sure with one of these crews, but they have sat around for a good while. Hopefully they have managed another little bit of a warm-up, but it's not doing Trinity any harm, because they have opened just a very slight bit of clear water over UCD. So I would say it's a challenge between these two as they push in for the last 500.
Yeah, like you mentioned, these crews they were scheduled to race before the men's junior race, but they've already raced. So this could be just as much of a mind game when they came off the start, just as much as anything else. They had to wait an extra nearly 15 minutes due to a difficulty with the crew. But as you said, Alan, this is having absolutely no harm on the Trinity Ladies crew sitting in lane 3. Now, have they broken the elastic band between their stern and UCD's bow? No, they definitely have not. UCD are clipping along nicely. They're right there. I'm sure the Cox of the Trinity crew, Ava Dolan, will be all too aware of University College Dublin sitting on her stern. The headwind that we saw earlier starting to curl back slightly, not as worried about this, but again, this is the women's club 8. No matter what the conditions, they are going to tear down the course. The bright yellow Empacker of Trinity gliding its way, I should say, down the course here at the National Rowing Centre. Are UCD on the move? I'm going to say no, but have they broken the elastic band? No, they haven't. I'm sure calls coming from the Trinity Cox, Ava Dolan, any minute now. Let's break free. Let's try win this by clear water. Are they asking the questions? Are UCD responding? Sitting back in third, it's the crew from St Michael's out in lane 5, and slightly further back then to University of Galway, Skibbereen and University of Limerick. UCD still right there with Trinity. No one has budged. Let's see, do Trinity have any sort of response to the surge possibly coming from UCD?
There is still that just that length and a bit that Trinity have, and if anything UCD are rowing tidier, but power and passion can win a championship, and even though they're not as tidy, the power and pressure coming through that Trinity crew is holding that length lead. Now as they come in, you'll see on the top of your screen just the NRC pontoons coming into view. So we are inside the last 20 odd strokes, and with a length and a slight bit of clear water. We have that yellow empacker of Trinity pushing towards the finish. There is a very slight overlap, but UCD just haven't been able to close that gap. Will they be able to? It's they're running out of water. They certainly are starting to close, and maybe Trinity are thinking one eye on the pot, but the clear water is gone. But it is still one length that's going to have to be made up in about 5 strokes, and I don't think that 5 strokes are going to be able be enough. And we are going to see, I would say, Trinity ladies, Dublin University Ladies Boat Club, as they push towards the line, they are going to be take this Club 2 championship. They hit the line. They have about 3/4 of a length of a win over University College Dublin. They nearly lose the stroke but Ava Dolan has commanded this Trinity crew to a fabulous spot. That women's 2 Club 8, what a win. Dominated that. They held that length. It went out to clear water. It came back to a length. UCD just couldn't close that gap, and the 2 winners of the 2 heats, who both came from lane 6, end up 1 and 2. It was an amazing race for Trinity just to hold on. UCD never let them go, because there was pressure the whole way. But coming out in the end, and hugs all round for the Trinity crew. It is the Dublin University Ladies Boat Club, winners of the Women's Club 2 8s.
Yeah, hugs all around. That's exactly what's going on there with the Trinity crew. Quick name check of the crew that just crossed the line first. From Trinity in the Cox's seat, Ava Dolan, and from the bow, Steph Cretan, Poppy Somerville, Cueva Kelleher, Roisin Cormacan, Isabel Howley, Emily Hurley, Jennifer Ford, and Generva Gulgimi. That was the crew from Trinity who have just won the Karen Fogarty Memorial Cup, the Women's Club 8 Championship of Ireland. Right, no time to take a break. We're going straight back up for the final of the women's intermediate single scull. In lane 1, University College Dublin, O'Sullivan. Lane 2, University of Galway, O'Toole. Lane 3, New Ross, Brennan. Lane 4, Fermoy, Carey. Lane 5, Athlone O'Grady, and in lane 6 Fermoy, Payne. These scullers have went through heats earlier on today. This could be one we could be watching. The centre lanes we'd be expecting to do the running as the drone absolutely flies back up to the start, after a very exciting race in the women's Club 8. Who am I looking at? I'm looking at the sculler in lane 3, New Ross Brennan. No stranger to international competition, whether it be homes, the Coupe, the Worlds. She's done it all, and here she is in the final of the women's intermediate single scull. Who's looking closest to her? I'm looking out to her bow side from Moy Carey. Then I'm looking here slightly closer to the camera. University College Dublin, O'Sullivan. That's your 1, 2, 3. As they look, you can already see the National Rowing Centre in the background of this shot. Alan, New Ross Brennan looking very promising.
Oh, she dominated the heat, and I'm sure she was probably at top of the time trial, because in lane 3, New Ross Brennan is in control of this final. I really had high hopes, because Kerry from Fermoy really dominated her heat, and O'Grady from Athlone put it up to Brennan from New Ross. So I was excited to see would it be a close final. But New Ross Brennan, a powerhouse of Irish rowing, a legend of Irish sculling already in only an inter-category. But I mean, the future is bright for this woman. Brennan of New Ross, really out of control, commands so much power, so much pace, really in control of this race the whole way. Doesn't seem to be under any challenge. Kerry from Fermoy is still in the mix. I see the UCD sculler there. O'Sullivan is still there as well, but no, they pale into insignificance, and sometimes it's great to see a dominating sculler who is so far ahead of the other top scullers in Irish rowing. But New Ross Brennan, as I said, you could have called it from the time trial, you could have called it probably from the heat, but consistency is the name of her game, and not a bad stroke across. This is her 5.7, 5.6k done today, and she hasn't had one bad stroke. That is the domination that she has on this course, and she is just holding off these other competitors for fun, and charging down the lake as they approach the last 500 metres. New Ross Brennan, fantastic lengths, clear water over her nearest rival, Kerry from Fermoy, who is well accomplished and very skilled sculler, and really impressed in winning her heat. but just not at the races when it comes to Brennan on her day. This pot is signed, sealed and delivered for New Ross, because she has not put a stroke wrong all day, and as she enters the last couple of 100 metres, she'll just put more distance in the field. It looks like she's winning this for fun, so good to see such domination, but just the skills involved in sculling so sweetly, so consistently, with so much power from Brennan from New Ross, and she is in control of this field as they push towards the finish.
Yeah, looking back through some of the past results of the season, Fermoy Carey claimed first at Dublin Met, followed by Fermoy Payne, and New Ross didn't have a say in that race because she was still stateside rowing for her college out there for where she is on scholarship. But where she is having a huge say is at the final of the women's intermediate single scull at the Irish Rowing Championships. I don't think we've seen a sculler dominate a race so far like this today. What a performance from her. I'm looking either side of her for the scullers who are in closest contention. I'm looking at Fermoy Carey sitting in lane 4, University College Dublin, O'Sullivan sitting in third, but nobody is going to touch Brennan of New Ross, who sits in the centre of the course in lane 3. 2025 defending champions was a Neptune sculler, Neptune Kilgannon. Neptune not having a representative in this race, but by the looks of it, as they come closer and closer to the NRC, the crowds are starting to build. New Ross Brennan dominating this field. She's lifting the rate even further. She has clear water on the rest of the field, but she is going for an impressive display of rowing. An aggressive catch. She gets those blades in the water and drives it through. Again, she won a Cork regatta 3 short weeks ago. That was her letting her other crews know, I'm back, I'm on Irish soil, and I'm here to make an impact at the Irish Rowing Championships in Inniscarra in the second weekend in July, and that is exactly what she has done. Anna Brennan of New Ross Rowing Club, her head's into her hands. She can't quite believe it. She is taking the win in the women's intermediate single scull, the Sanita Prospere Cup, going home to New Ross Brennan in lane 3.
Well, she better believe it, because that was a dominating display, and I think she is the only one who can't believe it, because we probably believed it from about 1,000 metres gone, because she is some incredible talent. That was New Ross Brennan taking the women's intermediate single scull, and it's straight back down the line, and we are off and running with the women's junior 16/8s. We have Galway in lane 1, Cork in lane 2, Athlone in lane 3, Castleconnell lane 4, Shandon and Bantry. Shandon in lane 5, Bantry in lane 6. And this for the women's junior 16/8s. So they are off the start, and just as we try and gauge who is leading us out here, I see lane 3 and 4 probably showing, actually Galway in lane 1 nearly escaped my attention on the left hand side of that screen as you look, seem to be in good contention. Athlone then in Castleconnell lane 3 and lane 4. Shandon in lane 5 out on your right hand side, still in the mix as well. So we'll get the drone shots quite soon, and we'll be able to tell. But at the moment it does look like Galway out on the left hand side of your screen seem to be well up on this race. Now we'll get a better handle on it now, but yes, Galway on the right hand side seem to be leading this one out. Women's junior 16/8s.
Yeah, we saw the men's junior 16/8s only a couple of hours ago. I'm expecting some similar, very exciting racing from the women's junior 16. Back at Schools Regatta back in April, Enniskillen took the win in this event. They will not have a boat in the final of the women's junior 16/8 on this occasion. Defending champions, Galway Rowing Club from the Corrib. They row in the Corrib with countless kilometres put in by the Galway Rowing Club crew. They're sitting out in lane 1 in this particular event. Alan mentioned on how quick of a start we saw them having. We're just waiting for the drone to get back up in shot, but look at that for a view. We have 6/8 coming down towards us here at the Irish Rowing Championships day 2. I'm looking at the women's junior 16/8. Cox Maeve Cook of Galway Rowing Club. She's going to be keeping a very, very close eye on the rest of the field. Who's in the centre of the course? Cork in lane 2, Athlone in lane 3, Castleconnell in lane 4, Shandon in lane 5. Looking like the crew from Bantry is slightly further back, but from where I'm standing, this looks like a very, very dominant performance from Galway Rowing Club. From lane 1, they row on the Corrib, countless miles done up and down that river as our drone just starts to head back up towards the race. But even from this angle, if you can tell at this angle that a crew is leading, that says something. And from a commentary perspective, Alan, that's really something that I think we should be taking note of.
Yeah, Galway, the umpire has moved over behind the Galway crew. It generally indicates the leading crew. So Galway moving very, very well out there in lane 1, open draw on this. So there was no qualifiers, so a straight final. But Galway, as you can see as the drone approaches, Galway seem to have a couple of lengths over the field. By the looks of it there, you could have Cork, Athlone probably in second place, and Cork beside them there on the left-hand side. Those two boats maybe putting a bit of a battle up. Shandon well ahead, but Galway seem to be well in control of this race, and they seem to have a nice bit of clear water, moving really, really well in this Junior 16 girls 8s. So moving quite well, and they went off from the start and commanded that lead. And as we've seen before, that can be a privilege and a curse at sometimes, because we've seen it eaten up at the end. But certainly this Galway crew are showing some real talent in the first 1,000-1,200 metres of this final for the women's Junior 16 8s. Real battle there for second place, and in fact it's a great battle for second spot. So you have Athlone and Cork battling it out there, as well as Shandon crew and Castleconnell not too far back. But well out in front in lane 1 is is that Galway crew. So we'll just see if we can ride alongside them now in the next while. But that drone footage showing just how dominant that Galway crew are over the field.
Yeah, Galway Rowing Club, we noticed it off the start. They had a very fast start, and here they are approaching the enclosure with a commanding lead over the rest of the field. I said it earlier on when the men were racing, the Junior 16 men. I'm going to say it again. Could this be a preview into what the Junior 8s final will look like in 2 years' time? These girls only Junior 16, and what a strong display of rowing they are putting on. It's the Galway crew in lane 1 leading this out. Then I'm looking at Castleconnell over in lane 4. They seem to be sitting in second, then over to Shandon out in lane 5. That's what it is from where I'm standing. As they come closer down towards us here, the crowd's starting to go mad. When the drone shot popped up on the big screen here in the enclosure, you could hear the crowd from Galway erupt. They had confirmation their crew is up, and let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, they are in fact still up, and they're leading by clear water in the final of the women's Junior 16 8s. The purple and gold of Galway being represented in force here this weekend, and what a dominant display of rowing at only Junior 16. And I'm no doubt their cox Maeve Cook is urging on her crew. The stern pair of Ella Courtier and Lily Courtier leading their crew down the course, being backed up by Una O'Day, Beatrice Kelly, Emily Boyle, Lucy O'Connor in the 4 seat, Ciara McCallion in the 5 seat, and Ciara McMorrow in the 6 seat. What a dominant display of rowing. I've no doubt some of the girls down in the office are keeping a very, very close eye on this race as well. This is one close to their heart, but Galway Rowing Club leading it out as they have done since the stake boats. The crowd starting to erupt as I say this nice close race going on between who looks to be like Cork Boat Club and Castleconnell for the 2nd and 3rd place finishes. Definitely not forgetting about Shandon there just to the bow side of Castleconnell, but attention fixed firmly on Galway Rowing Club coming down to the line here in the women's Junior 16 8. Race number 243 on your programmes, our 3rd last race of the day here at the Irish Rowing Championships Day 2. Long You're coxed by Maeve Cook. She's sitting up tall. She's telling her girls, hold on. We have this in the bag. We've had it since the start. We knew we were here to make an impression, and that is what we have done.
From very close races, disqualifications as they cross the line together in the last 2 races. We have just seen dominant display from New Ross Brennan to win the women's intermediate single scull, and a fantastically dominant display from this Galway women's Junior 16 crew. And it must be so sweet to be able to just row in knowing that you are going to cross the line as to take first spot in this women's Junior 16 8s. They have dominated the field. They did it from the start. They're going to hit the line, and they're going to have time to relax, celebrate, chill out, and fantastic. Maeve Cook got her crew all the way to the line in the quickest time possible, and then nobody could touch them. Wow, what a win for Galway as they take the women's Junior 16 8s.
Yeah, Maeve Cook, what an impressive performance from her sitting in the cox's seat from the bow. Una O'Day in bow, Beatrice Kelly in 2, Emily O'Boyle in 3, Lucy O'Connor in 4, Ciara McCallion in 5, Ciara McMorrow in 6, Lily Courtier in 7, and in the stroke seat, Ella Courtier. What an impressive display of rowing from the young Junior 16s from Cork. The Junior 16 eights at the Irish Rowing Championships is heading back the way of Galway Rowing Club.
And staying on Junior 16s, we already have, I think they've gone off the start. It's the men's Junior 16 double scull. Lee Valley in lane 1, Skibbereen A lane 2, St Michael's A in lane 3, Lee in lane 4, Workman's in lane 5, and Cappoquin Sea Crew in lane 6. I think they are already underway and probably gone through the 500 metre mark. The drone makes its way down to pick up this race. Let's see how this one plays out. These guys would have been, these are the top 6 of 58 crews, would you believe, who set out this morning, set out just after lunch to try and qualify for this final. These guys are emptying it out. St Michael's A and Cappoquin C in lane 6 seem to be the 3 crews making their way. St Michael's A and Lee and Cappoquin on the left hand side. So they're the 3 boats to look out for. Again, we've said it before, what a feat of endurance to row through the time trial, win or place in your heats and then roll into the final. And the unusual thing is that Cappoquin Sea Crew, who are well in the mix at this stage, would have either could have finished in third in their heat. So they finished third in their heat and they are still up in top 3 in the final. So St Michael's and Lee seem to be battling it out, but certainly not off the pace that Cappoquin Sea Crew. So again, Junior 16s rowing into their 6th K of this afternoon. Some feat of endurance.
Yes, this is something we don't see every day, but it's actually, I say that, having said that, we've seen it multiple times in this particular day's racing. The outside lanes doing some of the front running here in the final of the men's Junior 16 doubles time trials heats, and here in the final I'm looking at the crew in lane 4, very strong Lee crew, Max Power in the bow, Tygo Sullivan in the stroke seat. Then I'm looking over to their stroke side, I'm looking at St Michael's A, the A crew of St Michael's, Aaron Conroy in the bow and Joshua Johnson sitting in the stroke seat, and definitely not discounting that very, very powerful Cappoquin crew, which we mentioned earlier, sitting in the outside lane. Cappoquin C, Kieran O'Organ and Cahill Organ in that boat. Look at this. This is some very tight racing. I'm going to give Lee Rowing Club about, I'm going to say, a quarter of a canvas ahead of I'm going to give actually St Michael's a quarter of a canvas ahead of Lee, who have about 3/4 of a length, if not a length, over Cappoquin. Lee and St Michael's are they starting to break away from the rest of the field. Can Cappoquin stay with them and leave themselves in with a shout, not leave themselves too much work to do when they get to the business end of the racing? The crowd's still going mad from that Junior 16 eights when we saw a couple of moments ago from Galway Rowing Club, and the Junior 16 men flying down the course at us now, with St Michael's in lane 3 locked together with League Rowing Club in lane 4. Cappoquin have dominated regattas in the last couple of weeks. A win at Cork Regatta and Dublin Met for the Cappoquin crew, but now they're sitting about half a length down on Lee and St Michael's in the final of the men's Junior 16 double scull.
Cappoquin have half a chance with all the focus being on the 2 crews in the centre, St Michael's and Lee. They could take their eye off the ball and allow Cappoquin to come back into this, but the 2 crews in the centre there, St Michael's and Lee, true to form, are pushing on, and St Michael's look like they just have a bit of an edge coming through that with about 300 metres ago coming through. St Michael's really just put a squeeze down on Lee, and they have got half a canvas over their challengers there. Cappoquin seem to have slipped away. If anything, St Michael's have upped that rate and have brought that to half a boat length as they battle out for this men's Junior 16 double scull. So is there going to have to be a big comeback from Lee at this stage? St Michael's bowman looks across and he can see that he has half a length and is pushing out to 3/4 of a length, and as they push towards the finish, there's not a huge amount of time left to close that gap. But if anything, St Michael's have sitting up stronger, rowing longer, and can taste that victory. Ella, they've pushed it out to a single length.
Yeah, that's St Michael's A crew of Dermot Colopy and Nata Laffin. What a performance they have. They made a decision a couple of 100 metres ago. Right, we need to make a move if we're going to shake Lee, and that's what they've done. St Michael's are now 1 length up on Lee Rowing Club, who are sitting in lane 4. St Michael's need to watch their steering, don't want to add any extra metres onto their race, keep the head in the boat. But St Michael's have crossed the line as winners of the men's Junior 16 double scull. The stroke man, Dermot Colopy, punches his arm in the air. Bowman, of course, Natal Laffin punches his arms into the water. Success for the St. Michael's A crew in the men's junior 16 double sculls.
Colby and Laffin did all that work with 500 metres to go, because that was where that race was won. They were down on, neck and neck with Lee, and they just put that hammer down and they squeezed out that extra bit of, that extra few feet that went to a canvas. It went to half a boat length, it went to 3/4, and they dominated towards the finish. Got a little scrappy towards the end, but it's you can row as badly as you want once you cross that line first. So a great win for St. Michael's A over Lee. Campa Quinn belied their positioning in the heat and really put a challenge up to the two boats there, St. Michael's and Lee, who were the favourites. But wow, what a great race, second last race of the day. And as we head down to the starting pontoons, we're going to see who is lining up for the men's Club 2 single scull.
Yes, the last race of the day here, just coming up to 18 minutes past 6. The club single sculls final due off the stake boats in just less than 2 minutes' time. Who will be lining up to represent their clubs in the final of the men's club single scull? In lane 1, UCC Mannix. Lane 2, Kilmacsimon Nixon. Lane 3, Lee Gillard. Lane 4, Waterford Hart. Lane 5, Neptune Giles. And in lane 6, Shandon Kelly. Now, we had a very large entry in this event. If I remember correctly, nearly 60 entries. They were narrowed down to just 12 to take on the semi-finals, which took place earlier today at around 4 o'clock. Now, the final 6 are lining up on the stake boats to take on the final of the men's club single scull. This could be a close race. Also some tactics at play potentially in the heats earlier on, because all they had to do was get in the top 3, and then once they have a lane in the final, it could be anyone's game.
I was very impressed with Hart in the way Waterford. Also Nixon from Kilmacsimon was in the same heat. I feel those two have a lot more to give, and I'll be excited now to see how they go up against Gillard from Lee and Giles from Neptune, because they were the top finishers in the other heat. But certainly it's anything can happen over 2,000 metres, but certainly Hart from Waterford, I just was very impressed with how relaxed and cool he controlled his heat. So we'll see how this one plays out in the final.
Yeah, Hart of Waterford. This is somebody that I'm keeping a very close eye on. Some of the up-and-coming talent on the Irish rowing scene now. Worth noting, the man sitting in lane 1, just at the top of your picture there, Finian Mannix. He is the defending champion from 2025. Will he have anything to say about that here in 2026 as scullers begin to square their blades and they are away in the final of the men's club single sculls? A fast start across the board from all scullers. I'm looking at lane 3, Lee Gillard. He seems to have gotten away to a fast start. Definitely not forgetting about UCC Mannix at the bottom of your screen. Right up with them is Waterford Hart. That's the 1, 2, 3 as they come into the first 10 strokes of this race. Lee Gillard in lane 3. What a fast start this sculler is having, flashing the red blades of Lee Rowing Club. Rowing out of the marina in Cork, here he is in Inniscarra, leading in the first 100 metres of the men's club single scull. Wow, he's gotten nearly a length of water at this stage, and that's only 10 to 15 strokes into his race. Now, leads can change very quickly in a single scull. Alan, what are you seeing?
That rocket start was obviously the tactic, and that can panic the rest of the squad, Ella, because I see there's already clear water. You've got people, you've got Hart from Waterford looking around going, where the hell has he gone? So that can be give it an edge that's more than just physical. But huge start from Gillard. Will he pay? I've been foolish enough to promise a fade from rowers who've gone off too quick in the past, and I've been proven wrong that they can hold on. But what a massive start from this Lee Sculler as he has clear water over the field. There's challengers from Waterford, from Kilmacsimon, from Neptune, from Mannix in UCC on the right hand side of the screen as you look at it now. But wow, with probably 500 metres gone, it's too early to say it's all over. But a huge start from Gillard from Lee, and the question is, how long can he hold this?
Yeah, was this part of the pre-race talk down in the Lee Rowing Club tent? You need to get off the stake boats, you need to scare them, and all you have to do when you go through the second K is just hold on. Was this part of the race plan? I think this was a decisive move made by the Lee Sculler. Battling out for second at the minute is Waterford Hart in lane 4, and defending 2025 champion UCC Mannix sitting in second and third, very, very close to Hart, is Neptune Giles. But this Lee Sculler, this was a decisive move made by him. The distinctive red colours of Lee Rowing Club being splashed about here as they approach the 1,000 metre mark in their final of the men's club single scull. This is a decisive lead by Lee. This nearly reminded me of the intermediate single final we saw a couple of moments ago when Brennan of Ross made this decision at the stake boats as well. You could nearly throw a blanket though across the minor placings, who are definitely not out of it yet, Alan.
Yeah, certainly there's a big mix for second spot there at the minute, but we have to be expecting a fade. Nobody is invincible. Nobody's made of that much bulletproof steel, because Gillard went out like he was shot out of a cannon, but he is still holding that lead, and the Lee Sculler is just so much in control of this race at the minute. But there's going to have to be a reaction. I mean, these other scullers, real quality there with Giles from Neptune, Hart from Waterford, and Nixon from Kilmac-Simon now is slightly off the pace, but Mannix as well. I mean, the defending champion, he is not going to like this. If he looks over his left shoulder, he won't even see Gillard from Lee because he's that far ahead. But there has to be a reaction. These guys are going to have to change their game plan, and they're going to have to do it now, because at this stage it was all fun and games at 500 metres when he was out in front, but at this stage they're got to be thinking of running out of water, because they have to reel in that clear water lead that Gillard from Lee has at this stage. They have to put it up to him, and he has to fade, you would imagine, but these guys are made of stronger stuff than you or me. But let's see, he's still holding that lead, and if anything, Mannix, I think, is slightly coming back at him, but we'll see how this one plays out in the next few hundred metres.
Yes, Mannix has experience in this event. Is the chasing pack going to catch up with Conall Gillard of Lee Rowing Club sitting at the centre of the course in lane 2? The only sculler slightly out of contention of Kilmac-Simon Nixon sitting in lane 2. The chasing pack is closing in on Lee Gillard. Here comes Finian Mannix sitting outside in lane 1, and looking over to lane 4, Waterford Hart. We mentioned him on the stake boat, another promising young athlete that I'm looking further over to his bow side. Neptune Giles, Shandon Kelly, all well in the mix at this point. But is the chasing pack going to make any sort of impact on Lee Gillard? I
feel that Mannix is the fastest boat on the water at this stage. I feel he's inching back at Gillard from Lee. But is it too little too late? Can Gillard hold off this sculler? This is exciting stuff. But as you see on the bottom of your screen, Mannix from UCC class will out, and he is the defending champion. He's not going to let this go easy, but he's still having a difficult time closing that clear water from Gillard. He just, as I said, went out of the start unbelievably fast and held that lead, and still holds that lead. But I would say Mannix is just inching with every stroke, closer and closer, and I think this one will go to the line.
Finian Mannix is on the move, ladies and gentlemen. He's closed it down to about a length, maybe a length and a quarter between himself and Lee Gillard as they get closer and closer to the shores of the National Rowing Centre. The defending champion from 2025 sitting in lane 1 on the right of your scheme. Conall Gillard of Lee Rowing Club sitting in lane 3 in what looks to be like a yellow M-Packer. Can Mannix make an impact on the early leader, Lee Gillard? He's going to have to do something special, but to be honest, he's kind of been doing that for the last 100 metres. Is he making inroads? Yes. Is he back on level terms? By no means. Lee Gillard made a decision on the stake boats, or maybe even indeed back here in the regatta enclosure with his coaches. We're going to scare them, we're going to leave the stake boats, and we're going to lead them. Let's see where that gets us, and can we hold on when we get closer and closer to the enclosure? But Alan, UCC Mannix is well and truly on the move.
He is certainly, and he's closed down that, and there is, he's probably about 5 or 6 strokes away from just closing that clear water gap, but then he'll still have a full length to make up before the line. Who has got to push is Gillard. He has not shown signs of fading. Mannix has shown signs of pushing on, but the rest of, comparing to the rest of the field, Lee Gillard has kept that dominating clear water. No one has been able, apart from Mannix, to close that gap. Now we'll see, has Mannix left it a little too late? Should he have put a push on a little earlier? The UCC skull and crossbones there, really doing all they can to keep things out. But Gillard from Lee is still looking steady. He has not gone ragged. He has not fallen apart with the fatigue that you'd expect after such a dominating start. And Mannix has kind of stalled. He's just not been able to close that gap. Ella, this one, I don't know. I think Lee could hold. Gillard from Lee could hold this one on.
Here come the shouts from the crowd, the coaches from Lee Rowing Club. Here we go. Conall Gillard of Lee Rowing Club sitting in lane 3. We had a surge from UCC Mannix. I think he threw the kitchen sink on it, and I don't know if he's anything left to give here as we come into the dying stages of this race in the men's club single scull. Lee Gillard, he led from the start. He made that decision. All he had to do was hold on. Is the crew out in lane 6? Shandon Kelly on the move. I think he might be. He's drawing level with Mannix of UCC, but can Lee Gillard time this to perfection? Can he just about hold on? All you have to be is ahead at 2,000 metres. It doesn't matter at 2,001 metres. Just be ahead at 2,000 metres. Can he hold on? UCC Mannix starting to fade. He was back in touch at one stage, but starting to fade as they approach the NRC slips. Shandon Kelly starting to come into the picture, but Lee Gillard looking good.
You can see the panic on Mannix's face as he looked back in kind of in disbelief as he looked that he just wasn't closing the gap. And as they come to the line, here I am proven wrong again. It is Gillard from Lee. He went off the start like he was shot out of a cannon and never looked back. Well, he looked back and all he was looking at was his competitors because nobody touched him. What a win. What a genius tactics, but you can have all the tactics you want, but you need to back it up. Gillard from Lee, what an amazing race there. Men's Club 2, single scull. Mannix really put it up to him to the middle third and towards the end, but he just couldn't close that gap, Ella.
Look, sometimes it shows you just have to be brave leaving the stake boats. You just have to say, look, if I'm going to win this, I'm going to win it in the first 1,000 metres. And to be honest, I think that's what Lee Gillard did. He made that move when he left the stake boats. He continued to gain in the first couple of 100 metres and no one could really touch him. And I think it frightened the other crews, to be honest, when they looked around after doing the size sequence and they're like, oh, sugar, where's he gone? Like, he'd shot off, like you said, like he was shot out of a cannon. UCC Mannix tried desperately to get back in touch, which he did. But to be honest, I think he kind of ran out of steam when he got about 20 strokes into his piece in an effort to get back level with Lee Gillard. But what a race, Alan, what a race.
Well, certainly Mannix, I think, looked over at one stage in frustration when after putting his push in, wondering in disbelief why he wasn't catching up on Conall Gillard. But Conall Gillard decided he would put it all on the line, death or glory, and he has ended up with glory. That's the way you want to see it. Fascinating race, fascinating tactics, and an amazing round out to what has been a spectacular day. Day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships here at the National Rowing Centre in Cork. Fantastic racing to round us out. I wish there was a few more finals to go because I'm hyped up after that. So just an amazing, amazing finish with Lee Gillard taking the men's Club 2 single scull.
I agree with you, Alan. To be honest, I wish there was a couple more finals to go. I'm really all hyped up after that. Just approaching 6:30 here at the National Rowing Centre in Ascara, and day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships have come to a close. 2/3 of the national champions for 2026 have been awarded. The medals have been given, the pots have been handed out, and celebrations, however, cannot begin just yet because we're going to be back tomorrow morning at 7:30 to continue the racing. One more jam-packed day's racing we have in store for you here. Racing kicking off at 7:30 with the time trials of the men's junior 16 single sculls, a very, very large entry in that event. We'll address that in the morning, and of course the women's club single sculls also taking part in that time trial, all kicking off at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Now, if anyone is around tomorrow evening at about 5:10, the men's senior 8s will be taking place. That is a race that is promised to be one of the best on display here at the Irish Rowing Championships. If Cork Regatta is anything to go by, we'll address that tomorrow evening just after 5 o'clock. But for now, for myself, Alan, and all the team here at the National Rowing Centre for the Irish Rowing Championships Day 2 2026, thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 7:30.